one not more than 5 days after she had dispatched an urgent missive to her brother, the most honorable the Marquis of Alverstoke, requesting him to visit her at his earliest convenience. The widowed Lady Buxted was relieved to learn from her youngest daughter that Uncle Vernon had just driven up to the house, wearing a coat with dozens of capes, and looking as fine as fivepence. "In a smart new curricle, too, mamma, and everything prime about him," declared Miss Kitty, flattening her nose against the window-pane in her effort to squint down into the street. "He is the most tremendous swell, isn't he, mamma?" Lady Buxted responded in repressive accents, desiring her not to use expressions unbefitting a lady of quality, and dismissing her to the schoolroom. Lady Buxted was not one of her brother's admirers, and the intelligence that he had driven himself to Grosvenor Place in his curricle did nothing to advance him in her good graces. It was a fine spring morning, but a sharp wind was blowing, and no one who knew him could suppose that the Marquis would keep his high-bred horses waiting for more than a few minutes. This did not augur well for the scheme she had in mind. Not, as she had bitterly observed to her elder sister, that she cherished any but the gloomiest expectations, Alverstoke being, without exception, the most selfish, disobliging creature alive. To this proposition, Lady Jevington, a commanding matron on the shady side of 40, lent only qualified support. She might, and did, think her only brother selfish and disobliging, but she could perceive no reason why he should be expected to do more for Louisa than for herself. As for Louisa's 2 sons and 3 daughters, Lady Jevington found herself unable to blame Alverstoke for taking no interest in any of them. It was really impossible to be interested in such commonplace children. That he was equally uninterested in her own offspring did, however, argue a selfish disposition. Anyone would have supposed that a bachelor who was not only of the first stare but who was also possessed of considerable wealth would have been only too glad to have sponsored such a promising nephew as her beloved Gregory into the select circle which he himself adorned, and to have exerted himself to have brought dear Anna into fashion. That Anna had become eligibly betrothed without the least assistance from him in no way mitigated her ladyship's resentment, and although she admitted the justice of her unfashionable lord's reminder that she disapproved of the frippery set to which Alverstoke belonged, and had frequently expressed the hope that Gregory would never allow himself to be drawn into it, she still could not forgive Alverstoke for having made no attempt to do so. She said that she wouldn't have cared a rush if she had not good reason to suppose that Alverstoke had not only purchased a cornetcy in the Life Guards for his young cousin and heir, but made him a handsome allowance into the bargain. To which Lord Jevington replied that, as he was very well able to provide for his son, who, in any event, had no claim whatsoever upon his uncle, he could only give Alverstoke credit for having enough good sense to refrain from making an offer of monetary assistance, which would have been deeply resented by the Honorable Gregory Sandridge's parents. This was perfectly true, but still Lady Jevington felt that if Alverstoke had had a grain of proper feeling, he would not have singled out for his favor a mere cousin instead of his eldest nephew. She also felt that in a better organized state of society his eldest sister's son, rather than a removed cousin, would have been his heir. Without wishing to see Gregory so unfairly elevated, Lady Buxted was in general agreement with her sister, both ladies being united in contempt of Mr. Endymion Dauntrey, whom they stigmatized as a perfect block. But whether their enmity towards this blameless young man arose from their dislike of his widowed mamma, or from his handsome countenance and magnificent physique, which cast both Gregory Sandridge and young Lord Buxted into the shade, was a question no one cared to ask. Whatever might have been the reason, his 2 elder sisters were convinced that no unworthier heir to Alverstoke's dignities than Endymion could have been found, and neither had spared any pains to introduce to her brothers, Notice all the prettiest and most eligible damsels who were fired off, year after year, into the ton. But Alverstoke's besetting sin was a tendency to become rapidly bored. It had vanquished his sisters, for although neither of them could suppose, reviewing the numerous dazzling barks of frailty who had lived under his protection, that he was impervious to feminine charms, neither was so mutton-headed as to indulge optimism very far when he seemed to be developing a tender for some diamond of birth, beauty, and fortune, thrust under his nose by one or other of his sisters. He was perfectly capable of making the lady the object of his gallantry for a few weeks, and then of veering off at a tangent, forgetting her very existence. When it was borne in upon his sisters that prudent parents looked askance at him, and that he was generally thought to be dangerous, they abandoned their attempts to provide him with a wife, devoting their energies instead to the easier task of deploring his indolence, condemning his selfishness, and scolding him for any of his moral aberrations which came to their ears. Only his youngest sister refrained, but as she had refused several flattering offers for her hand, and had married, to please herself, a mere country gentleman, and rarely visited the metropolis, she was considered by her two sisters to be a negligible quantity. If they spoke of her, which they seldom did, it was as poor Eliza, and although they knew that Alverstoke preferred her to themselves, it entered neither of their heads to solicit her help in the matter of his marriage. Had it done so, they would have dismissed the idea, in the well-founded belief that no one had ever, since he grew to manhood, exercised the smallest influence over him. It was not to read him a lecture that Lady Buxted had on this occasion commanded him to visit her. Indeed, she had resolved to say nothing that could set up his back. But as she awaited his entrance, the hope which, despite experience, had entered her breast upon hearing of his arrival was succeeded by the reflection that it was just like him to have allowed 5 days to elapse before putting himself to the trouble of answering a summons, which, for anything he knew, might have been of the utmost urgency. It was with difficulty that she schooled her countenance to an expression of affectionate welcome, and with still more difficulty that she infused cordiality into her voice when he strolled, unannounced, into the room. That was just like him, too, the sort of casual behavior which her ladyship, a high stickler, much deplored, seeing no reason why he should treat her house as if it were his own. Smothering her annoyance, she stretched out her hand, saying, "Vernon, my dear, what a delightful surprise!" "What's surprising about it?" he inquired, lifting his black brows. "Didn't you ask me to come?" The smile remained pinned to Lady Buxted's lips, but she replied with more than a touch of acidity, "To be sure I did, but so many days ago that I supposed you had gone out of town." "Oh, no," he said, returning her smile with one of great sweetness. Lady Buxted was not deceived, but thought it prudent to ignore what she recognized as deliberate provocation. She patted the sofa and invited her brother to come and sit down. Instead of doing this, he walked forward to the fireplace and bent to warm his hands, saying, "I can't stay for long, Louisa. What is it you want of me?" Having made up her mind to lead up to her request by tactful degrees, she found this blunt question as infuriating as it was disconcerting. She hesitated, and he glanced up, a gleam in his rather hard gray eyes, and said, "Well." She was not immediately obliged to answer him, for at that moment her butler came in, with such refreshments as he considered suitable to the occasion. While he set the heavy tray down on a side table, and informed the Marquis in the confidential voice of the privileged retainer that he had ventured to bring up the mountain as well as the sherry, she had time in which to reassemble her ideas, and also to observe, in some dudgeon, that her brother had chosen to visit her in breeches and top-boots, attire as regrettably informal as his entrance. That his boots were highly polished, his neckcloth arranged to a nicety, and his coat, which fitted him like a glove clearly cut by a master, only served to increase her displeasure. She felt that if his general indifference had extended to his appearance, she could have forgiven him for not thinking it necessary to honor her by assuming the correct dress for paying morning visits. But no one who looked as elegant as he invariably did, or whose style was copied by so many gentlemen of fashion, could possibly be indifferent to matters of mode. Indeed, she had once demanded, in a moment of exasperation, if he cared for anything but his clothing, to which he had replied, after subjecting the question to consideration, that although his clothes were naturally of paramount importance, he also cared for his horses. He had gone across the room to the side table, and as the butler withdrew he turned his head, saying, "Sherry, Louisa. My dear Vernon, you should surely know by now that I never touch sherry, should I, but I have such a shockingly bad memory. Not when you wish to remember anything." "Oh no, not then," he agreed. He looked across at her, and at sight of her tightened lips and rising color, laughed suddenly. "What a chucklehead you are, dear sister. I never yet cast my line over a fish that rose more readily to the fly than you do. What is it to be? The Malaga? I will take half a glass of ratafia, if you will be so good as to pour it out for me," she answered stiffly. "It does considerable violence to my feelings, but I will be so good. What an appalling thing to drink at this hour, or, indeed, at any hour," he added reflectively. He brought the glass to her, moving in his leisurely way, but with the grace of the born athlete. "Now what is it this time? Don't beat about the bush. I don't want my horses to take cold." "I wish you will sit down," she said crossly. "Very well, but do, for God's sake, cut line," he replied, choosing an armchair on the opposite side of the fireplace. "It so happens, Alverstoke, that I do desire your assistance," she said. "That, dear Louisa, I apprehended when I read your letter," he retorted with horrid affability. "Of course, you might have summoned me to stun me with one of your rake-downs, but you couched your missive in such affectionate language that suspicion was banished almost instantly from my mind, leaving me with the only alternative, that you wanted me to do something for you. I should be grateful, I collect, that you remembered that I had written to ask you to visit me," she said, glaring at him. "You can't think, Louisa, how strongly tempted I am to accept your gratitude with a becoming smirk." He told her, "But never shall it be said of me that I stole another man's honors. Trevor gave me the office." "Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Trevor read my letter?" demanded Lady Vexed indignantly. "Your secretary." "I employ him to read my letters," explained his lordship, "not those written by your nearest and dearest." "Oh no, not them," he agreed. Her bosom swelled. "You are the most bomb." She stopped with a gasp, visibly wrought with herself, and contrived by a heroic effort to force the smile back to her lips and to say, with a tolerable assumption of amusement, "Wretch, I shan't allow you to take a rise out of me. I want to talk to you about Jane." "Who the devil is—" "Oh yes, I know, one of your girls. My eldest daughter, and let me remind you, your niece, Alverstoke." "Unjust, Louisa, I needed no reminder." "I am bringing the dear child out this season," she announced, ignoring the interpolation. "I shall present her, of course, at one of the drawing-rooms if the Queen holds any more, but they say her health is now so indifferent that you'll have to do something about her freckles if she's the one I think she is," he interrupted. "Have you tried citron water?" "I didn't invite you to come here to discuss Jane's appearance," she snapped. "Well, why did you invite me?" "To ask you to hold a ball in her honor at Alverstoke House," she disclosed, rushing her fence. "To do what?" "I know very well what you are going to say, but only consider, Vernon. She is your niece, and what place could be more suitable for her come-out ball than Alverstoke House?" "This house," he responded without hesitation. "Oh, don't be so disagreeable. I am persuaded they could not dance above 30 couples in this room, and only think of all the fuss and botheration." "I am thinking of it," said his lordship. "But there can be no comparison. I mean, here, where I should be obliged to remove all the furniture from my drawing room besides using the dining room for supper and the parlor for the ladies' cloaks in Alverstoke House, where there is such a splendid ballroom. And it is my own old home, too. It is also my home, said the Marquis. My memory is occasionally faulty, but I retain the liveliest recollection of what you so rightly term the fuss and botheration that attended the balls given there for Augusta, for yourself, and for Eliza, and my answer, dear sister, is no. Have you no proper feeling? She said tragically. He had drawn an enamel snuff-box from his pocket and was critically studying the painting on its lid. No, none at all. I wonder if I made a mistake when I purchased this. I liked it at the time, but I begin to find it a trifle insipid. He sighed and opened the box with a practiced flick of his thumb. And I most assuredly do not like this mixture, he said, inhaling an infinitesimal pinch and dusting his fingers with an expression of distaste. You will say, of course, that I should have known better than to have permitted Mendlesham to thrust his sword upon me, and you are perfectly right. One should always mix one's own. He got up. Well, if that's all, I'll take my leave of you. It is not all, she uttered, her color much heightened. I knew how it would be, of course. Oh, I knew. I imagine you might, but why the devil you wasted my time, because I hoped that for once in your life you might show some sensibility, some apprehension of what is due to your family, even some affection for poor Jane. Rainbow-chasing Louisa. My lack of sensibility has distressed you for years. I haven't the least affection for your poor Jane, whom I should be hard put to it to recognize if I met her unawares, and I've yet to learn that the Buxteds are members of my family. Am I not a member of your family? She demanded. Do you forget that I am your sister? No, I've never been granted the opportunity to forget it. Oh, don't fly off the hooks again. You can have no notion how bracket-faced you look when you get into one of your pelters. Console yourself with my assurance that if Buxted had left you purse-pinched, I should have felt myself obliged to let you hang on my sleeve. He looked mockingly down at her. Yes, I know you're about to tell me that you haven't sixpence to scratch with, but the plain truth is that you are very well to do in the world, my dear Louisa, but the most unconscionable pinchpenny of my acquaintance. Now don't nauseate me by prating of affection. You've no more for me than I have for you. Considerably disconcerted by this direct attack, she stammered, How can you say so, when I am sure I have always been most sincerely attached to you? You deceive yourself, sister, not to me but to my purse. Oh, how can you be so unjust? And as for my being well-to-do in the world, I dare say that you, with your reckless extravagance, would be astonished to learn that I am obliged to exercise the strictest economy. Why, pray, do you imagine that I removed from our beautiful house in Albemarle Street when Buxted died, and came to live in this out-of-the-way place? He smiled. Since there was not the least occasion for that removal, I can only suppose that it was from your incurable love of sconcing the reckoning. If you mean that I was obliged to reduce my expenses, no, merely that you were unable to resist the temptation to do so. With 5 children left on my hands, she broke off, warned by the quizzical look in his eye that it would be unwise to develop this theme. Just so, he said sympathetically. I think we had better part, don't you? Sometimes, said Lady Buxted with suppressed passion, I think you must be the most odious, unnatural creature that ever drew breath. No doubt if it had been Endymion who had applied to you, you would have been all compliance. These bitter words appeared powerfully to affect the Marquis, but after a stunned moment he pulled himself together, and recommended his sister, in faint but soothing accents, to retire to bed with a paregoric draught. For you are sadly out of curl, Louisa, believe me. Do let me assure you that if ever Endymion should ask me to give a ball in his honor, I shall take steps to have him placed under restraint. Oh, how detestable you are, she exclaimed. You know very well I didn't mean that. What I meant that— No, don't explain it to me, he interrupted. It is quite unnecessary, I promise you. I perfectly understand you indeed, I've done so for years. You and I rather fancy, Augusta too, have persuaded yourself that I have a strong partiality for Endymion, that moonling. You are too severe, merely a slow top. Yes, we all know that you think him a positive pattern card of perfection, she said angrily, kneading her handkerchief between her hands. He had been idly swinging his quizzing glass on the end of its long ribbon, but was moved by this interjection to raise the glass to one eye, the better to survey his sister's inflamed countenance. "What a very odd interpretation to put upon my words," he remarked. "Don't tell me," retorted Lady Buxted, in full career. "Whatever your precious Endymion wants he may have for the asking, while your sisters—" "I hesitate to interrupt you, Louisa," murmured his lordship untruthfully, "but I think that extremely doubtful. I'm not at all benevolent, you know. And you don't make him an allowance, I collect. Oh no, indeed. So that's what's wound you up, is it? What a very hubble-bubble creature you are. At one moment you revile me for behaving scaly to my family, and at the next you come to cuffs with me for honoring my obligations to my heir. That block," she ejaculated. "If he is to become the head of the family, I shan't be able to bear it." "Well, don't put yourself into a taking on that score," he recommended. "Very likely you won't be obliged to bear it, for the chances are that you'll predecease me. I can give you 5 years, you know." Lady Buxted, unable to find words adequate to the occasion, sought refuge in a burst of tears, reproaching her brother, between sobs, for his unkindness. But if she thought to soften his heart by these tactics, she was the more mistaken. Amongst the many things which bored him, feminine tears and recriminations ranked high. Saying, with unconvincing solicitude, that if he had guessed that she was out of sorts he would not have inflicted his presence on her, he took his leave, sped on his way by the fervently expressed hope of his sister that she would at least live to see him come by his deserts. She stopped crying as soon as the door shut behind the Marquis, and might have recovered some degree of equanimity had not her elder son chosen to come into the room a few minutes later, to ask her, with a sad want of tact, whether his uncle had been visiting her, and if so, what he had had to say to her proposal. Upon learning from her that Alverstoke had been as disobliging as she had always known he would be, he looked grave but said that he could not be sorry, for, having thought the matter over carefully, he could not like the scheme. Lady Buxted's disposition was not a loving one. She was quite as selfish as her brother, and far less honest, for she neither acknowledged, nor, indeed, recognized her shortcomings. She had long since convinced herself that her life was one long sacrifice to her fatherless children, and by the simple expedients of prefixing the names of her 2 sons and 3 daughters by doting epithets, speaking of them, though not invariably to them, in caressing accents, and informing the world at large that she had no thought or ambition that was not centered on her offspring, she contrived to figure, in the eyes of the uncritical majority, as a devoted parent. Of her children, Carleton, whom she rather too frequently alluded to as her firstborn, was her favorite. He had never caused her to feel a moment's anxiety. From being a stolid little boy, accepting his mamma at her own valuation, he had grown into a worthy young man, with a deep sense of his responsibilities, and a serious turn of mind which not only kept him out of the scrapes into which his livelier cousin Gregory fell, but which made it quite impossible for him to understand what Gregory, or any other of his contemporaries, found to amuse them in their larks and revel routs. His understanding was moderate, and his processes of thought as slow as they were painstaking, but he was not at all conceited, merely priding himself on his common sense. Nor was he jealous of George, his younger brother, whose intelligence he knew to be superior to his own. He was, in fact, proud of George, thinking him a very needle-witted boy, and although his lucubrations had shown him that such ardent spirits as George's might well lead that promising youth from the path of virtue, he never divulged this apprehension to his mother, or informed her of his intention to keep a watchful eye on George when George's school days came to an end. He neither confided in her, nor argued with her, and not even to his sister Jane had he ever uttered a word of criticism of her. He was 24 years of age, but as he had as yet shown no disposition to assert himself, it came as an unpleasant surprise to his mother when he said that he knew of no reason why Jane's come-out ball should be held at his uncle's house, and at his expense. He sank rapidly in her affection, and her temper being already exacerbated, they might soon have been at dagger-drawing if he had not prudently withdrawn from the engagement. He was grieved to discover presently that Jane partook of her mother's sentiments upon this occasion, asserting that it was detestable of Uncle Vernon to be so disobliging and so hard-fisted as to begrudge the expenditure of a few £100. "I am persuaded, Jane," said Buxted gravely, "that you have too much propriety of taste to wish to be so much beholden to my uncle." "Oh, fiddle-faddle!" she exclaimed angrily. "Pray, why shouldn't I be beholden to him? I'm sure it's no more than his duty after all." His upper lip seemed to lengthen, as it always did when he was displeased. He said in a repressive voice, "I make every allowance for your disappointment, but I venture to think that you will find a party here, in your own home, very much more enjoyable than a vast rout at Alverstoke House, where more than half the guests, I dare say, would be quite unknown to you." His second sister, Maria, who, with her own come out in view, was quite as indignant as Jane, was unable to contain herself, but barely waited for him to come to the end of his measured speech before demanding why he talked such gammon. "More enjoyable to hold a nip-farthing ball here, with no more than 50 persons invited, than to make her first appearance at Alverstoke House. You must be all about in your head," she told his lordship. "It will be the shabbiest affair, for you know what mamma is. But if my uncle were to give a ball, only think how magnificent it would be. Hundreds of guests, and all of the first consequence. Lobsters and aspic jellies and enchantilles and creams invited to the ball," interpolated Carlton with ponderous humor. "And champagne," struck in Jane, paying no heed to him. "And I should have stood at the head of the great staircase, with mamma and my uncle in a white satin gown, trimmed with rosebuds and pink gauze and a wreath." This beautiful vision caused tears to well into her eyes, but failed to arouse enthusiasm in either Maria or in Carlton, Maria objecting that, with her freckles and sandy hair, she would look like a quiz, and Carlton saying that he wondered at it that his sisters should think so much of worldly trumpery. Neither thought it worth while to reply to this, but when he added that for his part he was glad Alverstoke had refused to give the ball, they were quite as much incensed as had been their mamma, and far more vociferous. So he went away, leaving his sisters to deplore his prosiness, quarrel about rosebuds and pink gauze, and agree that while their uncle was detestable it was probably mamma's fault, for setting up his back, which neither damsel doubted for an instant that she had done. 2. When the Marquis entered his house, some time later, one of the first things that his eyes alighted on was a letter, lying on one of a pair of ebony and ormolu pier tables. Its direction was written in large and flourishing characters, and the pale blue wafer which sealed it was unbroken. Mr. Charles Trevor, the Marquis's excellent secretary, having recognized at a glance that it emanated from one or other of the frail beauties temporarily engaging his lordship's erratic attention. Relinquishing his hat, his gloves, and the lavishly caped driving coat which had excited Miss Kitty Buxted's admiration, into the hands of the footman waiting to receive them, he picked up the letter and strolled with it into the library. As he broke the wafer and spread open the crossed sheet, an aroma of ambergris assailed his fastidious nostrils. An expression of distaste came into his face. He held the letter at arm's length and groped for his quizzing glass. Through this, he scanned the missive in a cursory way before dropping it into the fire. Fanny, he decided, was becoming an intolerable bore. A dazzling creature, but, like so many prime articles, she was never satisfied. She now wanted a pair of cream-colored horses to draw her barouche. Last week it had been a diamond necklace. He had given her that, and it would serve for a farewell gift. The sickly scent with which she had sprinkled her letter seemed to linger on his fingers. He was carefully wiping them when Charles Trevor came into the room. He glanced up, and seeing the look of surprise on that young gentleman's face, very kindly explained to him that he disliked ambergris. Mr. Trevor offered no comment, but comprehension was writ so large upon his face that Alverstoke said, "Just so. I know what you are thinking, Charles, and you are perfectly right. It is time I gave the fair Fanny her congé," he sighed. "A nice bit of game, but as bird-witted as she's avaricious." Again, Mr. Trevor offered no comment. He would have been hard put to it to have made one, for his thoughts on the delicate subject were tangled. As a moralist, he could only deplore his employer's way of life. As one deeply imbued with chivalrous ideals, he pitied the fair Fanny. But as one who was fully aware of the extent of his lordship's generosity towards the lady, he was obliged to own that she had no cause for complaint. Charles Trevor, one of the younger members of a large family, owed his present position to the circumstance of his father's having been appointed, when newly ordained, to the post of tutor and general mentor to the present Marquis's father, accompanying him on a protracted grand tour. A comfortable living was not his only reward. His noble pupil remained sincerely attached to him, stood as godfather to his eldest son, and reared his own son in the vague belief that the Reverend Lawrence Trevor had a claim upon his patronage. So, when the Reverend Lawrence had ventured to suggest to the present Marquis that Charles was a suitable candidate for the post of secretary, Alverstoke had accepted him with far more readiness than Charles had felt in becoming a member of his household. Charles had no desire to enter the church, but he was a young man of serious mind and unimpeachable morals, and nothing he had heard of Alverstoke led him to expect that his appointment would prove to be anything but a mortification of the flesh. But as he had, besides common sense, a good deal of filial affection, and knew that to a clergyman of moderate substance it was no easy task to provide for a sixth son, he kept his misgivings to himself, assured his father that he would do his best not to disappoint his expectations, and derived what consolation he could from the reflection that, when he was an inmate of Alverstoke House, he must surely find it easier to discover and to grasp a golden opportunity than while he kicked his heels in a country parsonage. Since his taste ran to politics, the golden opportunity had not so far offered itself, the Marquis not sharing his ambition, and consequently making infrequent appearances in the upper house. But he was allowed to write such brief speeches as his patron felt that it behoved him to utter, and even, now and then, to favor him with his own political convictions. Furthermore, he had found it quite impossible to dislike Alverstoke. While he was given no reason to suppose that Alverstoke was interested in his concerns, he found him to be as unexacting as he was amiable, and never disagreeably high in the instep. Comparing notes with a college friend, in a similar situation, whose employer appeared to regard him as a cross between a black slave and an upper servant, Charles knew himself to be fortunate. Alverstoke could give an annihilating snub to some encroaching mushroom, but if his secretary erred, he raked him down in a manner which was unexceptionable, since it conveyed no suggestion of social superiority. Charles's friend had curt commands flung at him. Charles received civil requests, generally accompanied by one of his lordship's more attractive smiles. Try as Charles would, he could not resist Alverstoke's charm, any more than he could withhold admiration for his horsemanship and his proficiency in a great many sporting activities. "I collect," said the Marquis, faint amusement in his eyes, "from your hesitant air and sheepish demeanor, that you feel it to be your duty to put me in mind of yet another obligation. Take my advice, and don't do it. I shall take it very unkind in you, and very likely fly up into the bows." A grin dispelled the gravity of Mr. Trevor's countenance. "You never do, sir," he said simply. "And it isn't an obligation, at least I don't think it is. Only I thought you would like to know of it." "Oh, did you? In my experience, whenever those words are uttered, they are the prelude to something I would liefer not know." "Yes," said Mr. Trevor ingenuously, "but I wish you will read this letter. As a matter of fact, I promised Miss Merriville that you would." "And who," demanded his lordship, "is Miss Merriville? She said you would know, sir. Really, Charles, you should know me better than to suppose that I carry in my head the names of all the—" He stopped, his brows drawing together. "Merriville," he repeated thoughtfully. "I believe, sir, some sort of connection of yours. A very remote sort. What the devil does she want?" Mr. Trevor offered him a sealed letter. He took it, but said severely, "You would be very well served if I put it into the fire and left you to explain how it was that you were not, after all, able to see to it that I read it." He broke the seal and opened the letter. It did not take him long to master its contents. He raised his eyes when he came to the end, and directed a look of pained inquiry at Mr. Trevor. "Are you a trifle out of sorts, Charles? On the tootle last night, and not feeling quite the thing today?" "No, of course not," said Mr. Trevor, shocked. "Well, what in heaven's name has made you suddenly queer in your attic? I'm not, I mean, you must be. Never before in the 3 years of our association have you failed to make my excuses to my more importunate relatives. As for encouraging the dirty dishes amongst them, that I am persuaded they are not, sir. I fancy they may not be affluent, but dirty dishes," repeated his lordship firmly. "When one considers that my sister believes herself to be living quite out of the world in Grosvenor Place, what can one think of persons owning to Upper Wimpole Street? And if—" he glanced down at the letter again, "and if this F. Merriville is the daughter of the only member of the family with whom I ever had the slightest acquaintance, you may depend upon it she hasn't a souse, and hopes I may be so obliging as to remedy this." "No, no," Mr. Trevor said. "I hope I know better than to encourage such persons as that." "So do I," agreed his lordship. He lifted a quizzical eyebrow. "Friends of yours, Charles?" "I never saw them before in my life, sir," replied Mr. Trevor stiffly. "I should perhaps assure your lordship that I should consider it grossly improper to try to introduce any of my friends to your notice." "Well, don't poker up about it. I really didn't mean to insult you," said Alverstoke mildly. "No, sir, of course not." Mr. Trevor said, mollified, "I beg pardon. The thing is, well, I had best explain to you how it came about that I did meet Miss Merriville." "Do," invited Alverstoke. "She brought the letter herself," disclosed Mr. Trevor. "The carriage drew up just as I was about to enter the house, you see. You gave me very little to do today, so I thought you wouldn't object to it if I went out to purchase some new neckcloths for myself. Now, what can have put such an idea as that into your head?" Another grin was drawn from his staid secretary. "You did, sir. Well, the long and short of it is that Miss Merriville got down from the carriage, the letter in her hand, as I was mounting the steps. So—" "Ah," interpolated Alverstoke. "No footman, probably a job carriage." "As to that, sir, I don't know. At all events, I asked her if I could be of service, telling her that I was your secretary, and we fell into conversation. And I said that I would give you her letter and, well, see to it that I read it," supplied Alverstoke. "Describe this charmer to me, Charles." "Miss Merriville," said Mr. Trevor, apparently at a loss. "Well, I didn't notice her particularly, sir. She was very civil and unaffected, and certainly not what you call a dirty dish." "I mean," he paused, trying to conjure up a picture of Miss Merriville. Well, I don't know much about such things, but it seemed to me that she was dressed with elegance. Quite young, I think, though not in her first season, or even, he added reflectively, in her second season. He drew a long breath and uttered in reverent accents, "It was the other one, sir." "Yes," said Alverstoke encouragingly, the amusement deepening in his eyes. Mr. Trevor seemed to find it difficult to express himself. But after a pause, during which he obviously conjured up a heavenly vision, he said earnestly, "Sir, I have never before seen or even dreamed of such a lovely girl, her eyes, so big and of such a blue, her hair, like shining gold, the prettiest little nose, too, and her complexion quite exquisite. And when she spoke, but what were her ankles like?" interrupted his lordship. Mr. Trevor blushed and laughed. "I didn't see her ankles, sir, for she remained in the carriage. I was particularly struck by the sweetness of her expression and her soft voice. In fact, there is something very taking about her, if you know what I mean. I have a very fair notion. Yes, well, when she leaned forward and smiled and begged me to give the letter to you, I promised her I would do so, even though I knew you wouldn't be above half pleased. You wrong me, Charles. I confess you haven't aroused the smallest desire in me to make Miss Merriville's acquaintance, but I must certainly meet her companion. Who, by the way, is she?" "I am not perfectly sure, sir, but I fancy she might be Miss Merriville's sister, though she is not at all like her. Miss Merriville called her Charis. That confirms me in my dislike of Miss Merriville. Of all abominable abbreviations, I think Carrie the most repulsive." No, expostulated Mr. Trevor. "You misunderstood me, sir. Of course it isn't Carrie. Miss Merriville distinctly said Charis, and I thought that never was anyone more aptly named, for it means grace, you know, from the Greek." "Thank you, Charles," said his lordship meekly. "Where should I be without you? I thought you might have forgotten, sir, your memory being so bad." The Marquis acknowledged this demure hit by lifting one of his strong, slender hands in a fencer's gesture. "Very well, Charles, damn your impudence." Encouraged, Mr. Trevor said, "Miss Merriville said she hoped you would call in Upper Wimpole Street, sir. Will you? I dare say, if you can assure me that I shall find the beautiful Charis there." Mr. Trevor was unable to do this, but he knew better than to urge the matter further and withdrew, not unhopeful of the issue. Thinking it over later, it occurred to him that in exposing Charis to Alverstoke's destructive notice, he might be doing her a vast disservice. He was not afraid that Alverstoke would try to seduce a gently born female of tender years, however beautiful she might be. His lordship's gallantries did not include such wanton acts as that, but he did fear that he might, if Charis captured his fancy, lure her into one of his assuivi flirtations, bestowing a flattering degree of attention upon her, and perhaps leading her to think that he had formed a lasting passion for her. Remembering Charis's melting look and appealing smile, Mr. Trevor felt that her heart could easily be broken, and his conscience smote him. Then he reflected that she could hardly be alone in the world, and decided that her protection from a notorious flirt might safely be left to her parents. Besides, very young females ranked high on the list of the things Alverstoke rated as dead bores. As for Miss Merriville, Mr. Trevor felt that she was very well able to take care of herself. He had been dazzled by her beautiful companion, but he retained a vague impression of a self-possessed female, with a slightly aquiline nose and an air of friendly assurance. He did not think that she would be easily taken in. Further reflection convinced him that no attempt would be made to trifle with her affections. It was unlikely that so noted a connoisseur of beauty as Alverstoke would deem her worthy of a second glance. In fact, it was even more unlikely that he would in any way bestir himself on her behalf. After several days, during which his lordship made no mention of her, and certainly did not go to pay her a morning call, it began to seem as though he had either decided to ignore her or had forgotten her existence. Mr. Trevor knew that it was his duty to remind him, but he refrained, feeling that the moment was unpropitious. His lordship had been obliged to endure 3 visits, 2 from his elder sisters, and 1 from his heir's widowed mother, all of which had bored him so much that every member of his household took great pains not to put him out of temper. "For I assure you, Mr. Wickham," said his lordship's top-lofty valet, condescending to his lordship's butler, "that when he is nettled his lordship can create quite a humdrum, as they say." "I am well aware of that, Mr. Knapp," returned his colleague, "being as I have been acquainted with his lordship from his cradle. He reminds me of his father, the late lord, but you, of course, didn't know him," he added, depressing pretension. His lordship had indeed been sorely tried. Lady Buxted, never one to accept defeat, had come to Alverstoke House, on the flimsiest of pretexts, accompanied by her eldest daughter, who, failing to soften her uncle's heart by cajolery, had dissolved into tears. But as she was not one of those few, fortunate females who could cry without rendering themselves hideous, he was as impervious to her tears as to his sister's account of the straitened circumstances to which she had been reduced. Only penury, Lady Buxted declared, had compelled her to apply to her brother for his assistance in the all-important duty of launching her dearest Jane into the Tun. But her brother, speaking with the utmost amiability, told her that parsimony, not penury, was the correct word, upon which her ladyship lost her temper, and gave him what James, the first footman who was waiting in the hall, described to his immediate subordinate as a rare bear-garden jaw. Mrs. Dawntry was his lordship's second visitor. Like Lady Buxted, she was a widow, and she shared her cousin's conviction that it was Alverstoke's bounden duty to provide for her offspring. There the resemblance between them ended. Lady Buxted was frequently designated by the vulgar as a hatchet, but no one could have applied such a term to Mrs. Dawntry, who presented an appearance of extreme fragility, and bore with noble fortitude all the trials which beset her. As a girl she had been an accredited beauty, but a tendency to succumb to infectious complaints had encouraged her to believe that her constitution was sickly, and it was not long after her marriage that she began, as Lady Jevington and Lady Buxted unkindly phrased it, to quack herself. Her husband's untimely demise had set the seal on her ill health. She became the subject of nervous disorders, and embarked on a series of cures and diets, which, since they included such melancholy remedies as goat's whey for an imagined consumption, soon reduced her to wraith-like proportions. By the time she was 40 she had become so much addicted to invalidism that unless some attractive entertainment was offered her, she spent the better part of her days reclining gracefully upon a sofa, with a poor relation in attendance, and a table beside her crowded with bottles and phials which contained cinnamon water, valerian, asafoetida drops, camphorated spirits of lavender, and any other paregoric or restorative recommended to her by her friends or by the maker's advertisement. Unlike Lady Buxted, she was neither ill-tempered nor hard-fisted. She had a faint, plaintive voice which, when she was thwarted, merely became fainter and more exhausted, and she was as ready to squander fortunes upon her children as upon herself. Unfortunately, her jointure, described by the Ladies Jevington and Buxted as an easy competence, was not large enough to enable her to live, without management and economy, in the style to which, she said, she was accustomed. And as she was too invalidish to study these arts, she was forever outrunning the constable. She had been Alverstoke's pensioner for years, and although heaven knew how much she wished to be independent of his generosity, she could not but feel that, since her handsome son was his heir, it was his duty to provide also for her 2 daughters. As the elder of these, Miss Clyde Dawntry, was some weeks short of her 17th birthday, her presentation had not exercised Mrs. Dawntry's mind until she learned, from various garbled sources, that Alverstoke was planning to give a magnificent ball in honor of Miss Jane Buxted. A weak female she might be, but in defense of her beloved children she declared she could become a lioness. In this guise she descended upon Alverstoke, armed with her most powerful weapon, her vinaigrette. She made no demands, for that was not her way. When he entered the saloon she came towards him, trailing shawls and draperies and holding out her hands, which were exquisitely gloved in lavender kid. "Dear Alverstoke," she uttered, raising huge sunken eyes to his face and bestowing one of her wistful smiles upon him. "My kind benefactor, how can I thank you?" Wholly ignoring her left hand, he briefly clasped the other, saying, "Thank me for what?" "So like you," she murmured. "But although you may forget your generosity, I cannot. Oh, I am quite in disgrace with poor Harriet and the girls for venturing out of doors in such chilly weather, but I felt it was the least I could do. You are a great deal too good." "Well, that's something new at all events," he remarked. "Sit down, Lucretia, and let me have the word with no bark on it. What have I inadvertently done to excite your gratitude?" Nothing had ever been known to disturb the saintliness of Mrs. Dawntry's voice and demeanor. She replied, as she sank gracefully into a chair, "Dissembler, I know you too well to be taken in. You don't like to be thanked, and indeed, if I were to thank you for all your goodness to me and mine, your never-failing support, your kindness to my loved ones, I fear I should become what you call a dead bore. Clyde, dear child, calls you our fairy godfather." "She must be a wet goose," he responded. "Oh, she thinks no one the equal of her magnificent cousin Alverstoke," said Mrs. Dawntry, gently laughing. "You are quite first oars with her, I assure you." "No need to put yourself in a worry over that," he said. "She'll recover." "You are too naughty," Mrs. Dawntry said playfully. "You hope to circumvent me, but to no avail, I promise you. Well do you know that I am here to thank you, yes, and to scold you, for coming, as I, alas, could not, to Endymion's assistance, that beautiful horse. Complete to a shade, he tells me. It is a great deal too good of you." "So that's what you came to thank me for, is it?" said his lordship, a sardonic look in his eye. "You shouldn't have ventured out on such an unnecessary errand. I said when he joined that I would keep him decently mounted." "So generous," she sighed. "He is deeply sensible of it. As for me, I wonder sometimes what must have become of me when I was bereft of my beloved husband if I had not been able to depend upon your support through every trial. My faith in you, dear cousin, leads me to believe that you would have lost no time in discovering some other support," he answered, in a voice as sweet as hers. He smiled slightly, watching her bite her lip, and said, as he opened his snuff-box, "And what is the trial at present besetting you?" She opened her eyes very wide at this, saying in a bewildered tone, "My dear Alverstoke, what can you mean? Apart from my wretched health, and I never talk of that, you know, none at all. I've discharged my errand and must take my leave of you before my poor Harriet begins to fancy I've suffered one of my stupid spasms. She is waiting for me in the carriage, for she wouldn't hear of my coming alone. Such good care as she takes of me. I am quite spoilt between you all." She rose, drawing her shawl around her and putting out her hand, but before he could take it she let it fall, exclaiming, "Oh, that puts me in mind of something I have been wanting to discuss with you. Advise me, Alverstoke, I am quite in a quandary." "You put me to shame, Lucretia," he said. "As often as I disappoint you, you never disappoint me. How you do love to joke me. Now be serious, pray. It is about Cly." "Oh, in that case you must hold me excused," said his lordship. "I know nothing of schoolgirls, and my advice would be worthless, I fear." "Ah, you too think of her as a schoolgirl. Indeed, it seems almost impossible that she should be grown up. But so it is. She's all but 17, and although I had thought not to bring her out until next year, everyone tells me it would be wrong to postpone the event. They say, you know, that the dear Queen's health is now so indifferent that she may pop off at any moment, and even if she doesn't she won't be equal to holding any drawing-rooms next year. Which has me in a worry, because naturally I must present the sweet child. It is what poor Henry would have wished, and if the Queen were to die there can be no drawing rooms. As for presenting her at Carlton House, I wouldn't for the world do so. I don't know how we are to go on. Even if the Duchess of Gloucester were to take the Queen's place, which, of course, the Prince Regent might desire her to do, for she has always been his favorite sister, it wouldn't be the same thing. And who knows but what one might find that odious Lady Hertford in the Queen's place. Alverstoke, who could think of few more unlikely contingencies, replied sympathetically, "Who indeed? So I feel it to be my duty to present Clive this season, whatever the cost," said Mrs. Dawntry. "I had hoped to have been so much beforehand with the world next year as to have been able to do the thing handsomely, but that, alas, can scarcely be. Dear child! When I told her that I should be obliged to present her in one of my own court dresses, because the cost of such a dress as one would wish her to wear is utterly beyond my means, she was so good and so uncomplaining that it quite went to my heart. I couldn't forbear to sigh. She is so pretty that I positively long to rig her out to the best advantage. But if I must bring her out this season, it cannot be. In that case, my advice to you is to wait until next year," responded Alverstoke, consoling yourself with the reflection that if there are no drawing-rooms then none of the season's fair come-outs will enjoy an experience which is denied her. "Ah, no, how could I be so improvident?" she countered. "Somehow I must contrive to present her this spring. A dance, too. But how to do that, situated as I am?" she broke off, apparently struck by a sudden idea. "I wonder if Louisa means to bring Jane out this season. Sadly freckled, poor child, and such a deplorable figure. However, you may depend upon it that Louisa will make a push to present her creditably, though she is such a nip-cheese that I'm persuaded she will grudge every penny she is obliged to spend on the business. Indeed," she added, softly laughing, "rumor has it that you are to give a ball in Jane's honor." "Yes," said his lordship, "but rumor, as I dare say you know, is a pipe, blown by surmises, jealousies, conjectures, I forget the rest. But do let me assure you, dear Lucretia, that when invitations are sent out for a ball to be held here, Clive's name will not be forgotten. And now you must allow me to escort you to your carriage. The thought of the devoted Harriet, patiently awaiting you, is beginning to prey upon my mind." "Stay," said Mrs. Dawntry, struck by yet another idea. "How would it be if Louisa and I cast our resources into a pool dish, as it were, and gave a ball in honor of both our daughters? I am afraid that my lovely Clive would quite outshine poor Jane, but I dare say Louisa won't care for that, if she can but make and scrape a little." She raised her hands in a prayerful gesture, and added in a voice of nicely blended archness and cajolery, "Would you, dearest Vernon, if Louisa liked the scheme, permit us to hold the ball here in your splendid ballroom?" "No, dearest Lucretia, I would not," replied his lordship. "But don't repine. The occasion won't arise, since Louisa wouldn't like the scheme at all, believe me. Yes, I know that I am being so abominably disobliging as to make you feel faint. Shall I summon the faithful Harriet to your side?" This was a little too much, even for Mrs. Dawntry. Casting upon him a deeply reproachful glance, she departed, her mien challenging comparison with that of Mrs. Siddons, as portrayed by the late Sir Joshua Reynolds as the tragic muse. The Marquis's third visitor was Lady Jevington, who came, not to solicit his favor, but to adjure him not to yield to Lady Buxted's importunities. She expressed herself in measured and majestic terms, saying that while she had neither expected him to lend his aid in the launching of her Anna into the Tun, nor asked him to do so, she would be unable to regard it as anything but a deliberate slight if he were to perform this office for Miss Buxted, who did not, said Lady Jevington, with awful emphasis, share with her cousin the distinction of being his goddaughter. And if, she added, his partiality were to lead him to single out that woman's daughter Clive, For this particular mark of favor, she would thenceforward wash her hands of him. "Almost, Augusta, you persuade me," said his lordship. The words, spoken dulcetly, were accompanied by the sweetest of smiles, but Lady Jevington, arising in swelling wrath, swept out of the room without another word. "And now," the Marquis told his secretary, "it only remains for your protégé to demand a ball of me." In the face of these experiences, it did not seem probable that the Marquis, who rarely felt it incumbent upon him to please anyone but himself, would respond to Miss Merriville's appeal. Nor did Charles Trevor venture to jog his memory. But whether from curiosity, or because he found himself one day in the vicinity of Upper Wimpole Street, he did pay her a visit. He was admitted to the house by an elderly butler, who conducted him up the narrow staircase to the drawing-room on the first floor, at a pace eloquent of age and infirmity, and announced him. The Marquis, pausing on the threshold and casting a swift look round, felt that his suspicion was confirmed. This unknown connection was demonstrably indigent, for the room was furnished without elegance and was even a little shabby. Lacking experience, he failed to recognize the signs which would have informed less fortunately circumstanced persons that the house was one of the many hired for the season, and equipped as cheaply as possible. It contained only one occupant, a lady, writing at a small desk, placed at right angles to the window. She looked round quickly, directing at Alverstoke a gaze that was at once surprised and appraising. He saw that she was quite young, probably some 23 or 24 years of age, her person well formed, and her countenance distinguished by a pair of candid gray eyes, a somewhat masterful little nose, and a very firm mouth and chin. Her hair, which was of a light brown, was becomingly braided à la Didon, and her gown, which she wore under a striped dress spencer, was of fine cambric, made high to the throat, and ornamented round the hem with double trimming. Alverstoke, no stranger to the niceties of feminine apparel, saw at a glance that, while this toilette was in the established mode, it was neither dashing nor expensive. No one would describe it as up to the nines, but on the other hand, no one would stigmatize the lady as a dowd. She wore her simple dress with an air, and she was as neat as wax. She was also perfectly composed, a circumstance which made Alverstoke wonder whether she was older than he had at first supposed. Since young, unmarried ladies did not commonly receive male visitors, it would have been natural for her to have been a trifle flustered by the entrance of a strange gentleman, but she seemed to be as unperturbed by this as by his cool scrutiny. So far from blushing or lowering her eyes, she betrayed not the smallest sign of maidenly confusion, but looked him over thoughtfully, and, as he realized with amusement, extremely critically. He moved forward in his graceful, unhurried way. "Have I the honor of addressing Miss Merriville?" he inquired. She got up and came to meet him, holding out her hand. "Yes, I'm Miss Merriville. How do you do? Pray forgive me. I wasn't expecting this visit, you see." "Then pray forgive me. I was under the impression that you desired me to visit you." "Yes, but I had quite given up expecting you to call, which didn't surprise me because I dare say you thought it a tiresome imposition, besides being, perhaps, much too coming." "Not at all," he murmured at his most languid. "Well, I'm afraid it was. The thing is that from having lived all my life in Herefordshire I am not yet perfectly acquainted with London customs." An engaging twinkle lit her eyes. She added confidingly, "You can have no notion of how very hard it is to conform to propriety when one has been, you may say, the mistress of the house for years and years." "On the contrary," he responded promptly. "I've every notion of it," she laughed. "No, have you? Then perhaps it won't be so difficult to explain to you why I solicited the favor of your visit." "What an admirable phrase," he commented. "Did you commit it to memory? I thought that your solicitation was rather a summons." "Oh dear," said Miss Merriville, stricken. "And I took such pains not to appear to be a managing female." "Are you one?" "Yes, but how could I help it? I must tell you how it comes about that, but pray, won't you be seated?" He bowed slightly and moved towards a chair on one side of the fireplace. She sat down opposite him, and after surveying him for a moment rather doubtfully, said, "I did mean to explain it all to you in my letter, but I made such a bumblebath of it, as my brother Harry would say, that in the end I thought it would be better if I could contrive to meet you and talk to you. At the outset, I hadn't any intention of applying to any of Papa's relations, thinking that my Aunt Scrabster would be able to do all that I wanted, which just shows how ignorant I was to be so taken in. She is the eldest of my mother's sisters, and she never wrote to us but what she prated of the modish life she led, and how much she wished she could present my sister and me into polite circles, secure in the belief that she would never be called upon to make good her words." "Exactly so," said Miss Merriville, bestowing a warm smile upon him. "Not that I think she could have done so, because my uncle's fortune derives from trade. He is an East India merchant, and although perfectly respectable, not tunnish. That is why, finding myself quite beside the bridge, I was obliged to overcome my scruples, and to cast about in my mind for the one of Papa's family who would best answer the purpose." "And what was it that led your fancy to alight on me?" asked his lordship, a cynical curl to his lips. She replied readily, "Oh, it wasn't my fancy, it was just common sense. One reason was that Papa was used to say that you were the best of his relations, though from anything I ever heard," she added, "that wasn't praising you to the skies. I've never met any of the Merriville cousins, or my 2 Merriville aunts, for Papa, you must know, was cast off by his whole family when he was so disobliging as to marry my mother instead of the great heiress they had found for him. So I sincerely trust I shall never meet them. And as to applying to them for any assistance whatsoever, no." She paused, considering the matter with a darkling look, before adding, "Besides, they could none of them render me the assistance I need, because they seem to be a very dull, dowdy set of people who almost never come to London on account of not approving of modern manners, which was another reason for choosing you." He raised his brows. "What made you think I don't disapprove of modern manners?" "Nothing. I mean, I didn't know anything about you, but that wasn't it. Not but what I can see for myself that you are very fashionable, or so it seems to me," she said on a note of interrogation. "Thank you. I contrive to pass myself off with credit, I hope." "Yes, and what is more important, you move in the first circles. That was my other reason for choosing you," she disclosed with another of her friendly smiles. "Was it indeed? To what end, or can I guess?" "Well, I should think you might, for you don't look to be at all stupid, though I own I had expected you to be older. It's a great pity that you aren't. However, it can't be helped, and I dare say you are old enough to be of use." "I am 37, ma'am," said Alverstoke, somewhat acidly, "and I should perhaps inform you that I am never of use to anyone." She gazed at him in astonishment. "Never, but why not?" he shrugged. "Pure selfishness, ma'am, coupled with a dislike of being bored." She looked a little anxiously at him. "Would it bore you very much to present me to Lady Alverstoke, and to ask her if she would be so obliging as to lend me her aid?" "Possibly not, but the question doesn't arise. My mother died many years ago." "No, no, I meant your wife. I am not married." "Not?" she exclaimed. "Oh, how vexatious! Disobliging of me, isn't it?" he said sympathetically. "Well, no, not disobliging precisely, because you couldn't know that I wished you had been," she said, very kindly exonerating him. He replied sardonically, "I collect that if I had known it you would have expected me to rectify the matter." She colored, fixing her eyes anxiously on his face. "Oh, pray don't take an affront into your head," she begged. "I didn't mean to be brassy, and I dare say we can contrive well enough without your wife if we set our minds to it. We—" He spoke with quelling hauteur, but his mouth twitched in spite of himself, and under their lazy lids his eyes glinted. The signs were not lost on Miss Merriville. She heaved a sigh of relief and said disarmingly, "Thank goodness. I thought I had put you out of temper. And I must own that I can't blame you for being provoked, for I am making a shocking mull of it. And I quite thought it would be easy to explain the circumstances to you, if only I could meet you face to face." "Well, what are the circumstances, ma'am?" She was silent for a moment or two, not, as was evident from her thoughtful expression, from embarrassment, but from consideration of how best to present her case. "You may say, I suppose, that they arose from my father's death. A year ago. That isn't to say that I hadn't thought about the matter before, because I had. But while he was alive there seemed to be nothing I could do." "I am very sorry to learn that your father is dead," he interjected, "but I must take this opportunity of informing you that my acquaintance with him was of the slightest. As for the relationship between us, I had rather have called it a connection merely. It derives from my grandmother's family, and is, as far as my memory serves me, so remote as to be almost negligible." "But Papa was used to speak of you as his cousin," she objected. He offered no comment, and after a short pause she said, "Yes, and I know we meet somewhere because I've seen your name on the family tree which is in the big Bible at home." "Only through 2 marriages," he answered discouragingly. "I see. You don't wish to recognize us, do you? Then there isn't the least occasion for me to explain our situation to you. I beg your pardon for having put you to the trouble of visiting me." At these words, the Marquis, who had had every intention of bringing the interview to a summary end, irrationally chose to prolong it. Whether he relented because Miss Merriville amused him, or because the novelty of having one of his rebuffs accepted without demur intrigued him, remained undecided, even in his own mind. But however it may have been, he laughed suddenly and said, quizzing her, "Oh, so high. No, no, don't hold up your nose at me. It don't become you. I've no objection to recognizing you as you put it. I won't even repudiate cousinship, though I hold out no promise of lending you my aid in whatever project it is that you have in mind. What, by the way, do you hope I'll do for you?" She relaxed and smiled gratefully at him. "I am very much obliged to you. It is quite a small thing to introduce my sister into the ton." "To introduce your sister into the ton," he repeated blankly. "Yes, if you please. And perhaps I should warn you that you might have to introduce me too, unless I can persuade my sister that I truly don't desire it. In general, she is the most biddable girl alive, but in this instance she declares she won't go to parties unless I do, which is excessively tiresome of her, but comes from her having such a loving disposition that—" He interrupted her without ceremony. "My good girl, are you seriously suggesting that you should make your come out under my aegis? What you need is a matron to chaperone you, not a bachelor." "I know I do," she agreed. "That was why it came as a severe disappointment to me to learn that you are a bachelor, but I've already thought how we might overcome that difficulty. Would you object to it if we pretended that Papa had left us to your guardianship? Not all of us, of course, because Harry has just come of age and I am 24, but the 3 younger ones." "I should most emphatically." "But why?" she argued. "You wouldn't be obliged to do any more for us than to sponsor Charis, and me, perhaps, into society. Naturally, I shouldn't expect you to interest yourself in anything else concerning us. In fact, I shouldn't relish it above half if you did," she added frankly. "You need be under no apprehension. What you don't appear to realize, ma'am, is that you wouldn't find my sponsorship a passport to the polite world." "How is this?" she demanded. "I had thought a marquis must always be acceptable." "That, Miss Merriville, depends on the marquis." "Oh," she said, digesting this, "Papa said you were an out-and-out cock of the game. Does that mean that you are an improper person?" "Sunk below reproach," he responded promptly. She broke into a chuckle. "Oh, humbug, I don't believe it. Even poor Papa wasn't as bad as that." "Even poor Papa," he said. He found his quizzing glass and raised it to one eye, studying her through it with the air of a man who had encountered a rare specimen. "Quite impervious to this scrutiny," she said. "No, though I believe he was shockingly wild before he met Mama, and I must own that to have run off with her, as he did, was not at all the thing. It has always seemed very odd to me that Mama should have consented, for she was of the first respectability, you know, and so very good. However, I believe that people who are passionately in love frequently do the oddest things, and I have sometimes thought that she was very persuadable. Not that I knew her very well, because she died soon after Felix was born, but Charis is her image and she is persuadable. And of course, they were both so young. Only fancy. Papa came of age just a week before I was born. I can't imagine how he contrived to support a family, for his father cut him off without a groat, and I shouldn't think he pursued any gainful occupation. But he abandoned all his rackety ways after he married Mama, and considering that they had caused my grandparents to feel the greatest anxiety and embarrassment, I must say that I think it was wickedly unjust of them not to have welcomed Mama into the family. The Marquis preserved a tactful silence. His recollections of the late Mr. Merriville, whom he had met not so very many years previously, hardly tallied with the picture conjured up of a reformed character. And for my part, continued Miss Merriville, I think they were very well served for their unkindness when both my grandfather and my Uncle James, who was the heir, were carried off by typhus within a day of each other. That was how Papa came into the property, and just in time for Harry to be born at Graynard, and after him, of course, Charis and Jessamy and Felix. She broke off, seeing the Marquis blink, and smiled. I know what you are thinking, and you are perfectly right. All of us but Harry have the most ridiculous names. I assure you they are a great trial to us. Nothing would do for Mama when I was born but to saddle me with Frederica after Papa, you know. Then there was Harry because Mama was Harriet, and Papa chose my sister's name because he said she was the most graceful baby he had ever seen. Jessamy was named after his godfather, and Felix was a fancy of Mama's because we were such a happy family, which indeed we were until Mama died. She paused again, but almost immediately resumed, giving her head a tiny shake as though to cast off a bad memory, and saying in a lighter tone, "So we had to make the best of our absurd names, and Jessamy and I exchanged vows never to call each other Jessie and Freddie, and never to permit the others to do so either. And don't they? No, well, almost never. I must own that Felix does sometimes say Jessie, but only when Jessamy is on his high ropes, and in private Harry occasionally calls me Freddie, but not to torment me. And he never calls Jessamy Jessie, no matter how much Jessamy may have provoked him, because he is 4 years older besides being the head of the family, and he would think it very shabby conduct to nettle Jessamy into a fight, when he knows he could drop him in a trice. Not but what Jessamy is full of pluck, Harry says, but oh dear, how I am running on and without saying anything to the purpose. Where was I? I rather think you had reached the point of your mother's death. Oh yes. Well, the effect of that was very dreadful. I believe, indeed, I know that Papa was so shattered that they feared for his reason. I was too young to understand, but I remember that he was ill for a long time, or so it seemed to me, and when he recovered he wasn't the same. In fact, he became quite a stranger because he was hardly ever at home. He couldn't bear it without Mama. I dare say we shouldn't have liked it at the time, but I have frequently thought that it would have been a very good thing if he had married again. I know it is improper in me to say so, but he was sadly unsteady, you know. Well, yes, admitted Alverstoke. I do know. But did he leave you to fend for yourselves? I find that hard to believe. No, no, of course he didn't. My Aunt Seraphina came to live with us. She is Mama's unmarried sister, and she has been with us ever since Mama died. And is she still with you? Indeed she is. Good gracious, how could we have come to London without her to lend us countenance? You must forgive me, not having seen or, until this moment, heard anything of your aunt. I had formed the impression that you had decided to dispense with a chaperone. I'm not so ramshackle. Why should you suppose, oh, Your propriety is offended by my receiving you without a chaperone. My Aunt Scrabster warned me how it would be, but I'm not a girl just escaped from the schoolroom, you know. What's more, although we are quite accustomed to her ways, I cannot believe that you would like my aunt. For one thing, she's extremely deaf, and for another, she is a trifle eccentric. If she comes in, pray don't get into a quarrel with her." "I can safely promise you I won't," he said. "Is she so quarrelsome?" "No, but she hates men," explained Frederica. "We fancy she must have suffered a disappointment in youth or some such thing. I dare say she will go away immediately if she finds you here." "Scarcely an ideal chaperone," he observed. "No, and what is worse, she is beginning not to like Harry as much as she was used to. She positively hated Papa, but that was understandable because, besides being uncivil to her, he behaved very badly and wasted the estate quite shockingly. Fortunately, before he had contrived to bring us all to pieces, he had a stroke." "That was fortunate," he agreed, preserving his gravity. "Yes, wasn't it? For although he recovered in a great measure the use of his limbs, his brain was a little impaired. I don't mean to say that he lost his reason, but he became forgetful and different. He wasn't wild or resty any more, and not in the least unhappy. Indeed, I never liked him half as well before. He let me manage the estate and all his affairs, so I was able, with a great deal of help from Mr. Salcombe, who is our lawyer, to stop everything going to rack and ruin. That was 5 years ago, and I do think that if Harry will only hold household for a few years, he will find himself quite comfortably circumstanced, and even able to provide for Jessamy and Felix, which he is determined to do, thinking it so unjust that everything should come to him, through Papa's not having made a will." "Good God! Then what becomes of you and your sister?" "Oh, we are perfectly well to pass," she assured him. "Mamma's fortune was settled on her daughters, you see, so we have £5,000 each. I expect that doesn't seem to you very much, but it does make us independent, and it means that Charis won't be a penniless bride." "Ah, she is engaged then?" "No, not yet. That is why I was determined when Papa died just over a year ago to bring her to London. You see, at Graynard she had as well be buried alive. There isn't even a watering place within our reach, so how can she form an eligible connection? She is quite wasted, Lord Alverstoke. You will understand, when you see her, why I felt it to be my duty to bring her out in London. She is the loveliest girl. She has the sweetest disposition imaginable, too, never cross or crotchety, and she deserves to make a splendid marriage. I have it on the authority of my secretary that she is a diamond of the first water," said his lordship dryly. "But splendid marriages, Miss Merriville, in general depend on splendid dowries." "Not always," she countered swiftly. "Only think of the Gunning sisters. Why, one of them married 2 dukes, and I know she wasn't a great heiress because Papa told me about them, saying that Charis beat them both to Flinders. Not that I expect Charis to marry a duke or any nobleman, unless, of course, one offered for her. But I do expect her to make a very good marriage, if only I can contrive to have her brought out creditably. My mind has been set on at this age, but how to contrive it was the question. And then, when I almost felt myself to be at a stand, Mr. Salcombe came to ask me whether I would consider hiring the house furnished, for a year. The thing was that he had heard of someone who had lately retired, and wished to buy a property in Herefordshire, and not finding just what he wanted had hit upon the notion of hiring a house for a limited time in the county, so that he could look about him at his leisure, and not be obliged to post all the way from London every time he received an offer of some property which always turned out to be quite unsuitable. You may imagine how ready I was to accommodate him." "Oh yes, I can imagine that, and also that your brother had nothing to say in the matter." "Well, he wasn't of age then, but of course I did nothing without his consent. At first he couldn't like it. I think it wounded his pride. To own the truth, I didn't like it either, But what could be more nonsensical than to cling to one's consequence when one is living on a monkey's allowance? It is still only by practicing the strictest economy that we can keep out of debt, and until Mr. Porth entered into a treaty for the house, it was wholly out of my power to undertake this London venture. Even if I could broach my principal, which I am not permitted to do, I don't think I should, for that would leave me dependent on poor Harry. She looked seriously across at his lordship. That mustn't be, you know. I don't say it to him, because he is very young, and thinks that nothing could be more natural than for us all to continue at Grainard. But I shouldn't be at all surprised if he wished to be married in a year or two. Only think how much his wife would dislike having his sisters planted at Grainard, and how uncomfortable it would be for us. Very true, he agreed. If any female could be induced to marry him under such circumstances, which I strongly doubt. Her gravity disappeared. She gave another of her chuckles. She would be afraid that I should rule the roast, wouldn't she? Which I probably should, because I've done so for so long and habits are very hard to overcome. No, the best thing will be for Charis to contract a suitable marriage, and for the boys and my aunt and me to set up an establishment of our own as soon as Harry becomes engaged. I made up my mind to that a long time ago. But the most pressing need is to provide for Charis. It seems to me to be positively wicked that anyone so beautiful should dwindle into an old maid, which is what she would do, unless she married one of the dreadfully dull young men in our neighborhood who have been dangling after her this age, or worse, some wholly ineligible creature, not worth a hair. It was that consideration which made me regard Mr. Porth's offer as a stroke of good fortune. Well, only think, sir. He hires only the house, and the home farm at a figure which I shouldn't have dared to suggest to him, and the rest of the property, which is beginning to pull in the pieces again, remains in Harry's possession, for naturally Mr. Porth has no wish to be burdened with its management. And which is of the first importance, it was of particular interest to him to hire, as well as the house, the servants, except our housekeeper and our butler. That was another stroke of good fortune, because Mrs. Hurley and dear old Buttle would never have consented to remain at Grainard in the employment of anyone but a Merriville. So we were able to bring them to London with us, and although they despise London, and are forever telling me what a horrid house this is, and furnished in the most rubbishing style, and complaining that London servants are a chuck-farthing set, it is the greatest comfort to have them with us. And I must say, she added candidly, it is a horrid house, and not situated, as I've discovered, in the modish part of town. Never having visited London, I asked my Aunt Scrabster to procure a furnished house for me. That was a mistake. She lives in Harley Street herself, and I find that this district is almost entirely inhabited by persons engaged in trade. However, I am told that the most extortionate rents are demanded for houses in Mayfair, besides fines upon entrance, so I don't repine. The worst mistake I made was believing that my aunt had either the power or the desire to introduce us to the ton. She smiled. My tongue runs like a fiddlestick, doesn't it? The round tale is that my aunt and uncle, being childless, have never made any attempt to live in a fashionable way, and poor Aunt Amelia was never more dismayed than when I informed her of my decision to come to London for the season. That, sir, is why I was forced to apply to you. He had been meditatively tapping the lid of his snuff-box, and he now flicked it open and, frowning slightly, took a pinch, while Frederica watched him, not unhopefully. He shut the box, dusted his long fingers, and at last looked at her, still frowning. You would be well advised to be content with something less than the first circle of society, he said bluntly. Are we so ineligible? She demanded. By birth, no. In all other respects, yes. I don't know what your pecuniary resources may be, but enough. If you are thinking of a court presentation for your sister, you would do better to fund your money. It's an investment that would yield you no dividend. I know that, and I don't think of it. What then? She clasped her hand together in her lap and said a little breathlessly, Almax, you are aiming at the moon, Miss Merriville. No introduction of mine would help you to cross that hallowed threshold, unless you number amongst your acquaintances some matron possessing the entree who would be willing to sponsor you. I don't. If that had been the case, I shouldn't have sought your assistance. But I won't cry craven. Somehow I shall manage, see if I don't. He rose politely, saying, I hope you may. If you think my advice of value, may I suggest that you would have a better chance of success if you were to remove to one of the watering places, Bath or Tunbridge Wells, where you may attend the assemblies and would no doubt meet persons of consideration. She too rose, but before she could answer him she was interrupted by the sound of hasty footsteps on the stairs. The next instant a sturdy schoolboy burst into the room, exclaiming, Frederica, it was nothing but a fudge. We searched all over, and I asked people, and no one knew anything about it. For Miss Merriville, unperturbed by the irruption into her drawing-room of a young gentleman who had contrived to acquire, since she had last seen him some 3 hours earlier, a crumpled and grubby collar and mudded nankeens, responded with quick sympathy. Oh, no, how wretched for you. But it can't have been a fudge, Felix. It was Mr. Rushberry who told you about it, and he wouldn't have hoaxed you. By this time, Master Felix Merriville had taken cursory stock of the Marquis, but he would undoubtedly have poured forth the story of his morning's odyssey to his sister had he not been quelled by another, an older schoolboy, who, entering the room in his wake, severely adjured him to mind his manners. A large and shaggy dog, of indeterminate parentage, was at his heels, and just as he was apologizing to Frederica for having come in when she was entertaining a visitor, this animal advanced with the utmost affability to greet the Marquis. His disposition was friendly, as he showed by the waving of his plumed tail, and his evident intention was to jump up at the guest. But Alverstoke, wise in the ways of dogs, preserved his face from being generously licked, and his exquisitely fashioned coat of Bath superfine from being smirched by muddy paws, by catching the animal's forearms and holding him at bay. Yes, good dog, he said. I'm much obliged to you, but I don't care to have my face licked. Down, Luffra, commanded Mr. Jessamy Merriville in even more severe accents. He added with his sister's absence of shyness, I beg pardon, sir. I would not have brought him in if I had known that my sister was entertaining a visitor. Not at all. I like dogs, responded his lordship, reducing Luffra to abject slavery by running his fingers along the precise spot on the spine which that grateful hound was unable to scratch for himself. What did you call him? Luffra, sir, said Jessamy, a dark flush rising to the roots of his hair. At least, I never did so. It was a silly notion of my sister's. I called him Wolf when he was a puppy, but they would persist, so in the end he wouldn't answer to his right name, and he is not a bitch. Perceiving that his lordship had been carried out of his depth, Frederica explained the matter to him. It's from the Lady of the Lake, she told him. I dare say you recall the passage when the monarch bade let loose a gallant stag. And Luffra, whom from Douglas' side nor bribe nor threat could e'er divide, the fleetest hound in all the north, brave Luffra saw and darted forth. She left the royal hounds midway, and dashing on the antlered prey, sunk her sharp muzzle in his flank, and deep the flowing lifeblood drank, interpolated Felix with relish. Stow it, growled his senior. It wasn't a stag at all, sir, merely a young bull which we had not thought to be dangerous. And as for drinking its lifeblood stuff— No, but you can't deny that Luff saved you from being gored, said Frederica. She looked up at Alverstoke. Only fancy. He was hardly more than a puppy, but he rushed in and hung on to the bull's muzzle while Jessamy scrambled over the gate to safety. And I am very sure that not even the offer of a marrow-bone could divide him from Jessamy, could it, dear Luff? Gratified by this tribute, the faithful hound flattened his ears, wagged his tail, and after uttering a yelp of encouragement, sat panting at her feet. His master, rendered acutely uncomfortable by this passage, would have removed himself, his dog, and his brother from the drawing-room if Frederica had not detained him, saying, "No, pray don't run away. I wish to make you known to Lord Alverstoke. This is my brother Jessamy, sir, and this is Felix." His lordship, acknowledging their bows, found that he was being surveyed by Jessamy, whom he judged to be about 16 years of age, measuringly, by Felix, 3 or 4 years younger, with the unwavering yet incurious gaze of childhood. He was quite unaccustomed to being weighed up, and there was a decided twinkle in his eyes as he looked the boys over. Jessamy, he thought, was an exaggerated copy of his sister. His hair was darker than hers, his nose more aquiline, and his mouth and chin determined to the point of obstinacy. Felix still retained the snub nose and the chubbiness of extreme youth, but he had the same firm chin and direct gaze which characterized his seniors, and even less shyness. It was he who broke the silence, blurting out, "Sir, do you know about the Catch Me Who Can?" "Of course he doesn't. Don't be so rag-mannered." Brother admonished him. "I beg your pardon, sir, he has windmills in his head." "Not windmills, railway locomotives," replied Alverstoke. He looked down at Felix. "Isn't that it, some sort of steam locomotive?" "Yes, that's it," said Felix eagerly. "Trevithick's, sir. I don't mean the puffing devil that ran on the road, but it caught fire and was burnt." "Aye, and a very good thing too," interjected Jessamy. "Steam engines on the roads, why they would send every horse mad with terror." "Oh, pooh! I dare say they would soon grow used to them. Besides, I'm not talking of that one. The one I mean runs on rails at 15 miles an hour and very likely more." He turned his attention to Alverstoke again. "I know it was brought to London because Mr. Rushbury, my godfather, told me so, and how you could ride in it for a shilling. He said it was north of the New Road and not far, he thought, from Montague House." "I believe it was," said Alverstoke. "From some cause or another I never visited it, but I do seem to recall that the inventor, what did you say his name is?" "Trevithick. The first locomotive he made has 5 wagons, and it can carry 10 tons of iron and 70 men, but only at 5 miles an hour. It's in Wales, I forget the name of the place, but the one here has 1 carriage, and—" "Will you bite your tongue, you abominable little bagpipe?" interrupted Jessamy. "Anyone would take you for a regular shabster, rattling on like that, and not allowing Lord Alverstoke to edge in a word." Abashed by this rebuke, Felix hastily begged his lordship's pardon, but Alverstoke, amused by him, said, "Nonsense! I can always edge in a word when I wish to. There was such a locomotive, Felix, but I am afraid it's a thing of the past. I rather think that Trevithick hired some ground near Fitzroy Square, fenced it in, and laid down a circular track. As I recall, it created quite a stir, but although a great many people went to see it, few could be persuaded to ride in it, and none at all after a rail broke and the engine overturned. So it had to be abandoned. It must have been quite 10 years ago." He smiled, seeing the look of disappointment on Felix's countenance. "I'm sorry, are you so interested in locomotives?" "Yes, no, in engines," stammered Felix. "Steam power, sea compressed air." "Sir, have you seen the pneumatic lift at that foundry in Soho?" "No," said his lordship. "Have you?" "They wouldn't let me," replied Felix sadly. A thought occurred to him, and fixing his ardent eyes on Alverstoke's face, he asked with pent breath, "If you wished to see it, could you?" Frederica, who had resumed her seat, said, "No, no, Felix. Lord Alverstoke does not wish to. You mustn't plague him to take you there." She was right. Alverstoke had not the remotest desire to inspect a pneumatic lift, but he found himself unable to resist the pleading look in the eyes raised so hopefully to his. He sat down again, smiling a little ruefully, and replied, "I expect I could, but you must tell me more about it." At this, Jessamy, well aware of what would be the outcome of such an invitation, directed an anguished glance at Frederica, but although her eyes twinkled responsively, she made no attempt to silence her small brother. It might have been a task beyond her power. It was seldom that Felix met with encouragement to expatiate on a subject which few people understood, and most thought boring. His eyes brightening, he dragged up a chair and tried to explain the principles governing pneumatic lifts. From there it was a small step to the pattern shop engine, which was driven by air from the blowing machine in the same foundry. And within a very short space of time, Alverstoke was being battered by oscillating cylinders, piston rods, cross stails, valve gears, and blast pipes. Since Felix's understanding of these mysteries was naturally imperfect, he was somewhat incoherent, and his thirst for knowledge led him to bombard Alverstoke with questions, few of which his lordship could answer satisfactorily. However, he had just enough grasp of the subject to enable him to avoid revolting Felix by posing counter-questions betraying the abysmal ignorance which, in that young gentleman's opinion, rendered his brothers and sisters contemptible, and to promote him from the status of an irrelevant visitor to that of prime favorite. He was the most intelligent auditor Felix had encountered, a regular right one, who could even be pardoned for saying, apologetically, "You know, Felix, I know more about horses than engines." This confession, dimming his luster a trifle in Felix's eyes, instantly raised him in Jessamy's esteem. Jessamy demanded to know whether the turnout he had noticed in the street, and which he described as having a lot of sort about it, belonged to his lordship, and upon learning that it did, swept his junior aside, and engaged the Marquis in a discussion of the points to be looked for in prime carriage horses. Had it been suggested to the Marquis that he should spend half an hour with two schoolboys, he would have excused himself without a moment's hesitation. It was rarely that boredom did not overcome him in any company, but he was not bored. The only son of ceremonious parents, and the youngest of their progeny, he had no experience of family life as it was enjoyed by the Merrivilles, and since his nephews produced, when children, in their best clothes for his inspection, and warned of retribution if they did not mind their manners, had appeared to him to be as dull-witted as they were inarticulate, he was agreeably surprised by the young Merrivilles. His sisters might not have approved of their frank, easy ways, or of the total want of diffidence which they considered proper in schoolboys, but he thought them a well-mannered and refreshing pair, and encouraged them with a tolerance which would have astonished those who were best acquainted with him. He liked them, but there was a limit to his endurance, and when Felix, elbowing Jessamy out of the conversation, sought enlightenment on tubular boilers, recol engines, and screw propellers, he laughed and got up, saying, "My dear boy, if you want to know about steamboats, take a trip down the Thames, don't ask me." He turned towards Frederica, but before he could take his leave of her the door opened, and two ladies entered the room. He looked round, and the words of farewell died on his lips. Both ladies wore walking dresses, but there the resemblance between them ended. One was a gaunt female, of uncertain age and forbidding aspect. The other was the most ravishing girl his lordship, for all his wide experience, had ever laid eyes on. He realized that he was looking at Miss Charis Merriville, and that his secretary had not overrated her beauty. From her shining head of golden curls to her little arched feet, neatly shod in kid boots, she presented a picture to take any man's breath away. Her figure was elegant, her ankles well turned. Her complexion had inspired several admirers to liken it to damask roses or to ripe peaches. Her tender mouth was exquisitely curved. Her nose, escaping the aquiline, was straight, with delicately carved nostrils, and her eyes, which gazed innocently upon the world, were of a heavenly blue and held an expression of candor and the hint of a wistful smile. She wore a modest bonnet with a curtailed poke, and her dress was concealed by an azure-blue kerseymere pelisse. The Marquis's hand groped instinctively for his quizzing glass, and Frederica, observing this with sisterly satisfaction, introduced him to her aunt. Miss Seraphina Wincham, having had the introduction repeated to her in stentorian accents by her nephews, subjected his lordship to a hostile stare, and uttered repulsively, "I dare say," she then added, "Oh, go away, do." But as this was apparently addressed to Luffra, who was frisking about her, his lordship stood his ground. The slight bow he made won no other response than a curt nod and an even more repelling stare. Miss Wincham, informing Frederica darkly that it was just as she had expected, stalked out of the room. "Oh dear," said Frederica, "she's in one of her twitty moods. What has put her all on end, Charis? Oh, forgive me. Lord Alverstoke, my sister." Charis smiled at his lordship and gave him her hand. "How do you do?" It was a very civil young man, Frederica, in Hookham's library, who got a book down from the shelf for me because I couldn't quite reach it. He was most obliging and even dusted it with his handkerchief before he gave it to me, but my aunt thought him a coxcomb, and they were unable to supply us with Ormond, so I brought away the Knight of St. John instead, which I dare say we shall like quite as well. These words were spoken in a soft, placid voice, and the Marquis, under whose critical eyes the beauties of many seasons had passed, noted with approval that this one, the most stunning he had yet beheld, used no arts to attract, but on the contrary seemed to be unconscious of her charms. As one who had figured for years as the most brilliant catch on the matrimonial market, he was accustomed to meet with every artifice designed to ensnare him, and it was with approbation that he recognized the younger Miss Merriville's unconcern. He asked her how she liked London. She replied that she liked it very well, but her attention was otherwhere, and she made no effort to pursue this opening, saying instead, in mildly reproachful accents, "Oh, Felix, love, you've torn a button from your coat." "Oh, botheration," responded Felix, hunching an impatient shoulder. "It don't signify." "Oh, no, not a bit," she agreed. "Frederica made the tailor supply us with another set, don't you recall? I'll sew one on for you in a trice. Only come with me. You can't go about the town looking like a shagrag now, can you?" It was evident that the youngest Merriville saw no objection to presenting himself to the town in this guise, but equally evident was his acceptance of his elder sister's authority when he received, in answer to his glance of entreaty, a decided nod. He said sulkily, "Oh, very well," but before suffering himself to be led away by Charis, took his leave of the Marquis and said eagerly, "And you will take me to Soho, won't you, sir?" "If I don't, my secretary shall," replied Alverstoke. "Oh. Well, well, thank you, sir. Only it would be better if you came with me yourself," urged Felix. "Better for whom?" demanded his lordship involuntarily. "Me," replied Felix with the utmost candor. "I dare say they would show you anything you wanted to see, on account of your being a second-best nobleman, which I know you are, because it says, in a book I found, that marquises come directly after dukes. So, but at this point his disgusted brother thrust him out of the room, pausing only, before following him, to offer Alverstoke a dignified apology for his childish want of conduct. As Luffra followed close on his heels and Charis, bestowing a valedictory smile on Alverstoke, had already departed, the Marquis was left alone with his hostess. She said thoughtfully, "As a matter of fact, I fancy it would be better if you took him to that place yourself. He is a very enterprising boy, you know, and there's never any saying what he may take it into his head to do." "Charles will know how to keep him in order," he replied indifferently. She looked doubtful, but said no more. It was apparent to her that his lordship had fallen into a mood of abstraction. He was staring unseeingly at the opposite wall, an odd smile playing about the corners of his mouth. It grew, and he suddenly laughed under his breath, saying, "By God, I'll do it." "Do what?" demanded Frederica. He had evidently forgotten her presence. Her voice brought his eyes round to her face, but instead of answering her, he asked abruptly, "What are they doing here, those brothers of yours? They should be at school." Well, in some ways I think you may be right, she agreed. Papa, however, never entertained the idea of sending any of his sons to school. He himself was educated at home, you know. That, of course, may not seem to you a very good reason for pursuing the same course with the boys. And to own the truth, it doesn't seem so to me either, but one ought not to be unjust, and it would be unjust to assume that poor Papa thought that his errors were due to his upbringing. And I don't know that they were, she added reflectively. The Merrivilles have always had a tendency towards volatility. Have they indeed? He returned, a satirical curl to his lips. Is a tutor employed to instruct Jessamy and Felix, then? Oh, yes, scores of tutors, responded Miss Merriville. She perceived a startled look in his lordship's eye and hastened to reassure him. Oh, not all at once. One after the other, you understand. You can't think how vexatious. The thing is that if they are old, the boys don't like it because they can't enter into their sports. And if they are young, they only want to stay for a month or two while they wait to take up a post in a school or at one of the universities or some such thing. And which is even more provoking, they always fall desperately in love with Charis. That I can readily believe. She nodded, but sighed also. Yes, and the mischief is that she cannot bring herself to repulse them. She has a fatally tender heart and can't bear to give pain to anyone, particularly not to people like poor Mr. Griff, who was very awkward and shy and had red hair, and an Adam's apple which bobbed up and down in his throat. He was the last tutor. Just at present the boys are enjoying a holiday, but when they have seen all the sights in London and have grown a little more accustomed, I must engage another tutor for them. But Jessamy is very good and studies for 2 hours every day because he is determined to go up to Oxford when he is 18, a year before Harry did. Is Harry at Oxford now? Yes, in his 2nd year, which is why it seemed to me to be just the moment to come to London for a year. It will do him a great deal of good to see something of the world before he is obliged to settle down at Granard, don't you think? Besides, he will enjoy it excessively. I've no doubt he will, said Alverstoke. He looked down at her, a glint in his eyes. Meanwhile, we have to consider your situation. I have the intention of giving a ball within the next few weeks to mark the come-out of one of my nieces. You and your sister will appear at it, to be presented to the ton by my sister, and you will all of you doubtless receive invitations to attend a number of other such parties, to which my sister will escort you. Ah, and my cousin, Mrs. Daughtry, who also has a daughter to bring out at my ball. Frederica's lips quivered. Mischief danced in her eyes. She said, I am very much obliged to you. What a fortunate circumstance it was that Charis should have come home in time to make your acquaintance. Yes, wasn't it? He retorted. I might not otherwise have realized what a shocking thing it would be to keep such a diamond in the undistinguished shade. Exactly so, and nothing could be better than for her to appear at your ball. I am truly very grateful to you, but there is not the least necessity to invite me as well. Are you proposing to go into seclusion? No, but then there is every necessity for you to appear at my ball. I am strongly of the opinion, too, that your aunt should be prevailed upon to accompany you. Since you are not living under my sister's roof, it would seem strangely particular if no respectable guardian were to be seen. Her eccentricity need not trouble you. It doesn't. Interjected Frederica. For eccentrics are all the rage, he continued. Well, it wouldn't trouble me if they were not, but I can't help thinking that your sister may not agree to this scheme. The glint in his eyes became more pronounced. She will, he said. You can't know that, Frederica argued. Believe me, I do know it. No, you don't, for you've only this instant thought of it yourself, said Frederica bluntly. It's all very well to be so top-lofty, but unless your niece is also a diamond, as you phrase it, Charis will quite outshine her. What mother would consent to bring out her daughter in Charis's company? A smile flickered on his mouth, but that was the only sign vouchsafed her that he was attending to her. He took a pinch of snuff and said, as he shut his box, I'll accept the relationship between us, cousin. But it's not enough. You suggested that I should pose as your guardian. Very well. Let us say that your father commended you to my care. Now, why should he have done so? Well, he did say that you were the best of his family, offered Frederica. That won't fetch. My sisters, I'll go bail, know as well as I do how remote is the connection between us. Some better reason must be found to satisfy their curiosity. Entering into the spirit of this, Frederica said, Papa once did you a signal service which you have never till now been able to repay. What service? Asked his lordship skeptically. That, returned Frederica with aplomb, is something you prefer not to divulge particularly to your sisters. Oh, very good, he approved, the disquieting glint in his eyes yielding to genuine amusement. I feel myself to be under an obligation to him, and for that reason have assumed the guardianship of his children. He caught the speculative gleam in her eyes and his brows rose. Well, I was merely thinking, cousin, that if you mean to become our guardian, it will be more proper for you to find a suitable tutor for Jessamy and for Felix than for me to do so. I know nothing about such matters, and my guardianship will be quite unofficial. You may depend upon that, said Frederica, but I see no reason why you shouldn't be useful. May I remind you that I have consented to introduce you to the ton. There my usefulness will stop. No, how can it? If you mean to set it about that you think yourself in honor bound to protect us, you must do something besides inviting Charis and me to a ball in your house. To be sure, I am very grateful to you for that, though you wouldn't have done it if Charis hadn't bowled you out. But Charis, he interrupted, is a very beautiful girl, possibly the most beautiful girl I have yet encountered, but if you imagine that I shall invite her to the ball because I lost my heart to her, you are wide of the mark, cousin Frederica. I must say I hope you won't do that, she replied, looking a little troubled. You are much too old for her, you know. Very true, he retorted, she being much too young for me. Of course she is, Frederica agreed. So why did you decide suddenly to invite us? That, cousin, I do not propose to tell you. She considered him, a gathering frown on her brow, her unwavering gaze searching his face. She was puzzled by him. She had not at the outset been favorably impressed. His figure was good, his tailoring exquisite, and his countenance, though not handsome, distinguished. But she had thought that his manner held too much height, and that his eyes were cold and unpleasantly cynical. Even his smile had seemed to be contemptuous, curling his lips, but leaving his eyes as hard as steel. Then she had said something that had appealed to his sense of humor, and the metallic gleam had vanished in a smile of real amusement. Not only did it warm his eyes, but it transformed him in a flash from the aristocrat of haughty composure to an easy-mannered gentleman, with a strong sense of the ridiculous and considerable charm of manner. Within minutes he had pokered up again, yet there was not a grain of starch in him when Felix had bounced into the room. He had answered all his and Jessamy's questions with patience and good humor, and had looked upon both boys with kindness. He had borne the cavalier treatment meted out to him by Miss Wincham with indifference, and the gaze which he had fixed on Charis had been deeply appreciative. Frederica entertained no doubt that it was admiration for Charis that had caused him to change his mind, but what it was that had brought the malicious glint back into his eyes she could not guess. She looked doubtfully at him. His brows rose. He said, "Well, I ought to have been a widow," she exclaimed in a vexed tone. Yes, and if I had a particle of sense I would have been. The expression she mistrusted vanished. His eyes held only laughter. "You will be," he assured her. "That's of no use." She answered impatiently. "If I were a widow now," she broke off, quick merriment in her face. "Well, of all the abominable things to say, I do have the family in charge. That's because I'm the eldest, but I'm not tyrannical or vixenish. At least, I don't think I am." "No, no," he said soothingly. "I am persuaded you handle the reins in excellent form. I wish you will tell me how, if you had had a particle of sense, you could have become a widow. Or why you should wish to. Have you a husband concealed about you?" "Of course I haven't. I meant only that I ought to have pretended I was a widow. Then I might have chaperoned Charis myself, and you need not have dragged your sister into it." "Oh, I haven't the least objection to doing that," he said. "Yes, but she may object very much. After all, she isn't even acquainted with us." "That shall be rectified." He held out his hand. "I must go now, but you shall hear from me within a day or two." "Oh, pray don't pull the bell. Recollect that I've become a member of the family, and don't stand on points with me. I'll usher myself out." This, however, he was not obliged to do, since Felix was lying in wait for him in the hall, and escorted him out to his carriage in a very civil manner which had its root in his determination to wring from him the promise of a visit to the foundry in Soho. "Have no fear," said his lordship. "The matter shall be attended to." "Yes, sir, thank you." "But you'll go with me yourself, won't you? Not your secretary?" "My dear boy, why should I? I dare say Mr. Trevor knows far more about these mysteries than I do." "Yes, but oh, do come yourself, sir. It would make it first-rate." The Marquis believed himself to be hardened against flattery. He thought that he had experienced every variety, but he discovered that he was mistaken. The blatantly worshipful look in the eyes of a 12-year-old, anxiously raised to his, was new to him, and it pierced his defenses. He was capable of giving the coolest of set-downs to any gushing female, and the advances of toad-eaters he met with the most blistering of snubs. But even as he realized how intolerably bored he would be in Soho, he found himself quite unable to snub his latest and most youthful admirer. It would be like kicking a confiding puppy. So Master Felix Merriville, presently racing up the stairs again to the drawing-room, was able to inform Frederica triumphantly that all was right. Cousin Alverstoke was going to take him to see the pneumatic lift himself, and further, that he was a regular trump. 5 upon the following day Mr. Charles Trevor sustained a shock. Not 20 minutes after the Marquis's agent-in-chief had deposited on his desk a mass of reports and accounts which it was Mr. Trevor's unenviable duty to reduce to such proportions as would be tolerable to their noble employer, the Marquis strolled into his office, saying, "Good morning, Charles. Do you know of any foundries in Soho?" "Foundries, sir?" said Mr. Trevor, stunned by so unprecedented an inquiry. "Something to do with the casting of metals, I fancy," explained the Marquis, leveling his glass at the litter of papers on the desk. "Good God, Charles, why have you never told me how overworked you are? What in the name of abomination is all this?" "Only quarter-day, sir," said Charles, laughing. "Colford has been with me, knowing that if he were to give these papers to your lordship you wouldn't read a word of them. But foundries, do you wish for information about them?" An idea occurred to him, his eyes kindled, and he asked, "Is there to be some question raised? Do you mean to speak on it, sir?" "Really, Charles, what extraordinary things you do ask me," said his lordship. "My dear boy, is it likely that I should feel the smallest desire to do so?" "No, sir," responded Mr. Trevor frankly. "Indeed, I didn't know you were interested in such matter." The Marquis sighed and shook his head. "Alas, I have frequently suspected that you believe me to be a very frippery fellow." "Yes, but I mean no, of course I don't, sir," said Mr. Trevor, correcting himself in a hurry. "You lie, Charles, you do, and you are perfectly right," said his lordship mournfully. "I have no interest in foundries. However, it is never too late to mend, and I am now about to cultivate an interest in them. Or am I? Now I come to think of it, it isn't foundries but pneumatic lifts." "Do you know anything about pneumatic lifts?" "No, sir, I don't, but I do know when you are roasting me." "You wrong me, Charles. Somewhere in Soho there is a foundry which contains a pneumatic lift. I wish to see it. Tear yourself away from all these deplorable documents and arrange it for me, dear boy." "Yes, sir, certainly," said Mr. Trevor mechanically. "I was persuaded I might rely upon you. I own, it disappoints me a trifle to find you ignorant on the subject of pneumatic lifts, but perhaps you have instead made a study of boilers and propellers." Mr. Trevor, eyeing him in speechless astonishment, shook his head. "Come, come, Charles," said his lordship reprovingly. "This must be set right. How can you expect to make your mark in the world if you make no attempt to keep abreast of the times? You shall take a trip down river on a steamboat to learn about these things." His much-tried secretary said roundly, "Much obliged to you, sir, but I'm not an engineer and I don't wish to learn about boilers. And as for going on a steamboat, I'd as lief not." "Well, I'm not an engineer either," said his lordship. "And like you, I'll be damned if I go on a steamboat. But I do hope you won't be, for something tells me that it will shortly be one of your duties." Half laughing and wholly bewildered, Charles said, "But why, sir?" "I know you're funning, but no such thing. When you have met my latest acquaintance, a young cousin of mine, you will perceive that this is no matter for idle joking." "Latest a cousin," stammered Charles. "Sir, I beg pardon, but what can you mean?" The Marquis, pausing in the doorway, looked back to say with one of his quizzical smiles, "You should know, my dear boy, it was you who edged me on to visit his sisters. So if you find yourself accompanying my cousin Felix on a steamboat cruise, you will have come by your just deserts. But you were quite right about Charis, a pearl past price." The door closed behind him, and Mr. Trevor was left to make what he could of this. It was not very much, for while he could readily believe that the Marquis, struck by the younger Miss Merriville's beauty, had formed the intention of making her the object of one of his fits of gallantry, he could not, by any stretch of his imagination, believe that he would go to the length of providing for her brother's entertainment merely to fix his interest with her. He seldom found it necessary to exert particular pains to attach an attractive female, since most of them, thought Charles disapprovingly, were on the scramble for him. If he did receive a rebuff, he shrugged and passed on, for he flirted for the sake of amusement, and any tender that he might feel was neither lasting nor profound. As for putting himself out, as he now seemed to be doing, that was so very unlike him that Charles, who believed himself to be pretty well acquainted with his lordship, had to own that he was baffled to account for it. It did not occur to him that his lordship had yielded to the blandishments of a persistent urchin, and if such a notion had crossed his mind, he would have dismissed it as an absurdity. Meanwhile, the Marquis, driving himself in his curricle, was on his way to Grosvenor Place. He arrived there to find his sister's landaulet drawn up outside her house, and his sister, accompanied by her 2 elder daughters, on the point of stepping into it. "In the nick of time, I perceive," he remarked. "Delay your departure for 5 minutes, Louisa." Lady Buxted, in whose breast her defeat at his hands still rankled, bade him a cold good morning, and added that she had not the least guess what could have brought him to visit her. His groom having run to the horses' heads, Alverstoke flung off the rug that covered his legs and descended lightly from the curricle, saying, "How should you?" He looked her over critically. "Accept my compliments. That's a good rig, and I like your neck ruff." Lady Buxted might deplore her frivolous brother's à la modality, but she could not help preening herself a little. It was not often that her taste won his approbation. She touched the little ruff of goffered lawn which supported her chin and said, "My phrase, do you mean? I'm indeed flattered to meet with your approval, Alverstoke." He nodded, as though he took this for granted, but addressed himself to his nieces. "You too, Jane and Maria, is it? Wait for your mother in the carriage. I shan't keep her many minutes." Lady Buxted, by no means relishing this cavalier treatment of her daughters, was torn between a desire to send her brother about his business and a rampant curiosity. Curiosity won, and she turned to go back into the house, saying, however, that 5 minutes were all she could spare. He vouchsafed no response, but followed her up the steps and into the dining-room. Lady Buxted did not invite him to sit down. "Well, what is it?" she asked. "I have a great deal of shopping to do, and more even than you bargained for, I dare say," he interrupted. Take that eldest girl of yours to your dressmaker and tell her to make a ball dress for her. And for the Lord's sake, Louisa, don't let it be white or pale blue or pink. She's as brand-faced as ever she was, and the only thing for it is to rig her out in amber or jonquil or straw. The unexpected hope which this command rekindled in Lady Buxted's breast made it easy for her to overlook the animadversion on Miss Buxted's freckles. Surprise almost took her breath away, but she managed to utter, "Alverstoke, can you mean that you will give a ball for her?" "Yes, that's what I mean," he replied. He added, "Upon terms, dear Louisa." She scarcely heeded this rider, but exclaimed, "Oh, my dear Vernon, I was positive I could depend on you. I knew you were bantering me. What a wicked, freakish wretch you are. But I shan't scold you, for I know it is just your way. Oh, Jane will be cast into transports." "Oblige me, then, by telling her nothing about it until I'm out of reach," said his lordship acidly. "And do, for God's sake, abate your own ecstasies. I prefer your jobations to your raptures. Sit down, and I'll tell you what I want you to do." She looked for a moment as though she was on the brink of answering him in kind, but only for a moment. The prospect of bringing Jane out at a magnificent ball for which she would not be called upon to disburse as much as a halfpenny made it easy for her to ignore his lordship's incivility. She sat down, throwing open her olive-brown pelisse. "To be sure. How much we have to discuss. Now, when shall it be? I am inclined to think that it would be best to fix on a date at the beginning of the season." "That's fortunate. It will be next month. 3 weeks from now, let us say. April, but you cannot have considered. May is the month for the really tunnish parties." "No, is it indeed?" he mocked. "And does it occur to you that May is already overcrowded with balls, routs, and assemblies of every description?" "There is that, of course," she agreed, frowning over it. "But in only 3 weeks the season will barely have begun." "It will begin, then, at Alverstoke House," he replied coolly. "And if you imagine, Louisa, that we shall find ourselves thin of company, let me reassure you." She was well aware that he was one of the leaders of fashion, but the top loftiness of this remark made her long to give him a set-down. She refrained, saying instead, "I hardly know how I shall contrive. All the arrangements, don't give them a thought. They won't fall on you. Let Charles Trevor have a list of those you wish to be invited. That is all you have to do." She said with a touch of asperity, "Since the ball is for my daughter, I assume I shall be the hostess." He regarded her thoughtfully. "Why, yes, you may be the hostess, but the ball won't be wholly for Jane's benefit. Lucretia will bring her elder girl to it, and Cly," she ejaculated, stiffening. "Do you dare to tell me, Alverstoke, that I owe this change in your sentiments to that woman's cajolery? No, you owe it to an unforeseen and damnably troublesome circumstance. Do you recall Fred Merriville?" She stared at him. "Fred Merriville, pray, what has he to say to anything? The poor fellow has nothing to say. He's dead, alas." Her color was rising ominously. "I beg you won't try to play off your tricks on me, Alverstoke. I'm sure it's nothing to me whether he's dead or alive. Unfortunately, it has a great deal to do with me. He consigned his family to my protection." "When I tell you that there are no fewer than 5 of them, do you mean that he made you their guardian?" she interrupted. "No, thank God, it's not as bad as that. He commended them to my care. 2 of them are of age, but, for heaven's sake," she exclaimed, "he must have been out of his senses, you of all persons. What in the world made him do so?" "Well," said his lordship, succumbing to the promptings of his particular devil, "he thought I was the best of my family." "Oh, did he?" snapped Lady Buxted. "No doubt. It is precisely what he would think, for a more rackety, ramshackle, care-for-nobody I hope I may never see. I remember him. A handsome ne'er-do-well. What he must have cost his parents I shudder to think. And to crown all, when they had contrived to arrange an advantageous marriage for him, what must he do but run off with the daughter of some paltry provincial? They washed their hands of him, and I don't wonder at it. Not that I was ever acquainted with them, but it was one of the on-dits of the town. I believe he came into the property later, and I don't doubt he gamed that away too. As for leaving his family to your guardianship, it's of a piece with the rest. I strongly advise you to repudiate them. Nothing would give me greater pleasure, but I can't in honor do that, he answered smoothly. I owed him a debt, you see, which I never found the opportunity to repay. You owed Merriville money? Fiddle. He never had sixpence to bless himself with, while as for you, he interposed, and in accents of distaste. You should have married a merchant, Louisa. I feel sure he would have admired you. I do not. Do you never think of anything but money? Is it quite beyond your power to understand that there are more important obligations than monetary ones? Her eyes shifted under the contempt in his, but she said angrily, Yes, it's all very well for you to talk in that imposing style, as rich as you are. If you stood in my shoes, you would sing a different tune. Don't pitch that gammon to me, he said. You forget that I was one of Buxted's executors. He left you very well to pass, my dear sister. No, don't fly into one of your pelters. Really, I didn't come to break a straw with you. Indeed, I'm willing, if you lend me your aid in the matter of the Merrivilles, to grease the wheels of Jane's come out for you. I imagine you mean to present her at one of the drawing rooms. These beautiful words checked Lady Buxted on the brink of giving free expression to her wrath. They could only mean that Alverstoke was prepared to defray the shocking expense of a court dress for his niece. If he gave it all, he would give handsomely. And her ladyship, doing some rapid calculations in her head, realized that the cost of such a court dress as she had herself worn at her presentation could be made to cover the additional expense of several crepe and muslin dresses, suitable for a maiden to wear at Almack's in her first season. This reflection, though it did not slay her resentment, made it possible for her to swallow the unwise words hovering on her tongue, and to say, with mere pettishness, I can't conceive what Merriville can have done to put you in his debt. That, Louisa, is something I prefer not to divulge, said the Marquis. Mindful of his instructions, and with a demon of mischief lurking in his eyes, he added, particularly not to my sisters. She was not perceptive, but it was perhaps fortunate that she was not looking at him. All she said was, I collect he helped you out of some disgraceful scrape, so now you feel obliged to further his children's interests. It must be the first time in your life you have recognized any obligation. To be sure, one might have supposed that there were others, nearer to you and with greater claims upon you, who would have excited your benevolence. How many children did you say he had? 5. 3 sons and 2 daughters, orphans, residing at the moment in Upper Wimpole Street in the care of their aunt, who, I understand, assumed this charge upon the death of Merriville's wife some 10 years ago. The eldest son is of age and at Oxford, but it is his sister who, unless I very much mistake the matter, rules the roast. I think she is some 24 years of age and means to hang on to your sleeve. I wish you joy of your obligation. Do you mean to support all the family? I don't mean to support any of the family, nor have I been asked to do so. You can't imagine, Louisa, how refreshing I find this. With the boys I have nothing to do. All that Miss Merriville requires of me is that I should render what assistance I can to introduce her and her sister to the ton. She was eyeing him narrowly. Indeed, no doubt Miss Merriville is very beautiful, but I need not ask. Quite a well-looking young woman, but I should hardly describe her as beautiful, he replied indifferently. That don't signify. She's not on the catch for a husband. Her ambition is to achieve a respectable marriage for her sister, who is the prettier of the two. Whether she can contrive to do it I think doubtful, her fortune being small, but that's not my concern. My debt will have been discharged when I, with your assistance, have launched the pair of them into society. Pray, what do you expect me to do? She demanded. Oh, nothing very arduous. You will introduce them at my ball as our cousins, escort them to Almack's when you take Jane there, and Almack's indeed, she exclaimed. I wonder that you should not have warned your protégée that she is aiming at the moon. Or do you mean to procure cards for her, perhaps? This piece of heavy sarcasm glanced off his armor. No, I couldn't. But you can, Louisa, with 2 bosom bows amongst the patronesses, as you have so frequently informed me. Procure cards for Fred Merriville's daughters. You are asking a great deal too much of me. A couple of penniless girls living in Upper Wimpole Street who are not our cousins. I think it the outside of enough that you should include them in a ball to mark Jane's come out. And as for taking them to Almack's, no, Vernon. I don't wish to be disobliging, but, my dear Louisa, say no more, he interrupted, picking up his hat. I wouldn't, for the world, ask you to do anything you dislike. Forget the whole affair, in fact, forget that I came to see you today. I'll take my leave of you now. She started up, temper and alarm fighting for supremacy in her. Wait, Alverstoke. No, I've stayed too long already. Think of your daughters left to kick their heels in the carriage. That doesn't signify, but you must— well, it doesn't signify to me, I must confess. What does signify is the waste of my own time. I really can't be expected to spend the whole day on this tiresome business. So if I want to see Lucretia before she retires to her sofa, to recruit her strength after the morning's exertions, I must go immediately. She caught his arm, digging her fingers into it. No, Vernon, if you dare to appoint that woman as your hostess, unhand me, sister, he said flippantly. I do dare, and such is my amazing mettle that your threats have no power to daunt me. By the way, why should they? I would never forgive you, never, she declared. Only consider for a moment, what concern of mine are these wretched girls? Why should no concern at all, he replied, removing her clutch from his arm. I haven't even met them, she urged despairingly. Oh, how detestable you are, he laughed. Yes, but not bird-witted as you are, Louisa. Come now, make up your mind. Will you do as I ask, or will you not? She stared up into his face, trying to discover some sign of relenting in it. He was smiling, but she knew that smile. She said rather grittily, but with dignity, Naturally, I am only too ready to do what I may to oblige you. Whether I can get tickets for Almack's for 2 girls of whom I know nothing, though if they are presentable I will endeavor to do so. That's better, he said, still smiling, but very much more pleasantly. Rig Jane out in the first style of elegance and send me a Dutch reckoning. I don't want to know the particulars. I'll bring Miss Merriville to visit you. I dare say you may like her. She doesn't want for sense or determination. Don't neglect to send Charles that list. On this admonition he took his departure, revolving in his mind various stratagems whereby the younger Miss Merriville could be excluded from the forthcoming visit to Grosvenor Place without opposition from her masterful sister. In the event, the problem was solved rather sooner than he had expected, and not by him. Providence, in the guise of the dog Luffra, brought Frederica to Alverstoke House 2 days later, unaccompanied by Charis, and at what his lordship, no early riser, considered to be an unseasonable hour. Since Jessamy adhered strictly to his self-imposed rule of studying every morning, his sisters had taken it upon themselves to exercise Luffra in his stead. They took him for long walks exploring London, and if he had not tugged so hard on the end of a leash, or had behaved with more circumspection when released from it, their enjoyment of these expeditions would have been unalloyed. Country bred, they were accustomed to much longer walks than could be achieved in London. Everything was new to them, and they sallied forth whenever the weather permitted, Frederica in charge of Luffra and Charis armed with a pocket guide. They viewed from outside the edifices, monuments, and mansions to which this invaluable book directed them, even penetrating into the city, where they attracted much attention, but were never once accosted. Not the most impudent of coxcombs cared to approach 2 damsels accompanied by a large and shaggy dog, straining at his leash, and exhibiting between his panting jaws a set of splendid teeth. But 2 days after Alverstoke's victorious engagement in Grosvenor Place, Charis awoke with a sore throat and a tickling cough, and although she came down to breakfast, she was speedily hustled back to bed, Miss Wincham declaring, at her 3rd sneeze, that she had caught one of her feverish colds, and that unless she wished to succumb to an inflammation of the lungs, she would instantly retire to her bedchamber. This she did, and while Miss Wincham, having ordered the cook to make a bread pudding and some water gruel, was preparing a saline draught for the sufferer, Frederica escaped from the house, knowing that if she told her aunt that she was going for her usual walk she would be obliged to endure a scold for thinking that she could behave as freely in London as in Herefordshire. Miss Wincham would certainly try to persuade her to take one of the maid-servants with her, or Felix, but as Frederica considered herself to be past the age when a chaperone was necessary, and had already discovered that London servants were by no means partial to long, brisk walks, she thought it prudent to slip away, telling no one but Buttle where she was going. Buttle shook his head and tut-tutted, but beyond suggesting that Master Felix should accompany her, he made no attempt to deter her. And as Felix had already wheedled her into giving him half-a-crown, which was the price of admission to Merlin's Mechanical Museum, open every day from 11 until 3, his sister wisely declined to issue an invitation which he would certainly have refused. Her destination was the Green Park. Neither she nor Charis had yet visited it, the pocket guide not deeming it worthy of more than a glancing reference. It did, indeed, describe in enthusiastic detail the Temple of Concord, erected there as part of the pageantry of the peace celebrations in 1814. But as this temporary structure had been demolished, Charis thought, 4 years later, that the Green Park was hardly worth a visit. But Frederica, undeterred by the guide-book's tepid praise of the park's several pleasant promenades, decided to take Luffra there for his walk, rather than to the more fashionable Hyde Park, where the saunterers were too much inclined to ogle fair pedestrians. Towed through the streets by her canine friend, she reached the Bath gate in a somewhat heated condition, and was glad to be able to release him from the leash to which he showed no sign of growing accustomed. He bounded ahead and began to quest to and fro, his plebeian tail carried on high, and his nose hopefully seeking the trail of a possible rabbit. When Frederica strolled round the reservoir at the northeast corner of the park, he brought her a likely stick, and invited her to throw it into the water for him to retrieve. But when she declined to take part in this sport, he went off again, and was delighted to discover that the moving objects he had dimly perceived at some little distance away were 3 children, playing with a brightly colored ball. He liked children, and he liked chasing after balls. He advanced upon the group with his tail waving, and his ears expectantly cocked. He was a large dog, and his rapid descent upon the party proved too much for the fortitude of the youngest member, a small girl, who burst into a wail of fright, and fled to the protection of a nursemaid, who was enjoying a gossip with a friend in the lee of the shrubbery surrounding the ranger's lodge. Luffra was puzzled, but turned his attention to the younger of the 2 boys, who was holding the ball, and uttered an encouraging bark, whereupon Master John, throwing manly pride to the winds, dropped the ball and made off after his sister as fast as his fat little legs would carry him. The elder boy stood his ground, gritting his teeth. Luffra pounced on the ball, tossed it and caught it, and finally spat it out at this stalwart's feet. Master Frank let his breath go and shouted after his juniors, "He only wants to play with us, you pudding hearts." He then, rather cautiously, ventured to pick up the ball and hurled it as far as he could. This was not very far, but Luffra, taking the will for the deed, dashed after it and brought it back to him. Master Frank, much emboldened, gave him a shy pat. Luffra licked his chin, and a promising friendship was on the point of being inaugurated when the nursemaid shrieked to Master Frank not to touch that nasty, fierce dog. Master John, having tripped and fallen on his face, set up a bellow, and by the time Frederica came running up an animated and noisy scene was in full swing, the nursemaid shrilly scolding, the two younger children crying and Master Frank rebelliously refusing to abandon his low-born playmate. Peremptorily called to heel, Luffra came, bringing the ball with him. Frederica took it from him and cut short the unbridled complaint of the nursemaid by saying in the voice of one who had for years ruled a large household, "That will do, you forget yourself." She then looked at Master John and said, "I hope you didn't hurt yourself when you fell down. Of course, I know you wouldn't cry because my dog tried to play with you, for I can see that you are quite a big boy, but do, pray, shake hands with him to show that you didn't mean to be uncivil when you ran away from him. Sit, Luff, and give a paw." Obedient to the pressure of her hand, Luffra did sit and obligingly waved one of his forelegs. Master John's loud lament ceased abruptly. He stared in astonishment at Luffra. "Doggy shake hands?" he demanded incredulously. "To be sure he does." "With me," said Master Frank. "I'm not afraid of him." Stung, Master John declared that Doggy did not wish to shake hands with him, and by the time this question of precedence had been settled and both boys had solemnly clasped Luffra's paw, Miss Caroline was jealously claiming her right to share the honor. Frederica then gave the ball back to Master Frank and parted from the family, pursued by a darkling look from their attendant and by the children's adjurations to bring Doggy back next day. She went on her way, unperturbed by the incident, which merely confirmed her in the belief that London children, acquainted only with the lapdogs cosseted by their mammas, were much to be pitied. And it was not until she had rounded the shrubbery shielding the ranger's lodge that it was suddenly and forcibly borne in upon her that the pocket guide had betrayed her. It had made no mention of a small herd of cows, with their attendant milkmaids, which, as she later discovered, were a well-known feature of the park. Not only did they provide urban eyes with a charmingly rural picture, but their attendants, all attired in the conventional garb of milkmaids, dispensed glasses of warm milk to anyone prepared to disburse the very moderate sum demanded for the privilege of drinking milk fresh from the cow. Too late did she realize the treachery of the pocket guide. Luffra, ranging ahead of her, perceived the herd before she did, and stopped for an instant in his tracks, his ears on the prick and his bristles rising. The matron of the herd, standing within a few feet of him, lowered her head menacingly, and Luffra, either unable or unwilling to distinguish between the males and the females of the species, uttered a blood-curdling sound, midway between a bark and a growl, and launched himself into battle. 6. A lesser woman would have fled at this stage, abandoning Luffra to his fate, for the ensuing scene was truly appalling. To the accompaniment of screams from milkmaids, nursemaids, and several elderly ladies, Luffra committed the enormous crime of stampeding a herd of milch cows. He did not, indeed, repeat the heroic act which had earned him his name, but, finding that the cows fled before him, he scattered them, enjoying the only sport which had so far been offered him in London. No thought of escaping so much as crossed Frederica's mind, but by the time she had managed, with the help of the head cowman and two of the deputy ranger's menials, to catch and to secure the wholly unrepentant hound, she knew that her case was desperate. All about her was a scene of carnage. One of the elderly ladies had succumbed to hysterics. Another was demanding that a constable should be instantly sent for. The cowman was calling down curses on her head, and the park's custodians were declaring their fixed resolve to impound Luffra, pending his certain execution. To make matters worse, the nurse with whose charges Luffra had disported himself came hurrying up, attracted by the commotion, and lost no time in deposing that he had savagely rushed upon the children, frightening the poor little dears out of their wits, stealing their ball and causing Master John to fall flat on his face, grazing his hands and soiling his nankeens. "Fudge," said Frederica scornfully. Neither the cowman nor the park keepers paid much heed to the nursemaid's testimony. The cowman was only concerned with his cattle, and the park keepers, observing the flattened ears and waving tail with which Luffra greeted his youthful friends, did not for a moment suppose him to be savage. They recognized in him all the signs of an overgrown and outrageous mongrel, young enough to be ripe for mischief. And in other circumstances, they would have taken a lenient view of his misdemeanor. But the rules governing London parks were strict. The hatchet-faced old griffin who was adjuring them to summon a constable, her weaker sister who was still in the throes of nervous spasms, various citizens who declared that such dangerous brutes ought never to be permitted to roam at large, and a bevy of nursemaids unanimous in demanding vengeance on the wild animal which had shattered forever the nerves of their gently born charges, prompted them to take an extreme view of the case. Confronted on the one hand with a number of persons bent on reporting the incident to the deputy ranger, and on the other by a delinquent mongrel owned by a young person unattended by a footman or a maid, they saw their duty clear before them. Luffra, the elder of the two, awfully told Frederica, must be handed over to them, to be kept in custody until a magistrate should pronounce his fate. Luffra, misliking both his tone and his purposeful advance, stopped panting, and rose, bristling and intimating by a warning growl that any attempt to attack Frederica would be undertaken at the park-keeper's peril, a warlike display which excited the cowman to demand his summary execution, and caused the park-keeper to order Frederica to bring that dog along o' me. Amongst the assembled persons none, but the cowman knew better than Frederica how unpardonable was Luffra's crime. One glance at this individual's inflamed countenance was enough to convince her that an appeal addressed to him would be waste of breath. Inwardly quaking, she said, "Take care. This dog belongs to the Marquis of Alverstoke. He is extremely valuable, and if anything were to happen to him, his lordship would be very angry indeed." The younger park-keeper, who had formed his own, not inexpert, opinion of Luffra's lineage, said bluntly, "Gammon, no Marquis never bought him. 'E'd be dear at a grig. 'E's a mongrel, that's what 'e is." "A mongrel!" exclaimed Frederica. "Let me tell you that he is a purebred Barcelona collie brought to England at enormous expense. I am sorry that he should have chased the cows, but he was merely trying to herd them. The breed is used for that purpose in Spain, and he is not yet accustomed to English cows." "Trying to herd them," gasped the cowman. "I never did, not in all my life. Why, you're as bad as he is." The younger park-keeper had no hesitation in endorsing this verdict. He said that Miss was coming it too strong, adding that while he knew nothing about Barcelona collies, he did know a mongrel when he saw one. He also said, sticking to his original point, that in his opinion no Marquis never bought such a dog as Luffra. "Indeed," said Frederica. "And pray, are you acquainted with my cousin, the Marquis of Alverstoke?" "What impudence!" ejaculated the hatchet-faced lady. "Calling yourself a marquis's cousin, and jauntering about the town alone. A likely story." After a good deal of argument, during which the younger park-keeper supported the hatchet-faced lady, the cowman said several times that Marquis or no Marquis, any damage done to his cows must be paid for, and the elder park-keeper temporized. A sturdy citizen in a snuff-colored frock-coat proffered the suggestion that the Marquis should be applied to for corroboration of Mrs. Story. "A very excellent notion," declared Frederica warmly. "Let us go to his house immediately. It is quite close, in Berkeley Square." Left to himself, the elder park-keeper would at this stage have abandoned the affair. If the young lady was willing to seek out the Marquis, it seemed to him to prove that she really was his cousin, and although he knew that this did not affect the issue, he was very unwilling to proceed further in the matter. Properly speaking, of course, the Marquis, if he was the dog's owner, was liable for a fine, let alone what Mr. Beale's head cowman might claim from him by way of damages. But when you were dealing with lords, you wanted to be careful. The younger park-keeper, who was the recipient of this confidence, became suddenly thoughtful. But the cowman grimly accepted Frederica's invitation, saying that he would have his rights even if the dog belonged to the queen, meaning no disrespect to her. And the hatchet-faced lady, her eyes snapping, said that if the park keepers didn't know their duty she did, and would bring the affair to the notice of the ranger. There seemed nothing for it but to go with the young lady. The hatchet-faced lady announced that she too would go, and that if which she doubted a marquis was forthcoming she would give him a piece of her mind. The door of Alverstoke House was opened by a footman. He was a well-trained young man, but his eyes, when they perceived the cavalcade awaiting admittance, showed a tendency to start from their sockets. Frederica, carrying the situation off with a high hand, said, with a friendly smile, "Good morning. I do trust his lordship has not yet gone out." The footman, his eyes starting more than ever, replied in a bemused voice, "No, miss, that is, thank goodness," interrupted Frederica. "I don't wonder at it that you should be astonished to see me so heavily escorted. I'm surprised at it myself. Be so good as to tell his lordship that his cousin, Miss Merriville, is here and desires to speak to him." She then stepped into the house, inviting her companions over her shoulder to follow her, and such was her assurance that the footman stood aside instinctively, offering no other opposition to the invasion of his master's house, by a set of regular rum touches than the stammered information that his lordship was still in his dressing-room. "Then tell him, if you please, that the matter is of some urgency," said Frederica. Would you care to see his lordship's secretary, miss?" said the footman feebly. "Mr. Trevor," said Frederica. "No, thank you. Just convey my message to his lordship." The footman had never heard of Miss Merriville, his lordship's cousin, but her mention of Mr. Trevor's name relieved his mind. He thought she must be his lordship's cousin, though what she was doing in such queer company, or why she should have brought a couple of park keepers and an obvious bumpkin to Alverstoke House, he could not imagine. Nor did he know what to do with the ill-assorted visitors, for while it was clearly incumbent upon him to conduct Miss Merriville and her female companion to the saloon, he could not feel that either his lordship, or the august and far more terrible Mr. Wickham, would be pleased to discover that he had also ushered Miss Merriville's male attendants into this apartment. He was rescued from this social dilemma by the dignified appearance on the scene of Mr. Wickham himself. Thankful for the first time in his life to see his dread mentor, he hurriedly informed him that it was Miss Merriville, my lord's cousin, wishful to see my lord. James the footman might not have heard of Miss Merriville, but Wickham was not so ignorant. He, with his lord's valet, his steward, his housekeeper, and his head groom, knew all about the Merrivilles, and what they referred to as his lordship's latest start had been for days the main topic for discussion in the room. Nor was Wickham ever rocked from his stately balance. He bowed to Miss Merriville, impassively surveyed her retinue, and moved across the hall to open the door into the library. "His lordship shall be informed, ma'am, if you will be pleased to take a seat in the book-room. And you, ma'am, of course," he added graciously, bestowing a suitable bow on the hatchet-faced lady, whom he had written down as a governess or possibly a paid companion. "Yes, and these men had better come in too," said Frederica. "Certainly, ma'am, if you wish them to do so," responded Wickham. "But I venture to think that they will be quite comfortable in the hall." With this opinion even the cowman was in the fullest agreement, but Frederica would have none of it. "No, for they too wish to speak to his lordship," she said. She then invited the hatchet-faced lady to sit down, and Wickham, not by so much as the flicker of an eyelid betraying his emotions, held the door for the rest of the party to enter the room. James, meanwhile, had gone up the stairs to the Marquis's dressing-room, and had tapped on the door. It was a very soft, deprecating tap, the Marquis being notoriously ill-disposed towards persons seeking admittance to his room before noon, and he was obliged to tap again, a little more loudly. He was not invited to enter, but the door was opened to him by his lordship's very superior valet, who appeared to regard his intrusion as a form of sacrilege, demanding to know in an outraged undervoice what he wanted. "It's urgent, Mr. Knapp," whispered James. "Mr. Wickham said I was to tell his lordship." These words acted, as he had felt sure they must, as a passport. Knapp allowed him to step into the room, but adjured him, still in an undervoice, not to stir from the door, or to make the least sound, until he was bid. He then trod silently back to the dressing-table, at which my lord was seated, engaged in the important task of arranging his neckcloth. Only his sisters had ever stigmatized Alverstoke as a dandy. He adopted none of the extremes of fashion which made the younger members of this set ridiculous, and which would certainly have disgusted Mr. Brummell, had that remarkable man still been the arbiter of taste in London. Mr. Brummell, obliged by sordid circumstances to retire to the Continent, was living in obscurity, but the smarts of his generation had not swerved from the tenets he had laid down. Alverstoke, 3 years his junior, had encountered him in his flamboyant salad days, and had been swift to discard every one of his colorful waistcoats, his flashing tie-pins, and his multitude of fobs and seals. A man whose raiment attracted attention, had said Mr. Brummell, was not a well-dressed man. Clean linen, perfectly cut coats, and the nice arrangement of his neckcloths were the hall-marks of the man of ton, and to these simple rules Alverstoke had thenceforward adhered, achieving, by patience and practice, the reputation of being one of the most elegant men on the town. Disdaining to adopt the absurdities of starched shirt-points so high that they obscured his vision and made it impossible for him to turn his head, and such intricacies as the mathematical or the oriental ties, he evolved his own style of neckwear, discreet, yet so exquisite as to arouse envy in the breasts of the younger generation. James was well aware of this, and since his secret ambition was to rise to the position of a gentleman's gentleman, Knapp's admonition was unnecessary. For no consideration would he have disturbed the Marquis at such a moment, and he saw nothing at all to provoke laughter in the Marquis's attitude. He was only sorry that he had not arrived in time to see the dexterous turn his lordship gave the foot-wide muslin cloth before it was placed round his collar. This had obviously been successful, for Knapp had laid aside the 6 or 7 neckcloths he had been holding in readiness to hand the Marquis if his first attempts should be failures, and that gentleman was now gazing at the ceiling. Fascinated, James watched the gradual lowering of his chin, and the deft pressing into permanent shape of the creases thus created in the snowy muslin. In an expansive moment, Knapp had once told him that all his lordship did to achieve those beautiful folds was to drop his jaw some 4 or 5 times. It had sounded easy and it looked easy, but his budding sartorial instinct told James that it was not easy at all. He held his breath while the operation was in progress, only letting it go when the Marquis, having critically inspected the result of his skill, laid down his hand mirror and said, "Yes, that will do." He rose as he spoke, and as he slid his arms into the waistcoat Knapp was holding, looked across the room at James. "Well," he asked, "begging your lordship's pardon, it's Miss Merriville wishful to see your lordship immediate," disclosed James. "On a matter of urgency," he added. The Marquis looked faintly surprised, but all he said was, "Indeed, inform Miss Merriville that I will be with her directly. My coat, Knapp." "Yes, my lord. In the book-room, my lord, I believe." Having in this masterly manner disclaimed all responsibility for his superior's deviation from the normal, James withdrew circumspectly. Knapp remarked, as he shook out a handkerchief and presented it to Alverstoke, that he wondered why Wickham should not have shown Miss Merriville into the saloon, but Alverstoke, picking up his quizzing-glass and passing its long ribbon over his head, merely said Wickham probably had his reasons. Several minutes later, looking precise to a pin in a dark blue coat which appeared to have been molded to his form, very pale pantaloons and very highly polished Hessian boots, he came down the stairs to find Wiccan awaiting him. "Why my bookroom, Wiccan?" he inquired. "Don't you think my cousin worthy of being taken up to the saloon?" "Certainly, my lord," responded Wiccan. "But Miss Merriville is not alone." "So I should suppose." "I was not referring to the female accompanying her, my lord. There are 3 other persons, whom I thought it more proper to usher into the book-room than the saloon." Having been acquainted with his butler from his earliest youth, Alverstoke did not fall into the error of supposing that the unknown persons came of the professorial class. Others, less familiar with Wiccan, might think his countenance sphinx-like, but it was plain to Alverstoke that he profoundly disapproved of Miss Merriville's escort. "Well, who are they?" Alverstoke asked. "As to that, my lord, I'm sure I shouldn't care to say, though 2 of them appear from their raiment to be employed in some official but menial capacity." "Dear me," said Alverstoke. "Yes, my lord, there is also a dog, a very large dog. I was unable to recognize the breed. Is there, by God, I wonder what the deuce," he broke off. "Something tells me, Wiccan, that danger awaits me in the book-room." "Oh no, my lord," said Wiccan reassuringly. "It is not, I fancy, a fierce animal." He opened the door into the book-room as he spoke, and held it for Alverstoke. He then suffered a slight shock, for, as Alverstoke paused on the threshold, surveying the assembled company, Luffra, who was lying at Frederica's feet, recognized in him the agreeable visitor whose magical fingers had found the precise spot on his spine which he was unable to attend to himself, and scrambled up, uttering a high-pitched bark, and launched himself forward. It was only for a moment that Wiccan thought he meant to attack the Marquis, but the hatchet-faced lady, blind to the flattened ears and furiously waving tail, screamed and called on all to witness that she had said it from the start. The creature was savage and ought to be shot. The Marquis, restraining Luffra's ardor, said, "Thank you, I'm much obliged to you, but that's enough. Down, Luff, down." The park-keepers exchanged significant glances. No doubt about it, the dog belonged to the Marquis right enough. Frederica, feeling that Luffra had done much to atone for his bad behavior, rose and went towards Alverstoke, saying, "Oh, cousin, you can't think how glad I am to find you at home. This vexatious dog of yours has embroiled me in such a scrape. I declare I'll never offer to take him out for you again." To her profound relief, he took this without a blink, merely saying, as he bent to pat Luffra, "You shock me, Frederica. What has he been doing?" 3 persons told him in chorus. He interrupted them, saying, "One at a time, if I am expected to understand the matter." Frederica and the cowman were silenced, but the hatchet-faced lady was made of sterner stuff. She said that people might talk about Barcelona collies if they chose, but that she for one didn't believe a word of it, and that it was coming to something when one couldn't go for an airing in the park without being attacked by savage dogs. The Marquis had recourse to his deadliest weapon. He raised his quizzing glass to his eye. Strong men had been known to blench when that glass had been leveled at them. The hatchet-faced lady did not blench, but speech was withered on her tongue. The Marquis said, "You must forgive me, ma'am. I have a lamentably bad memory, but I believe I haven't the pleasure of your acquaintance. Cousin, pray introduce me." Frederica, who was rapidly revising her first unfavorable opinion of him, replied promptly, "I can't, because I haven't the least notion who she may be or why she would come here. Unless it was to assure herself that you are indeed my cousin, which she seemed to doubt." "It doesn't appear to be an entirely adequate reason," he said. "However, if for some reason hidden from me, ma'am, you wish for reassurance on this point, you have it. Miss Merriville and I are cousins." "I'm sure it's of no interest to me, my lord," she returned, reddening. "What's more, if I hadn't thought it my duty to do so, I shouldn't have come. Or if I hadn't seen as plain that the moment Miss Merriville talked about her cousin the Marquis, those 2 toad-eaters were ready to let that vicious animal attack everyone in the park." Faint, protesting sounds came from the park-keepers, but the Marquis ignored them. "I had no idea he was so dangerous," he remarked. "I trust you sustained no injury, ma'am." "I didn't say he attacked me, but he didn't attack anyone," struck in Frederica. "Oh, indeed. And I dare say he didn't knock down a poor little boy and frighten all those sweet innocents out of their wits." "Oh, no," Frederica laughed. "No, he didn't knock the little boy down. To be sure, the children were scared of him at first, but as soon as they understood that he only wanted to play with them, they very soon recovered their wits. In fact, they begged me to bring him to the park again tomorrow." "It was my cows he attacked," interposed the cowman. "And you saying as how he was hurting them, miss, being as he was bred to do so in Spain, which he never was. I never been to Spain myself, nor I ain't wishful to do so, me not holding with furriners, but what I say and stand to is that cows is cows, all the world over, and not even a benighted heathen wouldn't train a dog to scatter a herd like that nasty brute done. Mr. Munslow there, begging your lordship's pardon, ups and says he was a mongrel, but all I says is that he ain't no collie, Barcelona nor otherwise." The younger park-keeper was understood to say, twisting his hat between his hands and casting an imploring look at the Marquis, that no offense had been meant, but that Miss had said that the dog was a Barcelona collie, which he couldn't believe, not if he lived to be 100, no matter, drawing a resolute breath, who told him different. "So I should hope," said the Marquis. "He is nothing of the sort, of course." He turned his head towards Frederica and said in a voice of weary boredom, "Really, cousin, you are too shatter-brained. He is a hound, not a collie, and what I told you was not Barcelona but Baluchistan." "Baluchistan, Frederica." "Oh dear, so you did. How stupid of me," she replied unsteadily. Neither of the park-keepers seemed to find his lordship's explanation unacceptable. The elder said wisely that that would account for it, and the younger reminded the company that he had known all along that the dog wasn't Spanish. But the cowman was plainly dissatisfied, and the hatchet-faced lady said sharply, "I don't believe there is such a place." "Oh, yes," replied his lordship, walking towards the window and giving one of the two globes which stood there a twist. "Come and see for yourself." Everyone obeyed this invitation, and Frederica said reproachfully, "If you had only told me it was in Asia, cousin." "Oh, Asia," said the elder park-keeper, glad to be enlightened. "A kind of Indian dog, I dare say." "Well, not precisely," said Frederica. "At least, I don't think so. It's this bit, you see. It's a very wild place, and the dog had to be smuggled out because the natives are hostile, and that's why I said he was very rare. Indeed, he is the only Baluchistan dog in this country, isn't he, cousin?" "I devoutly hope he may be," returned his lordship dryly. "Well, all I have to say is that it makes it so much the worse," declared the hatchet-faced lady. "The idea of bringing wild foreign animals into the park, smuggled too. I don't scruple to tell you, my lord, that I very much disapprove of such practices, and I have a very good mind to report it to the customs." "I'm afraid there are none," he said apologetically, coming back in his leisurely way to the fireplace and stretching out his hand to the bell-pull. "No postal service either. You could send a messenger, I suppose, but it would be excessively costly, and the chances are that he would be murdered out of hand. It is really very difficult to know what to advise in such a case." "I am speaking of the English customs, my lord," she said, glaring at him. "Oh, that wouldn't be of the least use. I didn't smuggle the dog into the country. I merely caused him to be smuggled out of Baluchistan," she said, in a voice that shook with passion. "However that may be, you have no right to let savage dogs loose in the park, and I shall report it to the proper authorities, and so I warn you, my lord." "My dear ma'am, what possible concern is it of mine if you choose to make a pea-goose of yourself? I may add that I am at a loss to understand what concern this unfortunate affair is of yours. You have informed me that my dog did not attack you, which I believe. You have also informed me that you came to my house because it was plain to you that, upon learning my rank, these men, whom you stigmatized as toad-eaters, were ready to permit the dog to attack everyone in the park, which I do not believe. It appears to me that you have been indulging in a high piece of meddling. If I should be asked to give an account of this interview, I should feel myself bound to state that these men came, very properly, to inform me of my dog's misdemeanor, and to request that he should be kept under restraint. But as they were accompanied, for what reason I know not, by an officious person, wanting in both manner and sense, who took it upon herself to usurp their authority, it was all too long before they were able to lay their complaint before me. He glanced towards the open door where Wickham stood, his countenance graven and his brain seething with conjecture. "Be so good as to show this lady out," he said, "and desire Mr. Trevor to come to me." This masterly speech, listened to by Frederica with awe and by the park keepers with approval, cast the hatchet-faced lady into gobbling incoherence. Never during the course of her overbearing career had she been so much insulted as she tried to inform his lordship. But his lordship, losing interest in her, merely helped himself to a pinch of snuff, and Wickham, interrupting her stammered utterance, said, in a voice devoid of all human passion, "If you please, madam." The hatchet-faced lady swept out of the room, spots of scarlet burning on her cheek-bones. No one, least of all Wickham himself, was surprised at her capitulation, the younger park keeper going so far as to confide, later to his senior, that he reckoned anyone would need to have uncommon good bottom to square up to that old puff-guts. The cowman, however, while approving in general of the expulsion, was by no means mollified. He began to explain to the Marquis the enormity of Luffre's crime, the dire results that could ensue from stampeding cows in milk, and the fate that would befall him at their owners' hands if they were found to have suffered the least injury. "Well, that isn't likely," said Frederica. "Anyone might suppose from the way you talk that they were chased all over the town, which they were not. Though if you choose to keep cows in a public park, I must say—" "No, cousin, you must not," intervened the Marquis, taking his revenge. "My instructions to you were to take Luffre to Hyde Park, and I hold you entirely to blame for this lamentable affair." Frederica, seeking refuge behind her handkerchief, said in trembling accents that she feared he was right. "Have no fear," said the Marquis, addressing himself to the cowman. "The matter shall be suitably adjusted. Ah, come in, Charles." Mr. Trevor, considerably astonished by the scene that met his eyes, said, "You sent for me, sir." "I did, yes. This Baluchistan hound of mine, which my cousin offered to exercise for me, has been getting me into trouble. I regret to say that he, forgot himself amongst the cows in Green Park." Mr. Trevor might have been momentarily staggered, but he was by no means slow-witted, and it did not need the warning glance directed at him from under his employer's lazy eyelids to put him on his guard. He said calmly that he was sorry to hear it, and when he looked at the Baluchistan hound, who was sniffing interestedly at his legs, only the faintest twitch at the corners of his mouth disturbed the gravity of his expression. "Just so," said his lordship. "I knew you would be shocked, and I'm persuaded I can leave the matter in your hands." He smiled and added softly, "You are always to be depended on, Charles." He then turned to the complainants and said, "Mr. Trevor will settle everything to your satisfaction, I trust, so go with him to his office. Ah, two of the deputy ranger's people, Charles and the herdsman." He nodded dismissal to his visitors. They departed willingly, having correctly interpreted his words to mean that suitable largesse would presently be distributed amongst them, and feeling that Mr. Trevor would be an easier man to deal with than the Marquis. Charles signed to them to precede him out of the room, and when they had filed past him, lingered for a moment, looking at Frederica. "How much damage did he do, Miss Merriville?" Emerging from her handkerchief, Frederica showed him not a tearful but a laughing countenance. "Oh, I don't think he hurt the cows at all, because we caught him before he had time to." "In that case, then—" "No, Charles," interposed the Marquis. My sole desire is to be rid of the business, and this is not the moment to be clutch-fisted. Oh, I'll see to it that you're rid of it, sir, said Charles cheerfully and withdrew. Well, what an excellent young man, said Frederica. 7 he is, isn't he? Agreed Alverstoke. She looked up at him. Yes, and you too. You were truly splendid, and I am very much obliged to you. Oh, and I do beg your pardon for having embroiled you. The thing was, you see, that they threatened to impound Luff, and only think what the consequences might have been. That was why I said he belonged to you. A gurgle of laughter rose in her throat. Like Puss in Boots. Like what? He demanded. My cousin the Marquis of Alverstoke, she explained. You know, no doubt I am extremely dull-witted, but he broke off as enlightenment dawned on him and the frown left his brow. Oh, the Marquis of Carabas. Of course. And it answered. Except with that horrid creature you gave such a set-down to. I never in my life heard anything so ruthlessly uncivil, but I must own that I enjoyed it. She began to laugh again. Oh, but you nearly overset me when you said Luff was a Baluchistan hound. And so you shall be, you bad dog. Gratified, Luff reared himself on his hind legs and licked her face. She pushed his forepaws off her knees and got up. You are a shameless commoner, she informed him. She raised her eyes to Alverstoke's and held out her hand. Thank you, she said, smiling at him. I must go now. You will tell me, won't you, how much Mr. Trevor was obliged to pay those men? Just a moment, he said. You haven't explained to me how it comes about that you were walking alone, cousin. No, she agreed. But then, you haven't explained to me how it comes about that that is your concern, have you? I am perfectly ready to do so, however. Whatever may be the accepted mode in Herefordshire, in London it won't do. Girls of your age and breeding don't go about town unaccompanied. Well, in general I don't do so, and naturally I would never permit Charis to, but I'm not a girl. I dare say you might think me one, being yourself so much older, but I promise you I ceased to be a young miss years ago, and in any event I am not answerable to you for my actions, cousin Alverstoke. Oh, yes, you are, he retorted. If you expect me to launch you into society, Frederica, you will conform to society's rules. You'll either do as I bid you, or I shall wash my hands of you. If you are determined to set the world in a bustle, find another sponsor. She flushed, and her lips parted. But whatever stinging reply she had been about to utter she suppressed, closing her lips firmly. After a pause, she managed to smile and to say, I dare say you would be very happy to wash your hands of us after today's adventure. Oh, no, he said coolly. You may put that out of your mind. That is precisely what I can't do, though I wish very much that I could, because it almost slays me to be compelled to keep my tongue between my teeth, she told him. I should dearly love to come to cuffs with you, my lord, but I'm not sunk quite below reproach, though I must say I think you are, she added frankly. But why? He asked, beginning to be amused. Because you knew very well when you pinched at me in that odious way that I was too much obliged to you to give you a set-off, he laughed. Do you think you could? Yes, to be sure I could. I can say very cutting things when I'm put into a passion. I'll endure them. She shook her head, a dimple peeping in her cheek. No, I've come down from the bows now. To own the truth, I think I flew into them because my aunt says exactly what you did. Nothing makes one so cross as knowing one is in the wrong, does it? I don't know, I've never thought about it. She looked surprised, but decided not to pursue the matter. Well, I'll try not to put you to the blush. The case is that Charis has one of her colds, and Jessamy, you know, works at his books every morning. That's why Charis and I take Luff out walking. He needs a great deal of exercise, more than he can get in London, poor fellow. Then why not Felix or your maid? I haven't a maid, not an Abigail, I mean. Only the housemaids, and they are all town-bred, and it is the greatest bore to go out walking with any of them, because they will dawdle or say their shoes hurt them. I would have taken Felix, only that he was set on visiting a mechanical museum, and he would have been glumpish all the way if I had insisted on his bearing me company. Oh, pray don't frown, I won't do it again. You need a footman, he said, still frowning. What, to protect me? Luff does that, I promise you. To wait on you, carry your parcels, deliver your letters. I suspect you mean I need one to add to my consequence. That too, he replied. She looked thoughtful and presently smiled rather ruefully. To present a respectable appearance, as Buttle says. He wished me to bring Peter to London, but I left him at Graynard because, for one thing, Mr. Porth was anxious to hire him, and for another, it seemed such an unnecessary expense. However, I own I have felt the want of a footman on Buttle's account. He's too old for these horrid London houses. Is the expense a bar? He asked bluntly. Oh no, I'll hire a footman and he can take the place of the maid who at present helps Buttle. No, leave it to me, he said. Hiring footmen, London footmen, is no work for green girls. Thank you, you are very obliging, but there is no reason why you should be put to that trouble. I shan't be. Trevor will find a suitable man and send him to see Buttle. Then I shall be very much obliged to him. She held out her hand again. Now I'll say good-bye, cousin. Not yet. Unless you have some urgent business to attend to, I suggest you allow me to drive you to visit my sister. She wishes to make your acquaintance, and this seems a good opportunity to take you to see her. Startled, she said, Oh, but Charis, surely she should go too. Won't Lady Buxted think it very uncivil when she has consented to introduce her at your ball? No, how should she, when the circumstances are explained to her? She would think it far more uncivil of you to delay making this visit of ceremony. Yes, but Charis will be well again in a day or two. I sincerely hope so. Unfortunately, I am off to Newmarket tomorrow and shall be away for a se'nnight. To postpone the visit until we shall be within a fortnight of the ball would be beyond the line of being pleasing, believe me. She looked dismayed. Indeed it would. Oh dear, she would suppose us to be quite without conduct, wouldn't she? But I'm not dressed for it. He put up his glass and surveyed her through it. She was wearing a hair-brown pelisse with orange jean half-boots and a neat little hat trimmed with a single ostrich plume curling over its brim. He lowered his glass. I see nothing amiss, he said. You may not, but you may depend upon it that Lady Buxted will write me down as a positive dowdy. I've worn this pelisse any time these past 2 years. It will be quite unnecessary to tell her so. Yes, indeed it will, she said warmly. She will know it at a glance. How should she when I did not? Because she's a female, of course. Of all the stupid questions to ask, his eyes were alight with wicked laughter. You underrate me, Frederica. I am far more conversant with feminine fashions than my sister, I promise you. Must I prove it to you? Very well then. Your pelisse is not fashioned according to the latest mode. Your boots are made of jean, not of kid, and you furbished up your hat with a feather dyed orange to match them. Am I right? She scanned him gravely but with interest. Yes, and so, I suppose, was Aunt Scrabster. Oh ho! Did she warn you to beware of such a sad rake as I am? You've nothing to fear from me, Frederica. That made her give one of her chuckles. Oh, I know that I'm not nearly pretty enough. Her clear gaze remained fixed on his face, but a crease appeared between her brows. Charis is, she said thoughtfully. But although you call me green, cousin, I'm more than 7, you know. You wouldn't. How can you know that? He asked, quizzing her. Well, to be sure, I'm not very familiar with rakes. In fact, I never met one before. But I'm not such a wet goose that I don't know you are a gentleman, however uncivil you may be, or whatever improper things you may say. I dare say that sort of carelessness comes of having been born into the first rank. He was so much taken aback that for a moment he said nothing. Then a wry smile twisted his mouth, and he said, I deserved that, didn't I? Accept my apologies, cousin. May I now escort you to my sister's house? Well, she said doubtfully. If you think she won't, oh no. You are forgetting Luff. Pretty cool to walk into Lady Buxted's drawing-room leading a country dog. I won't do it. Certainly not if I have anything to say in the matter. One of my people can take him back to Upper Wimpole Street. I'll see to it. Sit down. I shan't keep you waiting many minutes. He left the room as he spoke, but although the second footman ran all the way to the stables, it was rather more than 20 minutes later that Frederica was handed into his lordship's town carriage. The protesting yelps of Luffra, held in leash by James, followed her, but she resolutely ignored their frantic appeal, merely saying anxiously, "You did tell James he mustn't on any account allow him to run loose, didn't you, cousin?" "Not only did I tell him, but so did you," Alverstoke replied, sitting down beside her. "Grosvenor Place, Roxton." "The thing is, you see," confided Frederica as the carriage door was shut, "he has not yet grown accustomed to all the London traffic, and he doesn't understand that he must stay on the flagway. And of course when he sees a cat on the other side of the street, or another dog perhaps, he dashes across, all amongst the chairmen and the carriages, creating the most shocking commotion because he makes the horses shy and puts one to the blush. I can readily believe it." "What the deuce made you bring him to London?" She regarded him in astonishment. "Why, what else could we do? Could you not have left him in charge of, I don't know, your gardener, gamekeeper, bailiff?" "Oh, no," she cried. "How can you think we would be so heartless? When he saved Jessamie's life, just as if he knew, which Charis vows he did, that he owed his own life to Jessamie. Myself, I suspect that he doesn't remember it at all, for he isn't in the least afraid of going into water, but 3 of the village boys threw him into the pond with a brick round his neck, when he was a very young puppy, poor Luff. So Jessamie plunged in after him, and never did I see such a dreadful object as he was when he came into the house, carrying Luff, dripping wet and blood all over his face because his nose was bleeding and such a black eye. A fighter is he. And no, well, only when something of that nature happens, which makes him so burningly angry that he goes in, Harry says, like a tiger. He doesn't care for boxing nearly as much as Harry does, and I believe he hasn't very good science, if you know what I mean." The Marquis, a distinguished exponent of the noble art, begged her to explain the term. She wrinkled her brow. "Well, it means skill, I think, not mere flourishing. Oh, and standing up well and showing game, and oh, yes, being very gay, though how anyone could be gay under such circumstances I can't conceive. I expect Harry is, because he is naturally a gay person, but not Jessamie. No, not Jessamie." She fell silent, apparently brooding over Jessamie. Idly amused, Alverstoke said after a few moments, "Is Jessamie the sober member of the family?" "Sober?" She considered this, the wrinkles deepening on her brow. "No, not sober precisely. I can't describe him because I don't understand him myself, now that he is growing up. Mr. Ansdell, our vicar, says that he has an ardent soul, and that I need not be in a worry because he will become far more rational presently. He means to enter the church, you know. I must own that I thought this was because of his confirmation, and that the fit would pass. Not that I don't wish him to become a clergyman, but it seemed so very unlikely that he would be. He was used to be the most adventurous boy, forever getting into dangerous scrapes, besides being hunting mad, and much cleverer in the saddle than Harry, and Harry is no slow top. Harry told me himself that there was no need to give Jessamie jumping powder, because he throws his heart over any fence his horse can clear. And that was not mere partiality, for the master told a particular friend of mine that Jessamie was the best horseman, for his age, of any in South Herefordshire. Alverstoke, whose interest in Miss Merriville's brothers was, at the best, tepid, murmured, in a voice which would have informed those who knew him best that he was rapidly becoming bored, "Ah, yes, I seem to recall that when I had the felicity of making his acquaintance I formed the impression that he was, if not hunting mad, decidedly horse mad." "Oh, yes," she agreed. "And every now and then he runs wild, just as he was used to do. Only then his conscience never troubled him, and now it does." She sighed, but an instant later smiled and said, "I beg your pardon, I have been running on like a tattle-box." "Not at all," he said politely. "I know I have, and about something which is no concern of yours. Never mind, I won't do so any more." He was aware of feeling a twinge of remorse. It prompted him to say, in a warmer voice, "Do they worry you so much, these brothers of yours?" "Oh, no. Sometimes a little, because there's no one but me, and I am only their sister besides being a female. But they are very good. Have you no male relatives? I think you spoke of some guardian or trustee, a lawyer, isn't he? Oh, Mr. Salcombe. Yes, indeed, he has been most helpful and kind, but he's not a guardian. Papa didn't appoint one, you see. We were in dread that the younger ones might be made wards in Chancery, but Mr. Salcombe contrived to avert that danger. I've heard people complain that lawyers are shockingly dilatory, but for my part I am excessively thankful for it. He kept on writing letters and arguing about legal points until Harry came of age and could assume responsibility for the children. You would have supposed that he must have wished us all at Jericho, for it went on for months, but he seemed to enjoy it. I don't doubt it. He appears to have your interests at heart. Doesn't he keep a hand on the reins? Manage the boys, do you mean? No, he is not. He is not the sort of person who understands boys. He is a bachelor and very precise and old-fashioned. The boys call him Old Prosy, which is odiously ungrateful of them, but well, you see, he smiled. Most clearly. And the only male relative we have is my Aunt Scrabster's husband. I am only slightly acquainted with him, but I know he wouldn't be of the least use. He is a very respectable man, but he's town-bred, and all his interest is in commerce. Unfortunate, but I dare say your brother Harry will relieve you of your care, he said lightly. There was an infinitesimal pause before she answered. Yes, of course. The carriage was drawing up, and a moment later it came to a halt in front of Lady Buxted's house. He was glad of it. He had missed neither Frederica's hesitation nor the note of constraint in her voice, and he had thought that it would not be long before she demanded his advice, and even his active help, in the task of guiding her young brothers. She was quite capable of it, and while he was just as capable of withering any such attempt with one of his ruthless set-downs, he did not much wish to do this. He liked her. She was unusual and therefore diverting. She was not a beauty, but she had a good deal of countenance, and an air of breeding which pleased him, and her sister was a ravishing diamond whom he was perfectly willing to sponsor into the ton. There would be flutters in more dovecots than the one he was about to enter, and that would provide him with some entertainment. Lady Buxted was at home, and in the drawing-room her 2 elder daughters bearing her company. When the visitors were announced, she rose in her stateliest way, and rather deliberately set aside the tambour frame which held her embroidery before moving forward to meet Frederica. She favored her with a hard stare, 2 fingers, and a cold how do you do. Frederica showed no signs of discomposure. She just touched the fingers, as Alverstoke noted with approval, dropping a slight curtsy as she did so, and saying with her frank smile, "How do you do, ma'am? Cousin Alverstoke has been so obliging as to bring me to call on you, which I have been anxious to do, to thank you for your kindness, in being willing to lend us your countenance. My sister would have come with me, but she is laid up with a feverish cold, and begs me to offer her apologies." Lady Buxted thought a little. She had by this time taken in every detail of Frederica's appearance, and the harrowing suspicion that Miss Merriville would prove to be one of those ripe and dashing beauties to whom Alverstoke was so regrettably attracted, vanished. Having realized that Frederica was neither a beauty nor in the first bloom of her youth, her ladyship was able to regard her with an impartial eye, and even to do justice to her. She would have nothing to blush for in her protégée. The girl had pretty manners, a certain air of breeding, and she was dressed with neatness and propriety. So it was quite graciously that her ladyship told her daughters that they must come and be made known to their cousin, and while the 3 young ladies made rather laborious conversation, she drew Alverstoke a little apart, saying that Frederica seemed a well-behaved girl, and that she would do her best for her. "I do not, however, engage to find a husband for her," she warned him. "With no fortune and no extraordinary degree of beauty, she cannot expect to make more than a respectable marriage, you know. If she hopes to find a husband by moving in the first circles, she is flying too high." "Oh, I shan't ask that of you," responded Alverstoke. You will have enough to do finding a husband for Jane, I dare say." Only the reflection that the bills for Jane's finery had already reached considerable proportions made it possible for Lady Buxted to keep her tongue between her teeth. But however uncertain might be her temper, her passion for funding her money was unwavering. She certainly cast her brother an angry glance, but said nothing, merely walking away from him to seat herself on the sofa, where she invited Frederica to join her. The visit lasted for only half an hour, and although Lady Buxted asked Frederica a great many questions, she maintained her formal manner, offered no refreshment, and made no effort to detain her when she rose to take her leave. Nor did she invite her to bring Charis to Grosvenor Place, but she did say that she must try to find time to call on Miss Winsham one day. Frederica, who answered her questions with cool reserve, detecting in them more curiosity than kindness, said, with a smile on her lips and a dangerous sparkle in her eyes, that this intelligence would cast her aunt into transports of delight, whereupon Alverstoke chuckled and murmured, "Served with your own sauce, Louisa." He then bowed with exaggerated civility and followed Frederica out of the room, leaving his sister and his nieces to marvel at his interest in a commonplace female, for girl no one could call her, who had too much self-consequence and was plainly above herself. "I shouldn't have said that," Frederica confessed, when Alverstoke took his place beside her in the carriage. "Oh, why not? You took the wind out of her eye very prettily." "It wasn't pretty of me to have done it, because she is going to introduce Charis to society, and I'm persuaded she doesn't wish to do so." Frederica turned her head to direct one of her disconcerting looks at him. Did you compel her, sir?" "How should I be able to do that?" he countered. "I don't know, but I fancy you could. And I don't think it was out of good nature or a wish to please you, because—" "You are mistaken," he interrupted, a sardonic curl to his mouth. "She has a very earnest desire to please me." She continued to look searchingly at him and said, after a moment or two, "Well, I don't like it, and she won't like it when she sees Charis. No mother would who had such a plain-faced daughter to present as Jane. Are you going to cry off then?" She thought this over, saying presently in a resolute tone, "No, if it were for myself I would, but I'm determined Charis shall have her chance. I beg your pardon for not speaking more respectfully about your sister, but the prying questions she asked me put me all on end. I won't say any more. Don't refrain on my account. There's no love lost between us." "None?" she asked, wide-eyed. "Not a particle. Tell me, fair cousin, is the waltz danced in the wilds of Herefordshire?" "In some houses it is, but not very much, and there are never any quadrilles. So I have hired a dancing master to come to teach us the steps, that we shan't disgrace you by appearing as country cousins. That does relieve my mind. It might well, except that I fancy you don't care a straw how we may appear." "On the contrary, think how much my credit would suffer," she laughed, but shook her head. "You don't care for that either, or for anything, perhaps." He was momentarily taken aback by this, but he replied without perceptible hesitation, "Not profoundly." She frowned, turning it over in her mind. "Well, I can understand that must be very comfortable, for if you don't care for anybody or anything you can't be cast into dejection, or become sick with apprehension, or even get into high fidgets. On the other hand, I shouldn't think you could ever be aux anges either. It wouldn't do for me. It would be too flat." She turned her head to survey him again, and suddenly smiled. "I dare say that is why you are so bored." "I am frequently bored," he acknowledged. "Nevertheless, I contrive to keep myself tolerably well amused." "Oh yes, but that's not—" She stopped, and her color rose. "I beg your pardon, I wish I could learn to keep my tongue." He ignored this, saying with a wry smile, "You do hold me in contempt, don't you, Frederica?" "No, no," she said quickly. "You choose to call me a green girl, but I have cut my eye teeth, you know, and I'm not wholly paper-skulled. How could you help but become bored when you have been able to command every agreeable luxury all your life? I expect, too," she added wisely, that you were very much indulged, being your parents' only son. Remembering the cold formality of his father and with more difficulty the brief glimpses which had been granted to him of his fashionable mother who had died while he was still at school, the sardonic curl to his mouth became more pronounced, but all he said was, "Very true. I came into the world hosed and shod, and was so precious to my parents that a special establishment was created for me. Until I went to Harrow, I enjoyed the undivided attention of nurses, valets, grooms, tutors, and, oh, all that money could provide." "Oh, poor little boy," she exclaimed involuntarily. "By no means. I don't recall that I ever expressed a wish that wasn't instantly gratified." She checked herself on the brink of impetuous speech and said, after a tiny pause and in a rallying tone, "Well, I am now most truly obliged to you, cousin. You have taught me what poor Mr. Ansdell never could." "Have I indeed? What's that?" "Not to hanker after riches, of course. I was used to think, you know, that to be born to rank, fortune, and consequence must be so very pleasant, but I see now that it's nothing but a dead bore." The carriage was drawing up. She held out her hand, a sparkle of mischief in her eyes. "Goodbye. Thank you for my lesson and for introducing me to your sister. I had meant to have thanked you for coming to my rescue, but I shan't do so because I am now persuaded that it did you a great deal of good to be obliged to exert yourself." He took her hand, but only to place it firmly in her lap again. "Too previous, cousin. Spoilt though I am, I mean to exert myself sufficiently to escort you to your door." "You have such distinguished manners, my lord," she murmured demurely. "I have, haven't I?" he retorted. "Another lesson for you, you brass-faced little gypsy," she burst out laughing, but when she gave him her hand again on the doorstep she said, looking up into his face, "Did I offend you? No, I don't think so. I am grateful to you for having come so splendidly to my rescue, and very sorry to have embroiled you in such a troublesome affair. Since it is well known that my distinguished manners crumble at a touch, I shall make no apology for telling you that you are a baggage, Frederica." Her laughter bubbled up again. He smiled slightly, flicked her cheek with one careless finger, and trod down the steps to his carriage, under the disapproving stare of Buddle, who was holding open the door for his young mistress, and took it upon himself to reprove her for not keeping a proper distance. It was of no use to point out to him that the Marquis was almost old enough to have been her father, and worse than useless to try and snub him. Devoted retainers who, as they never hesitate to remind one, had known one from the cradle, were impossible to snub. "Now, that's quite enough, Miss Frederica," said Buddle severely. "I'm only telling you for your own good, and I should be failing in my duty if I didn't. Over and over again I've told you that you can't carry on in London like you do at home. A nice thing it would be if people was to take you for a rackety gadabout." The Marquis, meanwhile, was being driven back to Berkeley Square. It was his intention to try out his latest acquisition, a team of high-bred greys, warranted by their late owner to be sweet-goers, and enviously described by the gentleman who had been outbidden by his lordship as 4 very tidy ones indeed. This agreeable scheme had been disturbed by the arrival of Frederica, but the day was not too far advanced for a drive to Richmond or to Wimbledon. Alighting from his carriage in Berkeley Square, he gave the order for his perch phaeton to be brought round immediately, and entered the house, to be greeted by joyful yelps and a storm of mingled barks and whines. Luffra, tethered to the lowest banister, recognized the one surviving link with his mistress, and hailed him as his deliverer. Since the Marquis was quite unable to make his voice heard above Luffra's, he was obliged to reassure and to quell the faithful hound before demanding an explanation from his butler. While Luffra, released from bondage, fawned at his feet, whimpering with mingled relief and entreaty, and dulling the glossy surface of his hessians in a way that would have smitten his lordship's valet to the soul, he said, in a voice that was none the less terrible for its languor. "I thought I gave orders that this dog was to be taken to Upper Wimpole Street." His cold gaze rested on Wiccan's face, but James, the first footman, and Walter, his subordinate, quaked in their buckled shoes. Wiccan, who was made of sterner stuff, replied with majestic calm, "Yes, my lord, every effort has been made to do so. Unfortunately, the animal refused to leave the premises, either with Walter or with James. I regret to inform your lordship that when pressure was brought to bear he turned quite nasty, even with me. I thought it best to tie him up to the banister, awaiting your lordship's return. Otherwise," he said, outdoing the Marquis in frigidity, "he would have scratched the library door down." "What a revolting creature you are," said Alverstoke, addressing himself, much to the relief of his footman, to Luffra. "No, no, down, damn you, down. Where is Mr. Trevor?" As he spoke, his eyes alighted on his secretary, who had that instant emerged from his office at the back of the house, and was surveying the scene with something perilously like a grin on his countenance. "Oh, you're there, are you? Then, for God's sake, do something about this abominable mongrel." "Mongrel, sir," responded Mr. Trevor in astonished accents. "I thought he was a—" "Don't try me too far, Charles. You thought nothing of the sort. Why haven't you seen to it that he was restored to his owner?" "Well, I did my best, sir," said Charles, "but he wouldn't go with me either." "Now tell me that he tried to savage you and you will have gone your length," said Alverstoke, repulsing Luffra's adoring advances. "Oh, no, he didn't do that. He merely squatted on his haunches," said Charles cheerfully. "By the time I had dragged him as far as Davy Street, I judged it to be time to return, no fewer than 3 kindly females having exclaimed at my brutality to a dumb creature. Besides, I was exhausted. Why the devil didn't you bundle him into a hack? We did make the attempt, all 4 of us, but he's not the sort of dog you can bundle, sir, unmuzzled. That was when Walter got bitten. I dare say we might have contrived to get him into the hack, but we none of us fancied a drive in his company. The thing was that his mistress left him here, and here he was determined to remain until she reclaimed him." Meeting Alverstoke's eyes with the utmost blandness, he added, "I believe these Baluchistan hounds are famous for their fidelity, sir." "Oh, do you indeed?" said his lordship wrathfully. "So I have always understood," said Charles. He watched Luffra paw the Marquis imperatively, and a happy thought occurred to him. "Perhaps he would consent to go with you, sir," he suggested. "A little more, and you will find yourself dismissed with ignominy, Charles. If you imagine that I am going to lead this misbegotten cur through the streets of London, you must be out of your mind." He turned towards his footmen, so swiftly that they had no time to wipe the appreciative grins from their faces. Having reduced both to a state of rigid imbecility by the mere power of his eye, he said, "One of you, oh no, you are already wounded, are you not, Walter? You, James, may betake yourself to Upper Wimpole Street. Desire Master Georgette Merriville to be so good as to come here to collect his dog immediately." But even as these words left his lips, a bell was heard to clang in the nether regions, and the knocker on the front door was plied with enough violence to make his lordship wince. Walter moved to open the door and was almost swept off his feet by the tempestuous entrance of Master Georgette Merriville, with his brother at his heels. "I've come for my dog. Is his lordship at home? I must down, Luff, sit." "Oh, sir, is that you? I do beg your pardon. I am excessively sorry, and I jumped into a hack and came the instant Frederica told me, because I knew what must have happened, and how she can have supposed that Luff would go off with a stranger, but females are such nodcocks. Pray forgive me." "Not at all," said his lordship. "I am delighted to see you. In fact, I was on the point of sending one of my people to summon you, none of them being able to persuade Luff to leave the house." "Oh no, he wouldn't, of course." "I do hope he didn't bite anyone. He isn't savage, but if he thought anyone was trying to steal him—" "Ah, so that was it," said his lordship. "He was laboring under a delusion, but I dare say that was Walter's fault for not making the matter plain to him. My dear boy, don't look so concerned. Walter likes being bitten by large dogs, and so does Wiccan, don't you, Wiccan?" "The animal, my lord," replied Wiccan with dignity, "did not go so far as to bite me." "He will if you keep on calling him the animal. Well, Felix, how do you do? What brings you here?" "I wanted to see you, sir, particularly," replied Felix, smiling engagingly up at him. "You terrify me." Jessamy, who was receiving Walter's bashful assurance that he had sustained no more than a flesh wound, turned at that and said rather hotly, "I never meant him to plague you, sir. He would come, and I was afraid that if I pushed him off the step he would very likely fall under the wheels of some other vehicle, so I was obliged to pull him into the hack. And that was Frederica's fault too, if she hadn't said that you were going to Newmarket tomorrow." His irrepressible brother interrupted this speech without ceremony, recommending him to stop being a regular Jawme-dead. He then raised deceptively angelic eyes to Alverstoke's face and said, "You promised to take me to see the pneumatic lift, cousin Alverstoke, and I thought perhaps you had forgotten, and I ought to remind you." The Marquis could not remember having given any such promise, and he said so. His youthful admirer dealt summarily with this caveat, saying, "Yes, you did, sir. Well, you said we'll see, and that's the same thing." Jessamy gave him a shake. "It's nothing of the sort. If you don't hold your tongue, I promise you I'll give you pepper presently." "Who?" said Felix disrespectfully. "Try it and see if you don't get one in the bread basket." Observing the angry flush in Jessamy's cheeks, the Marquis judged it to be prudent to intervene, which he did by saying, "Before you embark on this mill, let us repair to my book-room to partake of refreshment. Wiccan, I don't know what our resources may be, but I rely on you to conjure up suitable refreshment for my guests." Jessamy, his flush deepening, said stiffly, "You are very good, sir, but we won't trespass upon your hospitality. I came only to fetch Luff, and to repay whatever sum it may have cost you to save him from being impounded. We need no refreshment." "Yes, we do," objected Felix. He directed his seraphic gaze, strongly suggestive of a boy suffering from starvation, upon Wiccan and said politely, "If you please." "Felix," exploded Jessamy. But Wiccan, not more hardened than his master against the wiles of schoolboys, visibly unbent, saying benevolently, "To be sure you do, sir. Now you go into the book-room like a good boy, and you shall have some cakes and lemonade, but mind now, you mustn't tease his lordship." "Oh, no," responded Felix soulfully. "And then will you take me to that foundry, cousin Alverstoke?" A choking sound reminded the Marquis of his secretary's presence in the background. He turned his head, smiling with false sweetness. "Ah, if I was not forgetting you, dear boy," he said with gentle malice. "Pray come with us into the book-room. I wish to make my wards known to you, Jessamy and Felix, Mr. Trevor." He waited while the boys, mindful of their manners, executed 2 bows before shaking hands with Mr. Trevor, and then marshaled the party into his library, saying as soon as the door was closed, "You've put yourself in fortune's way, Felix. Mr. Trevor knows far more than I do about pneumatic lifts, and is the very man to take you to the foundry." "You are too flattering, sir," said Charles promptly. "I am very sure I don't." "Well, you can't know less," said his lordship in an under voice charged with asperity. "Yes, but you said you would take me yourself, cousin Alverstoke." Hot with embarrassment, Jessamy besought his brother to stop plaguing his lordship to do what anyone but a gudgeon could see he didn't want to do. This had the effect of causing Felix to direct a look of heartrending reproach at the Marquis, and to say, in the voice of one mortally wounded, "I thought you did want to, sir. You said, 'Yes, of course I do.'" Interrupted his lordship hastily. "But it so happens that I was about to drive to Richmond to try the paces of my new team. How would you like to go with me there instead of to the foundry?" "Oh, no," protested Felix. This was too much for Jessamy. He exclaimed passionately, "You clodpole, you stupid little looby. Liefer visit a foundry than sit behind those bang-up greys we saw drive up to the house. You must have rats in your garret." "I like machines better than horses," said Felix simply. In the interests of peace, the Marquis intervened yet again. Well, there's no disputing about taste. If your heart is set on the foundry it shall be. Do you want to inspect the greys, Jessamy? Go and talk to my groom about them. You may tell him that I shan't need them after all today. Oh, thank you, sir. I would like to take a look at them, Jessamy said, his scowl vanishing. With a passing admonition to Felix to keep Luff quiet, he hastened out of the room. By the time he returned, Felix was consuming a hearty meal of plum cake, washed down by copious draughts of lemonade, and eagerly, if sometimes a trifle thickly, holding forth on blast pipes and safety valves. Mr. Trevor, dredging from the depths of his memory such elementary knowledge of the principles governing steam power as he had happened to acquire during the course of his career, was laboring manfully to keep pace with him, and the Marquis, lounging at his graceful ease in a wing chair, was observing him with a smile of unholy amusement. With the entrance of Jessamy, the conversation took an abrupt turn. Adjuring Felix not to be a dead bore, he favored the Marquis with his enthusiastic opinion of the greys. Complete to a shade, he said. Deep, broad chests, light necks, and their hocks perfectly straight, and the quarters so well let down. I never saw such a well-matched team, and they go well together, too. Your man drove me round the square behind them. He thought you would not object to it. And I particularly liked their forward action. High-steppers may be all very well for barouches and landaulettes, but for a phaeton or a curricle or even a mere gig, I prefer the forward action, don't you, sir? I do, agreed Alverstoke. Have some lemonade. Oh, thank you, sir, said Jessamy, taking the glass from Charles Trevor's hand. No cake, thank you. It's a good one, said Felix, generously wishing his elder to share the treat. Ignoring this interpolation, Jessamy drank his lemonade and said, If you please, sir, what did you give those men, the park keepers and the cowmen? Never mind that, replied Alverstoke. I am going to Newmarket tomorrow and shall be away for a se'nnight, but when I return to London I shall try out those greys. Would you like to go with me? The answer was plainly to be read in Jessamy's sudden flush and kindling eyes. He gasped, Sir, but... An instant later his countenance hardened and he said, I would like it very much, sir, but I must repay you for the sum you expended to save Luff. This declaration confronted Alverstoke at once with a novel situation and a dilemma. No other member of his family had ever felt it incumbent upon him, or her, to repay the sums he had from time to time disbursed. All too many of them demanded unlimited largesse as a right, and not 2 hours previously he had registered a silent vow to decline to assume the smallest responsibility for Fred Merriville's sons. That was one thing. He now discovered that it was quite another to allow a stripling to hand over to him, out of what he guessed to be a small allowance, whatever sum Charles Trevor had been obliged to spend on Luffre's behalf. Fighting against fate, he said, Believe me, it is quite unnecessary. I neither know nor care what it costs to redeem Luffre, and if you badger me on this very boring matter, I shall not invite you to go with me when I try out my new team. There was a moment's tense silence. Then Jessamy raised his eyes, no longer glowing but uncomfortably austere. Very well, sir, he said quietly. Will you tell me, if you please, what I owe you? No, young stiff-rump, I will not. I beg your pardon, sir, but there is no reason that I know of why you should be obliged to pay for my dog's trespass. Then you cannot be aware that your father commended you all to my care, replied his lordship, driven into the last ditch. My sister told me something of the sort, said Jessamy, frowning, but I don't see how that can have been, for I know he left no will. Since the matter was between him and me, it would be astonishing if you did see how it came about. It doesn't concern you. As for Luff's misdemeanor, I wish to hear no more about it. Don't take him into the Green Park again. The deliberate hauteur with which he spoke had its calculated effect. Jessamie's conscience might trouble him, but it was superseded by a vague but horrid fear that he had committed a social solecism. He stammered, "No, sir, it is very kind of you. I didn't know, pray don't be offended. One doesn't like to be beholden, but if you are indeed our guardian it alters the case, I suppose." The Marquis smiled at him, which, as it was not given to him to read the thoughts hidden by the smile, very much relieved his mind. Had he known that the Marquis was wondering what madness had seized him, and to what tiresome lengths he might be expected to go now that he had so rashly acknowledged the Merrivilles' claim upon him, Jessamie would have suffered an agony of mortification. But as he knew nothing about his lordship's habitual reluctance to interest himself in the affairs of his relatives, he was able to take his leave blithely, and to stride back to Upper Wimpole Street in the best of spirits, and with his head full of the delightful prospect of driving to Richmond with his lordship, and even, perhaps, of being allowed to handle the reins himself for a little way. Meanwhile, the Marquis had set out for Wardour Street, his youthful companion prancing beside him, and beguiling the tedium of the way by describing to him in detail the various exhibits he had that morning seen at Merlin's Mechanical Museum. These included such attractions as a juggler, an aerial cavalcade, Merlin's cave, and a set of antique whispering busts, very ingenious. But these had not interested Felix as much as a hydraulic vase, a band of mechanical music, and a mechanical cruising frigate, if it was still in existence, but his little guidebook was rather out of date. He meant next to visit an exhibition at Spring Gardens, where Maillardet's automaton was to be seen. This marvel, according to the tattered guidebook he dragged from his pocket, was a musical lady, who was advertised rather alarmingly to perform most of the functions of animal life, and to play 16 airs upon an organized pianoforte by the actual pressure of the fingers. No, he had not visited the British Museum. Except for a collection of stuffed birds, it held nothing but fusty old things, which only such people as Jessamie liked. Several persons with whom Alverstoke was well acquainted were encountered on the way, a circumstance which led, later, to a good deal of discussion in the clubs. The merchant dandy, Mr. Thomas Raikes, known to the ton as Apollo because, said the irreverent, he had risen in the east and was setting in the west, had been dumbfounded to see Alverstoke with a schoolboy beside him when he had emerged from his own house in Berkeley Square. And Mr. Rufus Lloyd, meeting Alverstoke in Bond Street and asking whither he was bound, was later able to disclose, in bewildered accents, that he was going to visit a foundry in Soho. This was generally received with incredulity, but Sir Henry Mildmay, a man of more parts than the Red Dandy, had no hesitation in saying, with an indulgent but odiously superior smile, "I am afraid he was roasting you, Rufus." Lord Petersham, a lifelong friend of Alverstoke's, came nearest to the mark when he said, with his slight lisp, "Taking one of hith nephews there, I darethe." Mr. Endymion Dawntree, also meeting Alverstoke in Bond Street, could have set Petersham right, but he was not present at the discussion, and he had been only mildly surprised to see the Marquis with a schoolboy in tow. A magnificent young man, Mr. Dawntree, splendidly built and classically featured, with a profile that commanded the admiration of a number of ladies, who declared that he might pose as a model for Greek statuary, a pair of brown eyes, beautifully molded lips, and curling brown locks above a noble brow. Such an extraordinary degree of good looks inevitably attracted attention, and if his understanding had been more than moderate and his conversation more entertaining, he would have been a prime favorite with the ladies. This, unfortunately, was not the case. He was amiable and polite, but as he was also slow-witted and untroubled by ideas, His conversation consisted of labored commonplaces, and only became animated when he was describing the obstacles successfully cleared in the course of a hazardous 5-mile point, the circumstances which had led to his taking a toss at a regular rasper, or the sport he had enjoyed on some capital scenting day. His brother officers rated him a very good fellow, but nicknamed him, in affectionate derision, Naughty Dauntry, to which he raised not the smallest objection, merely smiling sleepily, and saying that he never had been one of the downy ones. He was a dutiful son and a kind brother, and although he happily accepted an allowance from Alverstoke, as well as his cornetcy and his horses, he was very grateful for these benefits, and rarely applied to him for further monetary assistance. When he caught sight of Alverstoke in Bond Street, he immediately crossed the road to greet him, beaming with honest pleasure and saying as he stretched out his hand, "Cousin Vernon, devilish good of you to invite my sister to your ball, 'pon my soul it is. Mamma is devilish obliged to you, and so am I too, of course." "Do you mean to grace it with your presence?" inquired Alverstoke. "Oh, by Jupiter, yes, I should rather think I do. What a squeeze it will be." "Devilish," agreed his lordship. "Bound to be," said Endymion, wisely nodding. "First ball at Alverstoke House since cousin Eliza's come out, so mamma says. Bound to be a squeeze." Becoming aware of the presence of Master Felix Merriville, who, bored with this conversation, had given the Marquis's sleeve an admonitory tug, he looked down at him from his Olympian height, vaguely surprised, and then directed a questioning look at Alverstoke. Informed that Felix was Fred Merriville's youngest child, he said, "No, is he? Well, by Jove." Fred Merriville. After that he somewhat naively added, "Got a devilish bad memory. Who is Fred Merriville?" "He was a cousin of mine," coolly replied the Marquis. "Unhappily he is now deceased, and as he was some years my senior I should doubt whether you ever knew him." "As a matter of fact, I didn't," confessed Endymion. "But I have it now. You've become guardian to his children, cousin. Mamma was telling me. Said you were giving the ball for them. She don't seem to like it above half, but I'll be dashed if I know why." He lowered his gaze again to Felix's impatient countenance, and a frown creased his brow. "Except that, well, damn it, this nipperkin don't want to go to a ball, do you, young un?" "No," said Felix with unnecessary emphasis. "I want to go to the foundry." "You shall, Felix, you shall," said the Marquis reassuringly. He bent his sardonic glance upon his heir and said, "Perhaps you would like to accompany us, Endymion." Mr. Dauntry, though he laid no claim to being, as he phrased it, up to all the rigs, was by no means, as he also phrased it, a bag pudding. Foundries were connected in his mind in a rather nebulous way with guns, and he said, knowledgeably, "Artillery, eh? No, no, beyond my touch, cousin." He then took leave of Alverstoke, and proceeded on his way, feeling none of the amazement or the apprehension which tortured his mother and his astute cousin Louisa, but accepting with perfect equanimity Alverstoke's explanation of the interest he felt in the unknown Merrivilles. Any faint hope that Alverstoke might have cherished that he would be denied admittance to the foundry perished at the outset. His estimable secretary had not failed to pave the way for him. No sooner had he presented his card than every door, metaphorically speaking, was flung wide, and the head of the foundry, attended by various senior satellites, was hastily summoned to conduct him all over the building. This extremely competent person not only declared that he was honored by his lordship's visit, but assured him also of his readiness to explain the intricacies of whatever piece of modern machinery it was that had attracted his lordship's curiosity, a promise which convinced Felix that his instinct had not misled him when it had prompted him to reject the offer of Mr. Trevor's escort. He would never have done it for Mr. Thingamy, he whispered triumphantly. By what his lordship considered to be a rare stroke of good fortune, the manager of the foundry was not only the progenitor of a large family, but had failed to discover in any of his sons a trace of his genius. Within 5 minutes of making the youngest Merriville's acquaintance, he recognized in him a kindred spirit. And from then on the Marquis was allowed, much to his relief, to sink into the background. He followed meekly in the wake of the enthusiasts, and the tedium of the expedition was alleviated for him by Felix, in whom he found himself taking an unexpected interest. He knew little and cared less about blowing machines or pneumatic lifts, but he very soon realized that the questions Felix put to their guide showed sufficient knowledge to command that expert's respect. He began to think that there was more to Felix than he had at first supposed, and he was not surprised when, at the end of their exhaustive tour of the foundry, the manager ventured to congratulate him on that young gentleman's remarkable understanding. He was aware of a flicker of pride in his protégé, and that did surprise him. As for Felix himself, it was evident that nothing in his experience had ever come within striking distance of the high treat he had enjoyed. Rendered almost inarticulate by the speculations engendered in his busy brain by the information he had acquired, he could only stammer out his gratitude and express anxiously the hope that cousin Alverstoke had also enjoyed himself. "J. Jessamy said you didn't want to come, but you did, sir, didn't you?" "To be sure I did," replied the Marquis, perjuring his soul without hesitation. "And even if you didn't, you must have been interested," said Felix with a brilliant smile. The Marquis agreed to this too. He then summoned up a hackney and put Felix into it, directing the Jarvey to drive him to Upper Wimpole Street, and at the same time bestowing a guinea upon Felix. Largesse so handsome as to deprive the recipient of all power of speech until the Jarvey had whipped up his horse, and to make it necessary for him to lean perilously out of the window of the hack to shout his thanks to his benefactor. 9. While the Marquis was enjoying a hedonistic sojourn at Cheveley, attending the second spring meeting at Newmarket every day, and watching his promising filly, Firebrand, win a subscription race against strong competition, the Merriville ladies were busy with the preparations necessary for their forthcoming appearance at the Alverstoke ball, slightly, but not except for one incident, very seriously harassed by the exploits of the scions of the family. Finding his brother immersed in his studies, and his sisters in frills and furbelows, Felix sought amusement on his own account. He remembered that the Marquis had said that Mr. Trevor should go with him to Margate on the steam packet, but when he called at Alverstoke House to remind Charles of this promise, he was disappointed to learn that Charles, having been granted leave of absence, had gone out of town. This was disappointing, but Felix thought that he might at least go down to the river to watch the packet steam away. That, as he afterwards explained, was all he had meant to do, and if the day had not been so fine, the paddle wheels so fascinating, and the fare to Margate so moderate, if one did not object to the common cabin, that was all he would have done. But the combination of these circumstances, coupled with the wealth jingling in his pocket, had proved to be too much for his virtuous resolve to do nothing which Frederica might not quite like. If the guinea bestowed upon him by the Marquis was not intact, at least enough of it was left to enable him to disburse 9 shillings for the privilege of spending a great many hours on a crowded boat, in the company of a set of far from fashionable persons, most of whom his more fastidious brother would have stigmatized as members of the great unwashed. Besides, he had made the acquaintance, on the quay, of the marine engineer, a bang-up fellow. To have missed such a chance of widening his knowledge would have been flying in the face of Providence. He was sure that Frederica wouldn't have wished him to do that. In fact, he had spent very little time in the common cabin. His real enthusiasm and his happy knack of making friends wherever he went stood him in good stead, and the ship's company had taken him to their hearts. That was certainly fortunate, as Frederica recognized, when she suitably recompensed the burly individual who restored him to her next day, for he would otherwise have been obliged to spend the night on the beach, the sum left in his pocket not being sufficient to pay for a lodging in Margate. So he had offered his services to the captain, yet another bang-up fellow, and after being given a rare trimming he had been allowed to remain on board, and had been brought back to London as a stowaway, a circumstance which seemed to afford him the highest gratification. He was very sorry, he said disarmingly, to have alarmed his family, and he was ready to accept any penalty Frederica might impose on him. But as it was obvious that not the most severe punishment would outweigh in his mind the bliss of his stolen holiday, with the privilege of being seasick on the way from Margate to Ramsgate, and becoming smirched from head to foot with oil and grime, Frederica imposed no penalty, merely begging Jessamy to keep a watch on him. Unlike Charis, who had a great deal of sensibility, and had spent a sleepless night, listening for the truant's return, and conjuring up hideous visions of the accidents which might have befallen him, she had remained, in spite of some inevitable qualms, outwardly calm, adducing, when reproached by Charis, the numerous occasions when Felix, having thrown his loving sisters into agonies of apprehension, had reappeared not a penny the worse for some hair-raising adventure. In this view she was supported by Miss Wincham, who said that the dratted boy was like a cat. You might fling him as you chose, but he would always land on his feet. Jessamy, torn between disapproval and secret admiration of his junior's enterprise, accepted the charge laid upon him, and forbore to give Felix, much to that young gentleman's surprise, more than a mild scold. Fixed though his resolve was not to fritter away his time in London, he frequently knew an impulse to cast aside his books, and to sample at least some of the recreations offered by the metropolis. Frederica's request furnished him with an unassailable excuse for yielding to his baser self, and although he did drag Felix up the 345 steps of the monument, informing him, when, for the sum of 6 pence apiece, they stood on the iron balcony at the top, that it was 24 feet higher than Trajan's pillar, that was the first and last educative expedition of a memorable week. Once Felix had ascertained that the new Mint, with its powerful steam engines and its gas lighting, could only be visited by special recommendation, he was perfectly ready to enjoy some less improving sights, such as the lions and tigers at Exeter Change, an aquatic representation at Sadler's Wells, a roaring melodrama at the Surrey Theatre, and a sparring match at the Fives Court in St. Martin's Street. But at this point, Jessamy's uncomfortable conscience intervened, and he refused to take Felix either to a burletta or to the Cockpit Royal. Never having seen a more exciting theatrical performance than some scenes from Shakespeare, enacted at Christmas in his godfather's house, he had been carried away by the melodrama, and had turned a deaf ear to his conscience, which had whispered to him that in taking Felix to the Surrey Theatre he had exposed his tender mind to corruption. But when he saw the company assembled in the Fives Court, there was no possibility of ignoring his conscience, which positively shouted at him that he was not only leading his young brother into haunts of vice, but was himself in danger of succumbing to the wicked lures of London. Such counter-attractions as St. Paul's Cathedral, the Tower, or Bullock's Museum having been unequivocally scorned by Felix, he had the happy notion of proposing a trip from the Paddington Basin by passage-boat on the Grand Junction Canal to Uxbridge, and Felix might have been obliged to submit to this voyage, which, to one who had experienced the joys of the steam packet, could not be anything but a dead bore, had he not discovered in his guide-book the existence of the Peerless Pool. This spacious bathing place with its covered bath, its bowling green, its library, and its fish pond, was situated in Moorfields, behind Bethlehem Hospital. Jessamy, who was beginning to know his London, suspected from its location that it might not be a genteel resort. But when he learned that it had formerly been known as the Perilous Pond, from the number of persons who had been drowned while swimming in it, his objections to visiting it naturally vanished. He readily agreed to go there, mentally resolving, however, not to allow Felix to plunge into the pool until he had satisfied himself, by experiment, that it was reasonably safe for him to do so. But as the Perilous Pond had long since been converted into a bathing place of perfect safety, and was, on a brisk spring day, quite deserted, the brothers tacitly decided to postpone swimming in it until rather later in the season. Felix naturally told the rest of the family about the peerless pool, and how he and Jessamy had made up their minds to go there again, when the weather became warmer. But when he was alone with Jessamy, he said that he didn't mean to tell them about the visit to the Fives Court. "You know what females are," he said. "They'd very likely set up a screech, just as if there was any harm in watching a good mill." These light-hearted words were the final blow to his brother's sensitive conscience. They made Jessamy realize that not only had he too taken care to say nothing about the visit to the Fives Court and the Surrey Theatre, but that he had crowned his iniquity by teaching Felix, by his own example, to be deceitful. The austere expression, dreaded by his family, hardened his eyes and thinned his lips, and he said, "No, but I shouldn't have taken you there, and I mean to tell Frederica about it. There was no harm in the bouts themselves, but in the company, the betting, never mind, but it was very wrong of me to introduce you into such a place." "Oh, fudge, Jessie," said Felix disgustedly. He was prepared for battle, but although Jessamy's eyes flashed, he ignored the insult and turned away. Frederica, when the tale was manfully disclosed to her, took a lenient view. She did not think that a 12-year-old boy stood in much danger of being corrupted by witnessing either an exciting melodrama or a bout of fisticuffs. And even when Jessamy told her that there had been aspects to the melodrama which were decidedly immoral, she said, with strong common sense, "I don't suppose he paid the least attention to what may have been a trifle warm. All he cared for was the adventure. Of course it wouldn't do to make a practice of taking him to see such plays, but don't tease yourself, Jessamy. You've done him no harm at all, depend upon it. As for the boxing, I think it perfectly horrid, but I know very well that gentlemen of the first consideration see nothing wrong with it. Why, even your godfather—" "It wasn't the boxing, but the company," Jessamy said. "I didn't know, but I might have guessed. That I, who mean to enter the church, was leading my little brother into bad ways." Recognizing the signs of what her brother Harry rudely called the early Christian martyr, Frederica said hastily, "Nonsense, Jessamy. You are refining too much upon it. You may have noticed the company, but all Felix cared for was the fights." "It seems to me," said Jessamy heavily, "that ever since we came to London you have thought of nothing but ball dresses for Charis and worldly things." "Well, if I didn't think of them, who would?" she replied. "Someone must do so, you know, or where should we be?" She looked quizzically at him. "Never mind moralizing, my dear, but try for a little worldly sense yourself and stop encouraging our neighbor to haunt us." "Haunt us," he repeated, frowning. "If you mean that he is friendly and obliging, I don't goose. I mean that he is dangling after Charis and fast becoming a great nuisance. If you don't like him, why don't you tell Charis to keep a proper distance? Very pretty behavior it would be for me to be giving him a set-down. Besides, why should I? He speaks to Charis with the greatest respect, I promise you. What's more, it was I who became acquainted with him days before he met Charis." Her eyes danced, but she said gravely, "So it was. And his mother came to visit you too, which I thought very kind and civil. Why were you so starched up?" "Yes, and why did you fob her off when she invited us all to dine and spend a snug evening in their house? Isn't she a respectable person?" "Eminently so, I dare say, but it would not do to become intimate with that family or with their friends. To be plain with you, Jessamy, they may be good, worthy people, but they aren't up to the rig. Mrs. Nutley's patronage cannot give us consequence. In fact, it would be excessively harmful. Her manners, you know, are not distinguished, and from what Buttle tells me, Mr. Nutley is a very ungenteel person." "Buttle!" he ejaculated. She smiled. "My dear, if Buttle holds up his nose, you may depend upon it he is right. Papa once told me that a good butler may be trusted to smell out a commoner in the twinkling of a bedpost. Young Nutley, I own, has more polish than his parents, but he's an April squire, Jessamy. If a man is good and worthy, as you've said yourself, Frederica, I care nothing for the rest," announced Jessamy. "Well, of all the plumpers," exclaimed Frederica, "you are the highest stickler of us all. Why, even the master wasn't so severe about that poor, good-natured man who hired the Grange 2 years ago. You said he was a thruster and a city mushroom, and 2 years ago," he interrupted, flushing. "I hope I am wiser now." "Yes, love, so do I," replied his sister frankly. "For if you mean to become a parson, you ought not to condemn worthy men merely because, through ignorance, they thrust, or cram, or press upon hounds." That retort ended the discussion. Jessamy withdrew in haughty silence, and Frederica returned to the worldly matters which had brought her to London. In these she received indifferent support from Charis, in whom her ambition was centered, and from Miss Wincham, who despised marriage as a career for females, but who reluctantly acknowledged that it was all that such a pretty pea-goose as Charis was fitted for. Charis herself looked forward to a London season with mild pleasure. To a girl who had never gone beyond the bounds of Herefordshire, and whose amusements had been confined to summer picnics and garden parties, and such evening entertainments as small dances or occasional amateur theatricals, the prospect of London balls, Venetian breakfasts, routs, assemblies, visits to the theatre and to the opera, and even, perhaps, to Almack's, could not fail to be agreeable. But when she discovered that her dear Frederica meant to spend every available penny on her wardrobe, making shift for herself as best she might, she would have none of it. In general, the most docile girl imaginable, she could occasionally be obstinate, and no sooner did she realize that Frederica meant to commission Aunt Scrabster's unassuming dressmaker to make a gown for herself to wear at the Alverstoke ball than she declared, looking as mulish as such a lovely, gentle creature could, that she disliked every one of the expensive dresses offered by the fashionable modiste to whose discreetly elegant premises in Bruton Street, Alverstoke, had directed Frederica. Frederica had thanked him coolly for his advice, saying that she had no doubt of his being a good judge of such matters, but when wickedly quizzing her, he had told her just to mention his name to Madame Franchot, if she wished to command that genius's most inspired endeavors. She so far forgot herself as to respond, with a sad absence of maidenly propriety, "So I would, if I had the desire to be taken for a high flyer." "And what, may I ask, do you know about high flyers, Frederica?" he inquired, controlling a quivering lip. "Not very much, but Papa told me that they are dressy bits of muse." She stopped short, but his lordship obligingly completed the phrase for her. "Muslin, very true, but as your guardian I am deeply shocked and must request you to strive in future not to put me to the blush, at least in public." "Oh no, I wouldn't, I mean," she met his eyes and broke into laughter. "You are the most detestable man I ever encountered. Now tell me which milliner you think most worthy of my valuable custom." "Certainly. Visit Miss Stark in Conduit Street. Her taste is impeccable." "I'm much obliged to you. I expect she is dreadfully expensive, but I shouldn't wonder at it if she lowered her prices when she learns that Charis is to make her come out this season, under Lady Buxted's protection," said Frederica shrewdly. She was quite right. Miss Stark, too often compelled to employ her art in the making of hats and bonnets which would set off a plain face to the best possible advantage, and her sensibilities too often lacerated by the determination of a client well past her prime to purchase a hat designed for a girl in her first season, recognized in the younger Miss Merriville the realization of a dream. She had designed hats for many beautiful young ladies, her unerring eye perceiving at a glance that a high crown would not be becoming to Miss A, that Miss B must not be allowed to wear a close bonnet, or Miss C a daring hat a la Hazard. But never before had she been invited to supply hats to a client who looked ravishing in every hat that was tenderly placed over her shining curls. It was not a question of finding the hat to set off Miss Charis Merriville to advantage. Miss Charis set off the hats, transforming even the unsuccessful Angle Square Trade Me bonnet of white thread net, which had pleased no one less than its creator, into a charming confection certain to inspire 4 out of 5 fond mothers with the resolve to purchase just such a bonnet for their own daughters. As for the pride of Miss Stark's collection, with its extravagant crown, its huge upstanding poke, and its cascade of curled plumes, when Miss Stark stood back to observe the effect of it on Charis's head, her eyes filled with tears of triumph, and although she turned them towards her chief assistant, she saw that false critic only through a haze. Miss Throckley had doubted her genius, saying that the hat was too much in advance of the mode, and too exacting for any female to wear. Now what had Miss Throckley to say? Miss Throckley, as might have been expected, was expressing her rapture at the picture presented by Miss in a hat which, if she might venture to say so, very few ladies could wear. It was not for her to advise, but when she thought of seeing it on another, an unworthier head, she could not bear it. This rhapsody, in which Miss Stark joined with enthusiasm, was interrupted by Frederica, who demanded to be told the price. Upon hearing it, she rose to her feet, smiling but shaking her head. "Alas, no, I am afraid it is too costly. My sister needs several hats, you see, so we must not run mad over just one. To be sure, it's very pretty, but then so is the villager hat with the flat crown and the flowers, only that is rather too dear as well. Come, Charis, we mustn't waste any more of Miss Stark's time, or, indeed, our own. It is a great pity, but you may be sure we shall find something you will like just as well." "Oh, yes," agreed Charis happily, tying the ribbons of her own bonnet under her left ear. "For my part, I would as lief have the satin straw we saw in that window in Bond Street. Do let us go and look at it again." But during this interchange, Miss Stark had been doing some rapid thinking, and as Charis began to draw on her gloves, she begged her to be seated again, basely accusing Miss Throckley of having made a mistake in the price, and telling Frederica that it was her invariable custom to make substantial reductions when a lady wished to buy several hats. She added her assurance that it must be an object with her to oblige any friend of Lady Buxted. In point of fact, she had never been called upon to supply her ladyship with so much as a lace cap, but she knew who she was, and that however dowdy she might be, she moved in the first circles. Into these circles she would introduce the lovely Miss Merriville, and if the sight of that enchanting face, framed by an exquisite hat, did not bring a flock of matchmaking mammas, with their daughters in tow, to Conduit Street, Miss Stark knew nothing of human nature. It was unnecessary to do anything so ungenteel as to hint to the elder Miss Merriville that an arrangement agreeable to both parties might be reached, if she let it be known that her sister's hats were made for her by Miss Stark of Conduit Street. Few of the matrons would refrain from asking Miss Charis where she had found her charming hat, and it was very unlikely that that lovely innocent would withhold the desired information. The answer must be at Miss Stark's, not at Clarimonde's, in New Bond Street. So 3 delightful hats were carried down to Miss Merriville's job carriage, now dignified by the presence on the box of Owen, the trustworthy footman chosen by Mr. Trevor and approved by Buddle. "Well, wasn't that famous?" said Frederica, her eyes sparkling with mingled triumph and mischief. "3 hats for very little more than the price of one. Frederica, they were shockingly expensive. No more than we can afford." Oh, well, they were not precisely dagger cheap, but hats are most important, you know. Don't tease yourself, love. The next thing is to decide upon a ball dress for your come out. Didn't you like any of the dresses we saw at Franchot's? Not even the one with the Russian bodice and the inlets of blue satin down the front. Charis shook her head. A little disappointed, Frederica said, I thought it would be particularly becoming to you. However, if you didn't care for it, what did you think of that very pretty one of white satin over a pink bodice? I thought you would look charmingly in it. Pink always becomes you. Charis, we are not talking about a dress for me, and even if we were, nothing would prevail upon me to make a figure of myself in a dress designed for a girl. Besides, you know very well that Miss Chibbett is making me exactly what I want, for you were with me when I purchased that orange blossom Italian crepe and the satin for the petticoat. Yes, and I know very well what I want too, said Charis. Please, Frederica, say I may have it. But dearest, exclaimed Frederica, of course you may have anything you want, unless you've set your heart on something quite unsuitable, and I know you haven't because you have such good taste. Where did you see it? I'll show you presently, promised Charis, giving her sister's hand a grateful squeeze. More she refused to disclose, only shaking her head when questioned and folding her pretty lips tightly together. But when they reached Upper Wimpole Street, she took Frederica to her own bedchamber, and laid before her the latest number of the Ladies' Magazine, open to display a sketch of a willowy damsel elegantly attired in a three-quarter dress of white sarcenet fastened down the center with rosettes of pearls, and worn over a white satin petticoat. What do you think, Frederica? She asked, directing an anxious look at her sister. Critically surveying the sketch, and mentally eradicating from it such additions to the ensemble as a purple puce shawl, a tiara, and a black lace head veil, Frederica came to the conclusion that Charis's instinct had not betrayed her. She was a tall girl, though not mercifully as tall as the lady depicted, who appeared to be quite 7 foot high, and the long, smooth line of the overdress would admirably become her. I like it, she said decidedly. It's simple, and yet not in the common way. You are perfectly right, Charis. It would be excessively becoming to you, particularly those soft, graceful folds to the petticoat without any flounces or trimming round the hem. I knew you would say so, breathed Charis. Yes, but Frederica paused, a frown gathering on her brow. She raised her eyes to the melting blue ones so pleadingly fixed on her face and said, You would like Franchot to copy it, I collect. But would she? I am not very sure, but I fancy that London modistes use only their own designs. No, 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 said Charis with unusual vehemence. I mean to make it myself. No, that you shall not, replied Frederica. What make your first appearance in a homemade dress? Never, Charis, if you knew for how long I have dreamed of presenting you with everything fine about you. You shall. I promise you shall, my darling, my best of sisters, Charis declared, warmly embracing her. Only listen to me. I know I'm not clever or bookish, and I don't paint or play the pianoforte, but even my aunt will own that I can sew. Yes, and I can cut things out too and set a sleeve. Why, don't you remember the dress I made to wear at the squire's party, and how everyone tried to discover whether Aunt Scrabster had sent it from London, or whether we had found a dressmaker in Ross or Hereford no one else knew anything about? Even Lady Peasmore was hoaxed, for she told Marian that there was a certain sort of something to my dress which clearly showed that it had been designed by a modiste of the first stare. And I like doing it, you know I do, Frederica. This was unanswerable, for Charis was indeed a notable needlewoman, but it was not until Miss Wincham, alone with her favorite niece, said stringently, Let her. If she makes a botch of it, which she won't, for this I will say, she may be a ninny-hammer, but she has cleverer fingers than you, Frederica. It will keep her occupied, and out of the way of that encroaching coxcomb next door. That Frederica agreed to the scheme. 10. Miss Wincham being only too glad to depute the duty of chaperoning her nieces to Lady Buxted. The Misses Merriville set out alone on the evening of the Alverstoke ball, Miss Wincham, at the last moment, flinging up a window to demand whether they had provided themselves with pocket handkerchiefs, Buddle adjuring them to take care not to allow their skirts to brush against the step of the carriage, and Owen handing them tenderly into this vehicle. Each of the sisters looked forward to the party in the expectation of spending a delightful evening. Neither betrayed, or, indeed, felt, any of the nervousness common amongst young ladies making their first appearances in society. Charis, untroubled by ambition and unmoved by the extravagant compliments she received, was confident that the party would be enjoyable, because she always did enjoy parties. People were so kind. No fears assailed her that her hand might not be solicited for every dance, for such a thing had never happened to her. If she had thought about the matter at all, she would have said that it arose from the circumstance of having so many acquaintances in Herefordshire, and if it had been suggested to her that in London, where she was unknown, she might be obliged to sit amongst the chaperons for a considerable part of the evening, she would have accepted the warning perfectly placidly, and without the smallest feeling of pique. Frederica was not without ambition, but it was centered on her sister. Once satisfied that Charis was in high bloom, and that the gown Charis had made for herself would challenge comparison with Franchot's most expensive creation, she knew no qualms. Charis's beauty and her unaffected manners would ensure her success. As for herself, being, in her own view, so far past her prime as to have become almost an A-pleader, her only concern was to provide Charis with an impeccable background. She could see no difficulty about that. She had been the mistress of her father's household for too long to suffer agonies of shyness. The orange blossom dress made for her by Miss Chibbett, and given a touch of a la modality by Charis's clever fingers, was just the thing for a lady who, without being precisely stricken in years, knew herself to be beyond the marriageable age. The diamond necklace, bestowed by the late Mr. Merriville on his wife, gave her dignity. And the little Alexandrian cap with which, deaf to Charis's protests, she had completed her elegant toilette, clearly demonstrated that she was to be ranked amongst the dowagers. Frederica might not be wholly conversant with the usages of ton parties, but she knew that in inviting her and Charis to dine at Alverstoke House before the ball, the Marquis was conferring a signal honor on them. The few lines he had scrawled on the back of the gilt-edged card, directed in his secretary's neat handwriting, left her in no doubt of his motive, which was to present them to his eldest sister, and several persons who might, he believed, prove useful. He underlined that word, certainly with malicious intent, and ended with a request, but it read more like a command that they would come to his house a little before the stated hour. The brief message was rather too autocratic for Frederica's taste, but she decided to overlook this, since his lordship was clearly bent on paving the social way for her. She was not to know that he had, in fact, exerted himself most unusually on behalf of his adopted wards, arranging for their benefit a dinner party composed, with a few exceptions, of persons whom he either avoided or never noticed at all. Into the first category fell his eldest sister and her husband, his sister Louisa, his loving cousin Lucretia, and Lady Sefton, whose amiability did not, in his eyes, excuse the affectations which never failed to irritate him. The second category was comprised of his two nephews, his two nieces, the eligible and very dull Mr. Redmure, who was betrothed to his eldest niece, his heir's sister Cly, and the Honorable Alfred Paracombe, who had the doubtful felicity to be the husband of the handsome brunette whose name had quite recently been linked with his lordship's. It had been linked with several other gentlemen's names too, and the sight of it, on the scribbled list, which included the names of the ladies Jevington and Buxted, made Charles Trevor feel a trifle giddy. He knew better than to question it, however, Mrs. Paracombe being one of those who were invited to provide leaven to what his lordship caustically described as all this dough. Further leaven was to be supplied by Lord and Lady Jersey, and by his lordship's lifelong friend, Mr. Darcy Morton. Mr. Trevor, recovering from his astonishment at the names that met his eyes, conned them again and detected a fault. "The numbers are uneven, sir," he pointed out. "There are 10 ladies and only 9 gentlemen, including yourself." "And 10 gentlemen, including yourself," said his lordship. "I've no doubt you prefer to be excused, and I don't blame you, but if you think I am going to preside over this atrocious party without support, you have a very odd notion of my character." Charles laughed, but he colored as well and said with a little stammer, I shall be very happy. Thank you, sir. Do you wish me to attend the ball too?" "Most certainly I do. Bend your mind while I'm away to the task of arranging the table. That should keep you as fully occupied as even you could wish." "I must own," agreed Charles, glancing down the list, "that it won't be easy to achieve an entirely successful arrangement." I know exactly what you mean, my dear boy, and have long since arrived at the conclusion that it's impossible. Do your best. Place my sister Jevington opposite to me. It will infuriate Lady Buxted, but that can't be helped. It would be most improper to set her above Lady Jevington, and I do feel we should consider the proprieties, don't you?" Mr. Trevor, with the name of Mrs. Paracombe in mind, replied woodenly, "Yes, sir." The Marquis, mockery in his eyes, said approvingly, "Exactly, Charles. Having placed the matter in your competent hands, I may now leave for Cheveley with a quiet mind. No, perhaps I had better write to beg Lady Jevington to act as hostess at the dinner party. That may mitigate her annoyance when she discovers that Lady Buxted and Mrs. Dawntry are to share the honors of receiving the ball guests. How very exhausting all these arrangements are. If anyone should come to inquire after me while I'm at Cheveley, tell him that I've gone into the country on a repairing lease. And for the rest, do as seems best to you. All I ask is that you should curb your zeal for economy and refrain from transforming the ballroom into a tent. With yards of pink silk, I should rather think not, sir. If you don't dislike it, I should like to deck the room with flowers." "By all means," said his lordship cordially. "I perceive not that I ever doubted it. That you will leave me nothing to do, which, as you well know, is always my goal." Owing to Mr. Trevor's energy, his pronounced talent for organization, and the tact that won for him the willing cooperation of such jealous persons as his lordship's butler and steward, this hopeful prophecy was fulfilled. The Marquis had only one fault to find with his arrangements. When Mr. Trevor laid before him a careful plan of the dinner table, he transposed 2 names, as a result of which Mr. Trevor found himself placed beside the younger Miss Merriville. This was an agreeable alteration, but he thought it his duty to suggest that it was just conceivable that Mr. Endymion Dawntry might not wish to sit beside his cousin Jane. "Very likely not, in fact, almost certainly not," said the Marquis. "What gave you the notion that Endymion's wishes interest me?" That was the sort of remark, reflected Mr. Trevor, which made his lordship so incalculable. He could repel and attract at one and the same time. Nothing could be more alienating than the cold indifference he showed towards the members of his family, nothing more endearing than the consideration he gave to the probable wishes of his secretary. He could, with a shocking want of delicacy, include amongst his guests a lady who would certainly set his sisters in a bustle of virtuous indignation. But when he commanded his secretary's attendance, as though it were a part of his duties, Mr. Trevor knew very well that all that was expected of him was that he should enjoy himself, and act in the manner of an aide-de-camp, as a secondary host. He had never doubted that he would enjoy the ball, for this was a treat which seldom came in his way, and thanks to the Marquis's intervention, he was now able to look forward to the dinner with pleasurable anticipation. The first guests to arrive were the Jevingtons, bringing the eligible Mr. Redmure in their train. Lady Jevington made her appearance regally attired, wearing a magnificent and very ugly diamond tiara, and in a mood of overpowering graciousness. This found instant expression when Alverstoke said, "I fancy I need not introduce Charles to you, Augusta," she replied at once, holding out her hand to Mr. Trevor and bestowing upon him a smile of rare condescension. "Indeed, no. Well, Charles, how do you do, and how is your worthy father and your dear mamma? Such an age since I have seen them. You must tell me all about them." He was spared this necessity by the arrival, first of the Buxted party and next, following hard upon their heels, of Mrs. Dawntry and Cly. Mrs. Dawntry looking remarkably handsome in one of the clinging gowns which she habitually wore, and which so well became her slender figure. This one, which Lady Buxted mentally priced at 50 guineas, and Lady Jevington at rather more, was of lilac spider gauze over an underdress of rose satin. She too wore a diamond tiara, by no means so imposing as the heirloom which crowned Lady Jevington, but far more delicately made. Over it she had cast one of her lace veils. Lilac kid gloves French, and not a penny less than 5 guineas, thought Lady Buxted indignantly, covered her arms. She carried a painted fan in one hand, and a frivolous little reticule hung from her wrist. The other hand she extended to Alverstoke, murmuring, "Dear Vernon." As he gratified her and infuriated his sisters by raising it to his lips, she turned her huge sunken eyes towards those fulminating ladies, and acknowledged them by a faint, sweet smile which held affection but not so much as a hint that she regarded either as her hostess. "Dear Vernon," she repeated. "Am I late? How naughty of me, but I know you will forgive me, and here is quite your most constant admirer, Cly, my darling." Miss Dawntry, who had attained her 17th birthday 3 days earlier, dropped a schoolgirl's curtsy, as much surprise as alarm in her heart-shaped face. Her mamma having omitted to inform her that she considered her formidable cousin in the light of a fairy godfather, she was thrown off her precarious balance and looked anxiously at Mrs. Dawntry for guidance. The Marquis, observing her dismay, said affably, "And for how long have I been, how did you phrase it, Lucretia? Ah, yes. First oars with you, Cly. Or haven't I been?" "Oh, no," she answered ingenuously. She then blushed hotly and stammered, "I don't mean that is, well, I don't know you very well, see, cousin," he smiled. "Good girl, it clearly behoves me to cultivate your acquaintance, doesn't it?" He then took pity on her embarrassment and handed her over to Charles Trevor, in whose unalarming company she soon recovered her complexion. The Marquis, critically surveying her, said in his abrupt way, "A pretty child, and may well improve. A pity she takes after her father rather than after you, Lucretia. She'll never be a beauty, but she's a taking little thing. My compliments on her dress. Your choice, I fancy." Mrs. Dawntry was pleased by this tribute, which was indeed well deserved. She had expended much time and thought, as well as a great deal of money, on the deceptively simple dress Cly was wearing, and with unerring good taste she had chosen for her a primrose muslin, which was far more becoming to her than the conventional white, or the pale blues and pinks generally considered suitable for girls. She had big brown eyes and brown hair, and a warm, creamy skin, which white or blue turned to sallow. Her figure was still immature, and she lacked height, but she would pass anywhere for a pretty girl, decided Alverstoke. Which was more than could be said for Miss Buxted, cutting a deplorable figure in an over-trimmed dress, and with a wreath of pink roses on her head. Wiser counsels had not prevailed with Jane. She had been determined on roses and pink gauze, and as she had inherited her mother's shrewish disposition, and was capable of sulking for days together, Lady Buxted had allowed her to have them. The Marquis eyed her with distaste, disliking her artificial titter as much as her appearance. A plain girl and would soon become bracket-faced. Louisa would never be able to turn her off. Louisa and Augusta had their heads together. Augusta was making inquiries about the Merrivilles and blandly expressing her surprise at learning that Louisa had undertaken to chaperone them. "My dear Augusta, I felt it to be my duty," said Lady Buxted. "There was Vernon, quite at a stand, as you may suppose. So like Fred Merriville to have cast the whole family on his hands. If I had not come to the rescue, I don't know what would have become of the girls, because their aunt is quite eccentric, very blue, you know, and detests going into society." "Indeed," said Lady Jevington, receiving this explanation with obvious skepticism. "How grateful Alverstoke must be, and what are they like? No doubt very beautiful." "Oh, dear me, no. I have met only the elder, quite a good-looking girl, but I shouldn't describe her as a beauty. I believe the younger sister is the prettier of the two. Vernon, did you not tell me that Miss Charis Merriville is pretty?" "Very likely," he responded. "I think her so, at all events. You must tell me how she strikes you, dear Louisa." At that moment, Wiccan announced Miss Merriville and Miss Charis Merriville, and there was no need for Lady Buxted to tell her brother how Charis struck her, for the answer was plainly written in her face. Frederica entered the room a little in advance of her sister and paused for a moment, glancing swiftly round. The impression she created was one of elegance. Not even the Alexandrian cap could make her look in the least like a dowager, but the fashion of her orange blossom crepe, with its bodice cut in the Austrian style, the shawl of Albany gauze caught up over her elbows, the sparkle of diamonds round her throat, and above all her quiet assurance, clearly showed that she neither was, nor considered herself to be, a girl in her first bloom. She had more the appearance of a young matron, with several years' experience behind her. Only for a few seconds did she come under the scrutiny of her host's relations, and it was not she who brought to an abrupt end the various conversations in progress. It was Charis, entering the room in her wake, who stunned the assembled company into silence, caused even the stolid Lord Buxted to cut a sentence off in midair, and made Lord Jevington wonder, as he afterwards disclosed to his austere Viscountess, if he really was attending a party at Alverstoke House, or asleep and dreaming. Lady Jevington, a just woman, did not blame him. Miss Charis Merriville was unquestionably the embodiment of a dream. A slender snow maiden, dressed all in white, a wreath of lilies of the valley in her shining hair, and no touch of color about her except that which was supplied by the gold of her curls, the deep blue of her eyes, and the delicate rose of her cheeks and lips. No man could be blamed for thinking that he beheld a celestial vision. Exquisitely gowned, too, thought her ladyship, bestowing her silent approval on the slim three-quarter dress of sarcenet, fastened with pearl rosettes procured, had she but known it, at a fascinating shop in the Pantheon Bazaar, and worn over an underdress of shimmering ivory satin. Charis's only ornament was the single row of pearls inherited from her mother, precisely the thing, further approved Lady Jevington, for a girl to wear in her first season. No more than she blamed her lord for an enthusiasm quite unbecoming to his years did she blame her volatile son, the Hun, Gregory Sandridge, for his dropped jaw and riveted gaze. The girl was lovely, judged by any standards. Lady Jevington, her Anna eligibly betrothed, was able to feel quite sorry for poor Louisa, so obviously taken in by Alverstoke, and so foolishly betraying her fury in her glaring eyes and reddened cheeks. Easy to see, of course, why Alverstoke had accepted the charge laid upon him. Far too young for him, and in every way unsuitable, but no need to worry about that. He would become bored by her within a month. Not very much need to worry about Gregory either. He would fall in and out of love for some years yet before he formed a lasting attachment, and if Charis's charms proved stronger than his passion for sport, his mamma had no doubt of her ability to detach him from the girl. But how very well served poor Louisa would be, if her staid Carlton succumbed to Fred Merriville's daughter. When she thought of Louis's grasping, nip-cheese ways, her spiteful temper, and the unjustifiable demands she made upon Alverstoke, Lady Jevington could not even find it in her to blame her disgraceful brother for having bamboozled her so wickedly. As Alverstoke moved forward to greet his wards, Cly, her rapt gaze fixed on Charis, breathed, "Oh, how beautiful she is! Like a fairy princess." Mr. Trevor glanced down at her and nodded, smiling. "Well, my children," said the Marquis paternally. Frederica's eyes twinkled, but she replied calmly, "How do you do, cousin?" and passed on immediately to Lady Buxted. "How do you do, ma'am? May I make my sister known to you? Charis, Lady Buxted, our kind protectress." Lady Buxted pulled herself together, forcing a smile to her lips and giving her hand to Charis, dropping a slight, graceful curtsy before her. "I beg your pardon, ma'am, for not accompanying my sister when she visited you," Charis said, in her soft voice. "I was so sorry. To be sure, you were laid up with a cold or some such thing, were you not? Well, now I must introduce you to my sister, Lady Jevington," responded Lady Buxted, rigidly cordial, and well aware that Augusta had guessed how abominably she had been hoaxed, and was rejoicing in her discomfiture. The graciousness with which Augusta met the Mrs. Merriville confirmed her in this belief, and she was left to derive what consolation she might from the reflection that that woman must be as deeply chagrined by the arrival on the scene of a transcendent beauty as she was herself. But Mrs. Dawntree, who had never been known to betray such unworthy emotions as anger or resentment, received the sisters with even more graciousness than had Lady Jevington, summoning Cly to be introduced to her new cousins, and subsequently drawing Alverstoke's attention to the charming picture Charis and Cly made, as they sat talking together on a small sofa at the end of the room. Well within hearing of the ladies Jevington and Buxted, she described them as the prettiest girls in the room, which, as Frederica stood outside this category, gently paid off several old scores, the only other girls present being Miss Sandridge and Miss Buxted. "Not," she added with her wistful smile, "that I mean to compare them, for even to my partial eyes my little Cly is a farthing to the son of your lovely Charis. My dear Alverstoke, she will have half London at her feet." She laughed and looked archly up at him. "What enemies you will win to yourself amongst some of our matchmaking mammas! If my Cly were not far too young to be thinking of marriage, I am sure I should be one myself." Deeply appreciative, the Marquis had just time to respond, "Admirable, dear Lucretia," before his attention was claimed by the arrival of the Seftons. The last of the guests to arrive was Endymion, who came in, looking like a handsome, overgrown schoolboy detected in crime, and stammering an apology for his tardiness. He begged his cousin's pardon, and with a deprecating glance round the room, everyone's. He had been on guard duty, Cousin Vernon would understand, but at this point he broke off, suddenly seeing Charis, and stood staring at her in undisguised admiration until somewhat acidly recalled from this trance by Lady Jevington, who said that she believed he was already known to my ladies Jersey and Sefton. This made him start, flush up to the roots of his hair, and utter some incoherent apologies as he bowed to their ladyships. Fortunately, both were amused rather than offended, for although Lady Sefton was too good-natured to take umbrage, Lady Jersey was a very high stickler indeed. Endymion was saved from one of her set-downs, partly because he was, in general, extremely punctilious, as well as being just the sort of handsome young man of breeding whom any hostess was happy to invite to her balls and assemblies, and partly because the Fanes and the Dawntrees had, as she phrased it, known one another forever. One of her closest childhood friends had been Alverstoke's youngest sister, that poor Eliza, who had married a mere Mr. Kentmere and almost vanished from the London scene. And although Alverstoke, 4 years senior to the fascinating Sally Fane, had never been amongst the aspirants to her hand and fortune, She frankly owned that she had a tender for him, and ranked him amongst her oldest friends. He was some 10 years younger than the Earl of Jersey, but well acquainted with him, both being Harrovians and rivals on the turf and the hunting field, and both residing, when in London, in Berkeley Square, a circumstance which, according to Lady Jersey, not only made them neighbors, but posed an insoluble problem. If invited to a dress party at Alverstoke House, was it more proper to call out one's carriage, or to demean oneself by walking some 50 yards to the party? Lady Jersey was known, in certain circles, as Silence, but anyone who supposed that her flow of light, inconsequent chatter betokened an empty head much mistook the matter. She had a good deal of intelligence, and very little escaped her. She had been talking ever since she entered the room, and on an amazing number of subjects, ranging from the spate of nuptials imminent in the royal family to the escape of a gruesome murderer from the gallows, through the discovery of an ancient statute which allowed him to claim the right of wager by battle. But while she rattled on, she had been taking mental notes, and very intriguing they were. She knew already, through a fellow patroness of Almack's, the haughty Mrs. Burrell, who had learnt it from the lips of Lady Buxted, that Alverstoke had assumed the guardianship of some young cousins, and was doing his languid best to introduce to the ton the 2 females of the family, by inviting them to the ball given in honor of his niece, and that had been quite enough to titillate her curiosity. Far better acquainted with Alverstoke than Mrs. Burrell, Lady Jersey did not for a moment believe that he had ever entertained the smallest notion of giving a ball in honor of Jane, or any other of his nieces. Then he must be doing it for the sake of his unknown wards, and that was very unlike him too. When she saw Charis, the thought that Charis was Alverstoke's latest flirt entered her ladyship's head only to be instantly dismissed. The girl was lovely, but not in Alverstoke's style. Innocent buds, just unfurling their petals, had never been numbered amongst his victims, and this one, besides being his ward, lacked salt. A beautiful ninnyhammer, decided Lady Jersey, whom Alverstoke would write off as a dead bore within 5 minutes of making her acquaintance. As for Lewis's glib explanation to her old friend, Mrs. Drummond Burrell, that Alverstoke thought it his duty to take care of Fred Merriville's children, no one who knew Alverstoke could believe that. Then why? All at once a solution of the problem occurred to her ladyship. A glance at Lady Buxted confirmed it. He had invited his beautiful ward to this ball to punish Louisa. No doubt she had been plaguing his life out to give a ball for that plain girl of hers, and this was his revenge, devil that he was. Not but what she deserved it, thought Lady Jersey, for her demands on him were ceaseless, and she didn't care a rush for him. Lucretia, too. She was wearing a sweet, wistful smile, but she must be quite as furious as Louisa, perhaps more so, for in addition to seeing her daughter cast into the shade, she was obliged to watch her cherished Endymion staring at Charis like a mooncalf. Then there were the Paracoumbs, or rather Mrs. Paracombe, for it would be absurd to suppose that her rich but mutton-headed spouse was concerned with anything beyond his dinner and his string of race horses. What, wondered Lady Jersey, had prompted Alverstoke to invite them to his dinner party? His name had been pretty closely linked with Caroline's during the past few months, but lately he had not quite so often been seen in her company. In her ladyship's judgment, she had been rather too capricious, and very much too possessive. Had Alverstoke bidden her to this party, so obviously given in honor of his wards, with the intention of tacitly informing her that her reign was over? He was perfectly capable of it, wretch that he was. Poor Caroline! But she should have known better than to have thought she could play fast and loose with Alverstoke. To have attached him was certainly a triumph, but to have supposed that she could hold him captive while she divided her favors between him and her other Cicisbeos was a great piece of folly. His affections had never yet been so deeply engaged as to inspire him with the desire to outshine his rivals. If the lady whom he chose to honor with his fleeting devotion encouraged the attentions of other admirers, he left her with no more than a shrug of his shoulders, for little though he might care, he would not share either. Lady Jersey suspected that when his flirts, to put it no higher, were to be seen squired by other men, it was because he had grown bored with them and neglectful. He had begun to be bored with Mrs. Paracombe some months previously. She was handsome, amusing, and clever enough to sail close, but never too close to the wind. He had recognized in her a high-born lady with the soul of a courtesan, and as such, he had enjoyed his discreet liaison with her, while his passion for her had lasted. But that had not been for very long. A luscious beauty, she had aroused his desire, but not one spark of love in his cold heart. She knew it, and since she too was a stranger to love or tenderness, she shrugged as carelessly as she could, and was clever enough to let it be seen, before his waning interest had been observed by the ton, that it was she who had wearied of him. Not quite as clever as Lady Jersey, she did not doubt that the beautiful Miss Charis Merriville was Alverstoke's latest inamorata, but she bore the introduction with smiling equanimity, merely murmuring to him, at a convenient moment, "Take care, dear friend." When men of your age develop tenders for schoolgirls, it is held to be a sign of senility. "I'll take care," he promised, answering smile with smile. Charles Trevor had warned the Marquis that Endymion might not relish having his cousin Jane as his dinner partner, but he soon realized that not Endymion but Jane was the principal sufferer. He and Charis were seated immediately opposite the cousins, and Endymion, either bemused or feeling that he owed no particular civility to Jane, spent the better part of his time gazing raptly across the table at the fair vision before him. It was not the least part of Charis's charm that she rated her beauty low, and as she always gave her attention to whatever person happened to be conversing with her, she was generally unconscious of the admiring looks cast at her. If she did become aware that she was being stared at, she was not at all gratified, but mentally condemned the admirer as a horridly rude person, and wondered if she had a spot forming, or had smudged her face. Neither of these fears crossed her mind when she looked up to find Endymion's brown eyes worshipfully upon her. She blushed, and immediately looked away, but although she wished he would not stare at her, it did not occur to her that he was being horridly rude. He was the most splendid young man she had ever seen, the personification of all the heroes who, according to Aunt Seraphina, had no existence beyond the bounds of balladry or the marbled covers of a romantic novel. If she had not known that he was watching her, she would have stolen several glances at him. But she did know it, and, being a well-brought-up girl, she took care not to look at him again. Farther up the table, Frederica, with every appearance of interest, was encouraging Lord Buxted to instruct her in the details of estate management. Lady Jersey, on the other side of the table, observed both sisters from under her lashes and said suddenly, "Very well indeed, Alverstoke. I like them. Easy, unaffected manners, both of them, and the beauty has a modesty which is particularly engaging. Did you invite me here to coax me to bestow vouchers for almacs on them?" This challenge, delivered with one of her ladyship's rapier looks, in no way disconcerted him. Satisfied that Lady Sefton, on his left hand, was engaged in conversation with Mr. Morton, he replied coolly, "No, only to save me from insufferable boredom, Sally. I rely upon Louisa to procure vouchers for them." "She won't do it," said Lady Jersey decidedly. "She will tell you that Mrs. Burrell refused to oblige her, and even you, unfeeling monster that you are, could scarcely expect her to apply to Emily Cowper at this moment. The Lambs are all shattered by Lady Melbourne's death, and none of them more so than Emily." She cast another look down the table and gave a stifled giggle. "Oh, goodness me, look at Louisa. I'll do it. Yes, I will do it. if only to bring you to our assemblies, Vernon. It won't do so, my loved one. I never lay myself open to snubs, or are your snubs reserved for dukes? A ripple of appreciative laughter broke from her. Wellington, but he tried to violate our rules, which you, I am persuaded, would never do. Much you know about it, ask my loving sisters. No need, I know the answer. How they did snub me, Augusta and Louisa, not my dearest Eliza, be sure. When they were young ladies, and I a scrubby schoolgirl. Will it vex them to death if I sponsor your wards? Oh, goodness me, of course it must. Maria, Lady Sefton, her attention thus peremptorily claimed, turned an amiably inquiring gaze upon her friend. Shall we admit Alverstoke's wards to Almack's? Oh, yes, I think we should do so, don't you? Such pretty-behaved girls, don't you agree? Poor Fred Merriville's daughters, too. Oh, I think we should do what we can for them. Agreed Lady Sefton, turning back to Mr. Morton. Well, I will, said Lady Jersey. Oh, but how provoking! Oh, goodness me, what a pea-goose I am! I shall never know now whether that was why you invited me or not. Never mind, Alverstoke replied consolingly. Think how much you will enjoy putting my sisters all on end. Very true, she sent another glance down the table. The beauty will become the rage, of course. The elder has more countenance, but what's their fortune, Alverstoke? Respectable. She wrinkled her nose. Ah, that's a pity. However, one never knows. With that face, the younger at least need not despair of achieving an eligible alliance. We shall see. 11. One part at least of Lady Jersey's prophecy was swiftly realized. Miss Charis Merriville could truly be said to have become the rage overnight. Long before the last of the guests had been received by Alverstoke and his sister Louisa, her hand had been bespoken for every dance, and young gentlemen of high fashion, arriving late, were denied the felicity of encircling her waist in the waltz, and even of leading her into a set of country dances. She would not stand up more than twice with anyone, but she allowed Endymion to escort her down to supper, yielding to his earnest assurance that their relationship made all as right as a trivet. He added, reading doubt in her face, I'll beg your sister to join us, hey? There she is with young Greg cousin, you know. You'd like that, wouldn't you? Oh, yes. How very comfortable. And do, pray, beg your sister to join us. He did not care very much for this suggestion, Clive being squired at the moment by young Lord Renthorpe, who was one of the latecomers who had failed to secure a dance with Charis. One of Endymion's fellow officers, he had not hesitated to express his opinion of sneaking rascals who stole marches on their friends, and as he was a prime favorite with the ladies, being as audacious as he was lively, Endymion was not at all anxious to include him in the supper party. He said, Oh, ah, yes, but she's with Renthorpe, you know. Wouldn't he wish to join us? She asked innocently. Your mamma introduced him to me, and he was so agreeable and so droll, too, when I was obliged to tell him I couldn't stand up with him. Your mamma said that he was a friend of yours, isn't he? Oh, yes. Yes, of course. Best of good fellows, said Endymion. Just thought you might not like family party, you know, not one of the family. But the matter was then taken out of his control by that best of good fellows, who descended upon them at that moment with Cly on his arm, having been struck by the same happy notion of forming a cozy supper party. In this he was warmly seconded by Cly, who had conceived a youthful admiration for her wonderful new cousin, and was shyly hoping to be admitted to the ranks of her friends. It was useless for Endymion to talk about family parties. His insouciant friend retorted gaily that families always came to cuffs, unless a stranger were inserted into their midst. So Endymion had nothing to do but find Frederica and his cousin Gregory, and to bid them to the feast, sped on his errand by his perfidious friend, who adjured him to bustle about, Noddy, or we shan't be in time to snabble all the lobster patties. Lady Buxted had expressed the fear that a ball held at short notice, and before the season's various entertainments were in full feather, might be thin of company, But by the time she went down to supper, she knew that not one of the forthcoming routs, balls, or assemblies would excel this one in magnificence or distinction, and she was torn between pride and resentment. Her odious brother had lifted a finger, and the ton had flocked to his house, precisely as he had foretold. That was, naturally, exactly what she had wanted, but it infuriated her nevertheless. It would have done him a great deal of good to have met with a few crushing rebuffs. He had admittedly granted her the opportunity to launch Jane into the highest and most fashionable circles, but that had not been his object. He had meant to launch the Merriville girls into those circles, and he had done it. At least half a dozen hostesses had begged her to bring her charming protégées to their projected parties, her protégées indeed. And to crown all, Sally Jersey had promised them vouchers for Almack's and had had the effrontery to adjure her, to bring them to the assembly rooms. "And your own Jane, is it?" "Of course," had said Lady Jersey with a graciousness which had made Lady Buxted yearn to box her ears. "I'll send a voucher, yes, truly I will. And if I don't, remind me, Louisa. You know how shatter-brained I am." When Lady Buxted remembered impertinent little Sally Fane, a wretched schoolroom miss to whom she had administered a number of well-deserved set-downs, the delicacies her brother's French cook had prepared for the refreshment of his guests turned to ashes in her mouth. At that moment, nothing would have afforded her more pleasure than to have given Sally yet another set-down. But whatever rage might possess her soul, at no time did Lady Buxted lose sight of the main chance. No mother with a daughter to dispose of eligibly could afford to disdain the patronage of Lady Jersey, the acknowledged queen of London's most exclusive club, known to the irreverent as the Marriage Mart. So Lady Buxted, her appetite destroyed, had felt herself obliged to accept Sally's offer with a smile as false and as sweet as the one lilting on Sally's mouth. Only one annoyance was spared her on that night of mingled triumph and chagrin. Alverstoke invited neither of his wards to stand up with him. Other eyes than Lady Buxted's were watching curiously to see what he would do, but their owners were relieved or disappointed, according to their dispositions, to see that the only ladies he led onto the floor were those of rank or seniority. He did, indeed, pause to exchange a few words with Frederica, but there was nothing to be made of that, for he managed, in spite of his indolence, to speak to every one of his guests. "Satisfied, Frederica?" he inquired. She replied impulsively, "I don't know how to thank you. Indeed, I am satisfied." Her sudden smile dawned. "It's my night of triumph, don't you think? I knew Charis had only to be seen to be appreciated," she added anxiously as he said nothing. "It isn't just my partiality, is it? She has made a hit, hasn't she?" "Decidedly. Do you ever spare a thought for anyone but Charis?" "Why, of course I do," she exclaimed, rather shocked. "I think about all of them, only at this present time, you know, I do think about her more than about the others because she is my most pressing concern." He looked curiously at her. "Have you no concern for yourself, Frederica?" "For myself," she said, wrinkling her brow. "Well, if there were any need for me to be concerned, I should be, naturally. As it is, I should have said, any thought for yourself," he interrupted. "You've called this your night of triumph merely because Charis has made a hit, but it appears to me that you have been solicited to dance quite as often as Charis," she laughed. "Yes, isn't it diverting? I've been positively overwhelmed. My partner's hoping that if they are very civil and attentive I may be moved to present them to my sister." "You are a strange creature," he commented. He passed on with a nod and a slight smile as Buxted came up to lead Frederica into a set of quadrilles. She was puzzled by his lordship's last remark, but wasted very little time in considering what its implication might be, and none at all in wondering whether the various gentlemen who had begged her to stand up with them a second time really did so, with a view to becoming acquainted with her sister. She would have been incredulous had she been told that amongst the many who were demonstrably lost in admiration of Charis, there were several persons who found her the more attractive of the two sisters. Amongst these was Mr. Morton, who cocked a quizzical eyebrow at Alverstoke, and demanded to know what sort of a rig he was running. "None at all," responded Alverstoke coolly. Mr. Morton sighed. "Dear boy, you can't think, no, damn it, you really can't think to ride on my back. Neither of the explanations offered me for your sponsorship of Merriville's daughters is at all acceptable to me. On the one hand, I learn that you are under an obligation to Merriville, on the other that you have fallen a victim to the divine Charis's beauty, doing it rather too brown ver." "Oh, why," countered his lordship, "think of the beauties to whom I've fallen a victim, Darcy." "I am thinking of 'em, ripe uns every one," said Mr. Morton. "Ah, but did you ever see such perfection of features and figure?" "No, I've seldom met with a lovelier wigeon," replied Mr. Morton ruthlessly. "The thing is, my taste don't run to sweet simpletons, and nor, dear boy, does yours. The elder sister's the filly for my money. She don't want for sense, and she ain't just in the ordinary style. Not your style, however, so why have you taken the pair of 'em under your protection? What else could I do when Merriville had commended them to my care? Having put you under an obligation." "No, protested Mr. Morton. "Of all the brummish stories I ever heard. You were never on more than common civility terms with him." "Perhaps," murmured his lordship, "I yielded to a compassionate impulse." "A what?" gasped his best friend. "Oh, did you think I never did so?" said his lordship, the satirical glint in his eyes extremely pronounced. "You wrong me. I do sometimes, not frequently, of course, but every now and then." "Oh, no, I don't wrong you," retorted Mr. Morton grimly. "I dare say there's very little you wouldn't do for anyone that was a friend of yours. Well, good God, don't I know it? If you think I don't know that it was you who pulled poor Ashbury out of ebb water, I must suppose that you believe you know what you are talking about," interrupted Alverstoke with considerable acerbity. "But I do not. What's more, Darcy, you're becoming a dead bore. If you must have the truth, I'm shouldering Merriville's daughters into the Tun to annoy Louisa." "Well, that's what I thought," said Mr. Morton, unmoved. "Only it don't explain why you took a schoolboy to visit some foundry or other." That surprised a crack of laughter out of Alverstoke. "Felix! Well, if ever you should meet him, Darcy, you'll know why I took him over that foundry." Another who had formed a very good opinion of the elder Miss Merriville was Lord Buxted, a circumstance which his mother regarded with mixed feelings. She was naturally relieved to know that he had not, like his doltish cousin, fallen instantly under the spell of Charis's beauty, but she had viewed with disfavor the unusual animation with which he had conversed with Frederica during dinner, and with definite hostility his subsequent behavior. Not content with standing up with her for a full hour, during 2 country dances, he had shown a disposition to gravitate towards her between dances, which would have alarmed Lady Buxted very much, had he not later described Frederica to her as a conversable female with a good deal of common sense. As he added that he thought her by no means a bad-looking young woman, Lady Buxted was able to allay her alarm with the reflection that such temperate praise scarcely argued any very marked degree of admiration. She would have been less complacent had she known that he made it his business to call in Upper Wimpole Street on the following day, to see how the ladies went on after what he termed, with slightly ponderous humor, their night's raking. He was by no means their only visitor, several other gentlemen having presented themselves on the slimmest of pretexts, and Endymion Daughtry on no pretext at all. But he was generally felt to have scored a point by stressing his relationship to the Merrivilles, and by adopting towards them an air of kindness which verged on the avuncular, and would have aroused feelings of strong resentment in the breasts of the 3 gentlemen he found in possession, had he not made it plain that it was Frederica, and not Charis, who was the object of his solicitude. During the week after the Alverstoke ball, the Misses Merriville received a number of invitations, and Miss Wincham was honored by a visit from Lady Jersey, who brought with her the promised vouchers for Almack's. She came partly because she was curious, partly because she wished to oblige Alverstoke, and to disoblige his sister Louisa. And by the time she was treading up the stairs in Buddle's wake, she was regretting her condescension. She was capricious, but she placed herself on a high form and had never yet been known to tolerate mushrooms, still less to lend them consequence. She thought the house shabby genteel, and remembered that Fred Merriville was said to have married a provincial nobody. It was too late to draw back, but she entered the drawing-room with every intention of keeping Miss Wincham at a proper distance. 2 minutes were enough, however, to make her abandon her high and imposing manners. Miss Wincham's dress might be old-fashioned, and she was certainly eccentric, but she was not shabby genteel, and she set as little store by a visit from the Queen of the Tun as she had set by Lady Buxted's previous call. In one of her top-lofty moods, Lady Jersey might have got on to her high ropes. She chose instead to be diverted, and by the time Miss Wincham had favored her with her opinion of London houses in general, and furnished ones in particular, of marriage, of coxcombs, and of the groundless self-satisfaction of the male sex, she was in a ripple of laughter, and went away to spread a report amongst her friends that Miss Wincham was the drollest creature, very blue, full of dry humor, and without an ounce of flummery about her. Lady Jersey was not universally popular, her airs and graces leading ill-disposed persons to liken her to a tragedy Jill, and her frequent gross incivilities to those unfortunate enough to have incurred her displeasure shocking even such haughty dames as Mrs. Burrell and the Countess Leven, but where she led few ladies refused to follow. Miss Wincham, therefore, received a number of visits which should have gratified her very much more than they did, and when under strong protest she escorted her nieces to Almack's, she found herself so much sought after, and her lightest pronouncements greeted with so much appreciation, that she might have begun to have thought herself a wit of the first water had she been susceptible to flattery. As it was, she was obliged to transform a twinge of rheumatism into a severe attack of sciatica, and on this score to refuse all the invitations showered upon her, delegating the task of chaperoning her nieces to Lady Buxted or to Mrs. Dawntry. Which of these two ladies was the more reluctant to perform this office would have been hard to decide, but each was constrained by much the same considerations to do so with the appearance, at least, of good will, Lady Buxted having the liveliest fear that her unnatural brother would not hesitate to repudiate the steadily rising pile of bills from the modiste supplying Jane, and indeed herself, with gowns, shawls, hats, gloves, and all the embellishments indispensable to those wishing to make a creditable appearance in Tunnish circles. And Mrs. Dawntry, while not grudging one of the guineas she lavished upon her elder daughter's raiment, foreseeing that unless she could depend upon Alverstoke for rescue, she would be obliged to practice a number of extremely disagreeable economies. Of the two, however, she was the more to be pitied, for whereas Lady Buxted knew that Carleton was not attracted by Charis, and believed that he had too much common sense even to consider contracting an engagement to Frederica, Mrs. Dawntry had no such consolations. Endymion, dazzled at the outset by Charis, had fallen violently in love with her, and was behaving, as even his doting parent was obliged to own, like a mooncalf, bestowing every degree of attention upon Charis, gazing adoringly at her, positively sitting in her pocket, and showing alarming signs of trying to fix his interest with her. Mrs. Dawntry could only hope that his passion would wane as swiftly as it had waxed, for on his common sense she had no dependence at all. To make matters worse, Cly had struck up an ardent friendship with Charis, a circumstance which provided Endymion with an excellent excuse for haunting Upper Wimpole Street. Always, in his indolent way, a kind brother, he became overnight a paragon, devoting himself, as much as his not very arduous military duties allowed, to her entertainment. He squired her to parties, and even to almacs, which he had previously avoided, thinking the select assemblies very poor sport. He promenaded with her in the park, and whenever she visited Charis she could be pretty sure of his escort. From their earliest days she and her sister Diana had adored and admired him, but as he was some years their senior they had regarded him more in the light of a magnificent personage who bestowed sugar plums upon them, and occasionally took them to Astley's Royal Amphitheatre or to the pantomime at Sadler's Wells, than as their contemporary. Clia had not expected him to bestir himself on her behalf, even though she was no longer a schoolgirl, but a young lady launched into her first season, and she was touchingly grateful, telling her mother, in a burst of confidence, that to possess a big brother as handsome and as good-natured as Endymion was the most charming thing in the world. "It gives me such a wonderful feel, Mama, when he accompanies us to parties. And you can't think how delightful it is to go out walking with him, and not with Diana and Miss Nunny. I'm sure no one ever had such a splendid brother." Only Mrs. Dawntry's sincere fondness for her children enabled her to respond, after a short struggle with herself, "Very true, dearest." To her devoted cousin Harriet, however, she later expressed herself with great freedom, bewailing Endymion's infatuation, and saying that it went to her heart to see her poor, innocent Clia so much deluded. "Well do I know that he only escorts us to parties because he wants an excuse for dangling after that wretched Charis Merriville. Oh, my dear Harriet, she has positively bewitched him, yes, and Clia too. Oh, what a designing creature she is." To these remarks, and to a great many others of the same nature, Miss Plumley responded with soothing cluckings, and a number of contradictory statements which appeared to exercise a beneficial effect on the widow. She was sure that Endymion was not bewitched, and in the same rambling sentence recalled to his mother's mind the various damsels with whom he had previously fallen madly in love. She could not think that Charis was a designing girl, but she suspected her of setting her cap at Lord Renthorpe or Sir Digby Meath. Nor could she think that Endymion, such an excellent brother, had any ulterior motive in squiring dear Clia to balls, although she could not help feeling how fortunate it was that the hope of meeting Charis at them made him so willing to escort his sister to a form of entertainment to which he was not, in general, much addicted. Such a comfort it must be to dearest Lucretia, in her indifferent state of health, to be able to entrust Clia to his care. These amiable meanderings, if they did not entirely banish Mrs. Dawntry's apprehensions, did at least alleviate them, and when Miss Plumley spoke admiringly of her truly saintly kindness to the Merrivilles, comparing it to Lady Buxted's very different behavior, she became much less lachrymose, saying, "Harriet, would you believe it? That odious woman speaks of them as poor girls, and tells everyone that they have no fortune, all under pretense of holding them in affection, which I know very well is sham. She is afraid that Carlton will be drawn in, of course. Well, for my part I detest such Canterbury tricks, and I hope I am too good a Christian to copy them." Miss Plumley said that she was sure of it, and possibly, since she was as uncritical as she was amiable, it did not occur to her that Mrs. Dawntry might have said, with more truth, that she was not such a fool as to copy those Canterbury tricks. Mrs. Dawntry, in fact, was exerting herself in a most unusual way to introduce to Charis every unattached gentleman who might, in her opinion, be relied upon either to captivate her by his address or to dazzle her by his rank. Convinced that Charis was on the catch for a title, she not only promoted the interests of Lord Renthorpe, well known to have been born without a shirt, but went quite out of her way to present to Charis any scion of a noble house, whom she did not at all wish to welcome as a son-in-law. To do her justice, she was not, at the moment, angling for an eligible party for Cly, who had only just emerged from the schoolroom, and was rather too young to form any serious attachment, and but for her determination not to allow Louisa Buxted to steal a march on her, she would not have presented her for another year. Mrs. Dauntry thought of her as a mere child, and devoted herself so thoroughly to the task of detaching Endymion from Charis Merriville, that the growing intimacy between Cly and Mr. Charles Trevor escaped her notice. As for the Merrivilles, their relationship to Alverstoke, the éclat with which he launched them into the ton, the patronage of Lady Jersey and Lady Sefton, and their indefinable air of good breeding, brought them a great many agreeable invitations, very few persons lending credence to Lady Buxted's smiling hints of their lack of fortune, and only the most jealous parents resenting Charis's beauty. It was generally agreed that she was a very sweet, unaffected girl, and that it was just like Louisa Buxted to try to spoil her chances, because her own daughter was so sadly unprepossessing. If Mrs. Dauntry, also with a daughter to dispose of creditably, dropped no such hints, it seemed safe to assume that there was not a shred of truth in them. They had certainly hired a house in an unfashionable quarter of the town, but that was probably due to Miss Wincham's eccentricity. No other signs of poverty were to be discerned. They were always elegantly attired. Their excellent butler had grown old in the service of the family, and they employed a very respectable footman. Further, it was known, on the authority of Mrs. Dauntry, that their brother's estates in Herefordshire were considerable. This made several people remember, rather vaguely, that Fred Merriville, after pursuing an expensive course calculated to bring his parents' gray hairs down in sorrow to the grave, had unexpectedly come into the Merriville property. Since neither Fred's father nor his elder brother had been at all well known in London, no one had any very exact information about the size of this property, even his Dauntry connections never having visited Graynard. So Mrs. Dauntry was able, in the most delicate manner possible, to convey, without fear of contradiction, the impression that the present owner was a young man of fortune, and his sisters handsomely dowered. It was not long before Frederica began to realize that society had formed an exaggerated idea of her father's inheritance. One or two casual remarks showed that if she and Charis were not regarded as heiresses, they were at least credited with large portions, and when Mrs. Paracombe, to whom she had taken an instant dislike, asked her in what part of the country Graynard was situated, adding that she had heard it was a most beautiful seat, she suspected that Alverstoke must be the originator of these rumors. She was indebted to Miss Jane Buxted, who seemed to be unpleasantly addicted to backstairs gossip, for the information that Mrs. Paracombe was one of Alverstoke's Cheers Amys, and though she gave Jane a set-down, she saw no reason to doubt the story. His lordship's way of life was no concern of hers, but she was vexed to find herself thrust into what she felt to be almost an imposture, and she determined to demand whether it was indeed he who was responsible for it. No opportunity to do so offered immediately, and when it did it was under circumstances which set her at a disadvantage, and made her pose her question in a perfectly civil way. His lordship had not forgotten his promise to take Jessamy with him when he drove his new team of greys to Richmond, or, rather, it had been recalled to his mind by Curry, his head groom, who had formed a very good opinion of Jessamy, and he had called in Upper Wimpole Street one morning to pick the boy up, thus subjecting him to a severe struggle with his conscience. He told Frederica, who had encountered Owen on his way upstairs to deliver his lordship's invitation, that having made up his mind to devote his mornings to study, He must not yield to temptation. But Frederica very sensibly suggested that he could resume his studies later in the day, upon which his face brightened, and he hurried away to scrub his hands, telling Owen to assure his lordship that he would be with him in a pig's whisper. It was Frederica, however, who conveyed the message to Alverstoke, asking him at the same time if he would spare her a few minutes upon his return. He looked down at her as she stood on the flagway, his eyes, for all their laziness, curiously penetrating. "Certainly," he responded. "Something of grave importance." She hesitated. "It seems so to me, but perhaps you will not think so." "You intrigue me, Frederica. Do I detect a note of censure in your voice?" She was not obliged to answer this, for at that moment Jessamy arrived on the scene and ran down the steps, breathlessly expressing the hope that he had not kept his lordship waiting. Bidding his sister a cursory farewell, he climbed up into the phaeton, looking so happy and excited that feelings of gratitude to Alverstoke for having granted him this treat overcame other, and less charitable, emotions in her breast. When he returned, several hours later, it was in a mood of deep content. He ushered Alverstoke into the drawing-room, saying, "Frederica, oh, you are here. Come in, sir. Oh, Frederica, I have had such a time. I haven't enjoyed anything so much since we came to London. We have been to Richmond Park. Cousin Alverstoke has tickets of admission, you know, and he let me handle the reins, and, sir, I don't know how to thank you enough. Showing me just how to turn a corner in style, too, and how to point the leaders, and, my dear boy, you have already thanked me enough, too much, in fact," replied Alverstoke, rather amused. "If you do so any more, you'll become a bore." Jessamy laughed, blushed, and said a little shyly, "I think I must have been, sir. Such dull work for you, teaching a mere whipster. And so very kind of you to let me drive those greys when, for anything you knew, I might have been a regular spoon." "If I had had any such apprehension," said Alverstoke gravely, "I should not have let you drive them. You are not yet a top sawyer, but you've light hands, considerable precision of eye, and you know how to stick to your leaders." Coming from a nonpareil, these words reduced Jessamy to stammering incoherence. He managed to thank his lordship yet again, and then effaced himself to spend an unprofitable hour with his books open before him, but his thoughts very far away from them. "I should like to thank you too," Frederica said with a warm smile, "but I don't dare. Was it a bore?" "Oddly enough, no. A new experience. I've never before attempted to impart my skill to another, and I've discovered that either I'm an excellent teacher or that I had a remarkably apt pupil. But I didn't come to talk about driving. What have I done to vex you, Frederica?" "I don't know. I mean, I am vexed, but I'm not perfectly sure that it was your doing," she said frankly. "The thing is that people seem to think that we are possessed of a handsome fortune. Cousin, did you set that rumor about?" "Certainly not," he replied, his eyebrows slightly raised. "Why should I?" "Well, you might have done so to be helpful, perhaps." "I can think of few things less helpful." "No, nor can I. Besides, it is so odiously vulgar. I detest shams. It makes it seem as though I had been cutting a wheatle to achieve a brilliant marriage for Charis. As though such shifts could succeed." He smiled. "Oh ho! Would you employ them if they could?" The smile was faintly reflected in her eyes, but she shook her head. "No, contemptible, don't you think so?" "I do, but you appear to have suspected me of selling just such a contemptible bargain." "Yes, but I knew it must have been with the best of intentions," she assured him. "Worse, you believe me to be a flat," she laughed. "Indeed I don't. I beg your pardon, but if you didn't set the story about, who can have done so? And why? I promise you, I've never tried to make people think we are wealthy, and nor, I'm very sure, has Charis. In fact, when Mrs. Paracombe talked of Grainard, saying how much she would like to see it, and speaking as if it were a ducal mansion, I told her it was no such thing." "Now I know why I fell under suspicion," he murmured provocatively. It was so unexpected that it surprised a tiny gasp out of her. "I am continually shocked by the audits people don't scruple to repeat to innocent maidens," pursued his lordship in a saddened voice. "If it comes to that, retorted Frederica with spirit. "I am continually shocked by the things you don't scruple to say to me, cousin. You are quite abominable," he sighed. "Alas, I know it. The reflection gives me sleepless nights." "Coming it rather too strong, my lord," she said before she could stop herself. She added hastily as he put up his brows in exaggerated incredulity, "As Harry would say, no doubt, but such cant expressions on the lips of delicately nurtured females are extremely unbecoming." Well aware of this, she was just about to apologize for the lapse when she caught the gleam in his eye and said instead, "Odious creature, I wish you will be serious." He laughed. "Very well, let us be serious. You want to know who is responsible for the rumor that you are very wealthy, yes, and what's to be done about it? Nothing. As to who may have started the rumor, I know no more than you do and can perceive no reason why you should be thrown into high fidgets over it. If we are to be serious, let me advise you to discourage Allerton's advances to your sister." She looked quickly up at him. "Why?" "Because, my innocent, he is what we call a man of the town." She nodded. "I'm glad to know that, for it's what I thought myself. Though I must own he has been very civil and obliging and has a well-bred ease of manner, except that now and then he goes a little beyond the line of what is pleasing. However, there are others who are even better bred who go a long way beyond it." "So there are," he agreed. "Who introduced him to you?" "Mrs. Dawntry at Lady Jersey's party, which is why I concluded that I must have been mistaken in him." "Did she indeed?" he said. "Well, well." There was a gleam of amusement in his eyes, which she tried in vain to interpret. He flicked open his snuff-box and took a meditative pinch and suddenly laughed. Meeting her inquiring look, he said, "Who would have thought that your adoption of me would have provided me with so much entertainment?" "You did," responded Frederica unhesitatingly. "I didn't know it at the outset, but I am very sure now that you adopted us merely to infuriate Lady Buxted. And can you blame me?" An involuntary chuckle escaped her. "Well, perhaps not as much as I ought, but you did think it might amuse you." "True, and so it did. What I did not foresee was that I should find myself taking so much interest in the fortunes of the Merrivilles." He paused, but before she could retort in kind, demanded abruptly, "Who was the rum touch I saw escorting your sister yesterday, a counter-coxcomb in a striped waistcoat?" "Mr. Nutley," she uttered in despairing accents. "Who the devil is Mr. Nutley?" "Our neighbor, a very worthy young man, but quite ineligible and nutty upon Charis. He languishes, besides sending her flowers and lying in wait for her to step out of the house with only Owen to escort her," replied Frederica bitterly. "Good God, has she a tender for him?" "No, of course she has not. The thing is that she cannot bring herself to repulse him. And if you think you can convince her that it would be kinder by far to do so now than later, I can only say, cousin, that you don't know her. She has a great deal of sensibility, you see, and a great deal of folly," he interrupted impatiently. "Yes, that too," she agreed, sighing. "I wish she wasn't such a goose-gap, for I dare say anyone might impose upon her. I own it has me in a worry very often." He nodded but said, "It will do her no good to be seen in Allerton's company, but he won't go beyond flirtation. I'll see to that." "Thank you, but he has done nothing to warrant, I don't at all wish you to say anything to him. It would be refining too much upon too little." "Oh, it won't be necessary for me to say anything," he replied, with one of his sardonic smiles. "In common with the rest of the world, he believes her to be under my protection. It is possible, however, that he may also believe me to be an indifferent guardian. That can be remedied. Do you go to the Crews assembly? I'll escort you, exercising a benevolent surveillance. I might take you both to the play, or even drive you round the park at the hour of the grand strut." "You are very obliging. We are indeed honored." "Yes, I rarely drive females." "You will find it another dead bore, I dare say." "Possibly, but I shall be upheld by a feeling of virtue." "Ah, but the novelty of that will soon wear off," she pointed out. The sardonic expression vanished. "Very good, Frederica," he said approvingly. "I don't think it will bore me to drive you round the park." Well, that's a comfort to be sure, but there's not the least need for you to include me in your benevolence. Take Charis up beside you now and then, and I shall be excessively grateful." She tried, unsuccessfully, to repress a mischievous chuckle, and added, with disarming candor, "You can't think how much against the pluck it goes with me to administer to your vanity, cousin, but I haven't spent all these weeks in London without realizing that your consequence is enormous." "Viper," said his lordship appreciatively, "I will endure the company of your beautiful but bird-witted sister, but on the condition that the tedium of these sessions will be relieved occasionally by your astringent quality. By the by, does rumor lie, or is my equally bird-witted young cousin growing extremely particular in his attentions?" "No, though in some ways I wish it did," replied Frederica. "But as for growing extremely particular, he seems to have conceived a violent passion for Charis the instant he laid eyes on her. I must say, I wish he were not so very handsome. I am afraid he is the only one of her admirers for whom Charis does cherish a tender, and I can conceive of nothing more unsuitable. Nor, I fancy, would Mrs. Dauntry welcome such an alliance. Certainly not. One of the tightish clever sort, my saintly cousin Lucretia. Well, you can't blame her for wishing her son to contract an advantageous marriage," said Frederica reasonably. "It is precisely what I want Charis to do, after all. I don't desire to offend you, my lord, but I cannot think Endymion an eligible party. It is all very well for his mamma to talk of his being your heir, but who is to say that it will ever come to that? You are not in your dotage." "Thank you," said his lordship in failing accents. Her eyes twinkled responsively, but she said politely, "Not at all. The thing is, however, that when Endymion is Charis's escort I can be easy in my mind. He treats her with the greatest respect, almost with reverence." "Yes, he always was a slow-top," he commented. "Poor girl." "Is Buxted also dangling after her?" "Oh, dear me, no," she replied, casting down her eyes and folding her hands primly in her lap. "Lord Buxted, cousin, has a decided preference for me," he burst out laughing. "No, has he indeed? I pity you then, but think the better of him. What do you find to talk about, I wonder?" "Why, I am not obliged to find anything. He is never at a loss. When we have commented on the political situation, and he has been so kind as to draw my attention to some article in one of the newspapers which I might not have read, he has always plenty to tell me about himself, and his estates, and his reflections upon various subjects." She broke off chuckling, but said penitently, "But I ought not to make game of him. He is very kind and has a great deal of sense, even if he is a trifle prosy, dull and respectable. But not, I fancy, your only admirer. My heart positively bled for poor Aldridge when I saw Darcy Morton cut him out at that very tedious soiree last Wednesday." "Oh, fiddle," she said. "I wish you won't be so nonsensical. Next you will be calling Mr. Morton my flirt, and nothing, I can assure you, is farther from his thoughts or mine. Wait until the crow is hatched before you pull it with me," she smiled. "I will, but pray believe that I don't flirt, and I am not on the catch for a husband. Except one for Charis. Tell me, are you enjoying your first London season?" she answered impulsively. "Oh, beyond calculation. In fact, I enjoy it all so much that I fear I must resemble poor Papa more than I knew." He was able, by the exercise of strong self-control, to reply, with only the smallest quiver in his voice, "What a very alarming thought. Surely you wrong yourself." "Well, I hope I do," she said seriously. "I don't care much for cards, at all events. None of us do, except perhaps Jessamy, and he, you know, has such deep principles that I've no fears for him. I expect it is too soon to know what Felix may do, but I don't think he will be a gamester." He laughed. "Good God, no. He will be far too busy inventing a steam shuffler or a mechanical dealer to take any interest in mere gaming. How does he go on? Where is he? Don't tell me he has set forth on another steamboat expedition." "No, though I collect he is much interested in some project to build ocean-going steamboats. I think he learned about it on his trip to Ramsgate, but I fancy the inventor is an American, for which I am truly thankful. Even Felix couldn't go all that way. I wouldn't risk a groat against the chance. Very likely he will sign on as cabin boy in a sailing vessel bound for America, and we shall next hear of him in New York. For heaven's sake, don't put such a notion into his head, she begged between alarm and amusement. It is precisely the sort of thing he might do, but at the moment he is upstairs in one of the attics which we gave him for his experiments. Good God, Alverstoke ejaculated. We had as well sit on a keg of gunpowder. I'll take my leave of you before he blows the house up. No, no, he won't do that, she replied, gurgling with merriment. He promised me he would remember this is not our own house. He regarded her with appreciation. You'd have no objection to his blowing it up if it were your own house. Accept my compliments on the fortitude of your mind. How can you be so absurd? Of course I should object to it. I meant only that at home he has a workshop and may do as he pleases in it. I see. Does he often blow it up? She smiled. He never blows it up. He did set fire to it once, but that was when he was trying to make a new kind of match which would light without a tinderbox, and there was very little damage done, except that he singed his eyebrows off. You are a very good sister, Frederica, he commented. Well, I do try to be, she said, coloring faintly. My aunt and our old nurse were too anxious, or so it seemed to me, and forever flying into high fidgets over the things the boys did, which didn't answer at all, because it made them fall into the sullens, and pay not the least heed to anything they said. It is a pity that your aunt did not save her anxiety for her nieces. I shall take leave to tell you, Frederica, that I think her a very poor chaperone. Yes, but one must be just to her. She never wished to come to London, and only consented to do so on the understanding that she shouldn't be dragged to fashionable parties. Recollect that I am quite old enough to chaperone Charis. Indeed, I've done so ever since she came out. That, said his lordship roundly, is a greater absurdity than any I have uttered. It isn't, but I won't argue with you on that head. In any event, she is not to be blamed for having more important things to think about at this present. My Uncle Scrabster is very unwell, and poor Aunt Amelia is quite distracted with worry, and depends wholly on my Aunt Seraphina. He said nothing, compressing his lips, as though only by doing so could he keep back a retort. Two deep clefts appeared between his brows, but they vanished as the door burst open, and Felix came eagerly into the room, exclaiming, "You are here, sir. I thought it was your phaeton I saw when I looked out of the window." "You might have told me, Frederica, when you knew I particularly wanted to see him. The shabbiest thing." "God help me," said his lordship. "Not another foundry, Felix." "No, no, at least not precisely. It's the new mint. It has gas lighting and steam engines of vast power, but when I went there with Jessamy they said no one was allowed to visit it without a special recommendation. So would you very kindly give me one, cousin Alverstoke, if you please?" "But how can I?" said the Marquis. "I'm not acquainted with the master or even with the controller." "Yes, but you weren't acquainted with the manager of the foundry either, sir," argued Felix. "Ah, that was a different matter. They are very particular at the mint, you know, and wouldn't think a recommendation from me at all special." Felix's countenance had dropped ludicrously, but at these words it brightened, and he gave a crow of mirth. "Yes, they would. You're trying to roast me. Of course they would." "Oh dear, what a dreadful boy you are," said Frederica. "Stop teasing cousin Alverstoke, I do beg of you." "I'm not teasing him," replied Felix indignantly. "I only asked him to recommend me. I haven't asked him to go with me himself, and I won't, because if he don't care for it I dare say Mr. Trevor would like it." "So he would," said his lordship, much struck. "It's time he had a treat too, poor fellow. Of course it would be best if you came," said Felix tentatively. "No, no, you mustn't spoil me," responded his lordship with considerable aplomb. "I've had one treat already, remember." "Oh, well," said Felix, accepting this. "He isn't a go like you, but at least he has some sense." "Quite a lot of sense," agreed his lordship gravely. He carried honors. I dare say we shall live to see him First Lord of the Treasury, so take care to keep in his good books." It was plain that Felix thought poorly of this ambition, but he said innocently, "Oh, yes, but he ain't a prosy one, you know. I did think he might be at first, but I'm pretty well acquainted with him now, and I like him." He then took leave of the Marquis, who cocked an eyebrow at Frederica and said, "And how, may I ask, did your engaging brother become pretty well acquainted with Charles?" She answered with a little reserve, "Oh, he has visited us now and then on our Sundays when we invite a few friends to supper, nothing formal, you understand. Just a family party for people who don't care a straw for fashionable squeezes but like to spend a cozy evening playing jackstraws or bilbo-catch or speculation or dangling after Charis." "No, you are mistaken," she said quickly. "Mr. Trevor doesn't do so. I'm glad. She wouldn't do for him at all. If it comes to that, he wouldn't do for her. Very likely not. What then has induced him to relax his monkish rule? Ask him, my lord, not me. I'm not so tactless. Do you object to his visiting us?" "Not in the least. I am merely curious. Some strong inducement there must be. Charles has never lacked invitations. He is very well liked and comes of a good family. But until the Merrivilles came to London, he has very rarely accepted any. It's my belief he has fallen in love. He forgot to remind me that I was engaged to attend a very dull dinner party the other day. Unprecedented, I assure you, but if not with Charis," he broke off as a thought occurred to him. "Good God, Cly! I am not in his confidence, cousin, and if I were I wouldn't betray it." He paid no heed to this. A smile hovered about his mouth. After a moment's reflection, he said, "Life will be fraught with interest if that's indeed so. I must cultivate Cly's acquaintance." 13. Whether the Marquis took any steps to become better acquainted with his young cousin, Frederica had no means of discovering, but he very soon redeemed his promise to demonstrate to the ton his interest in his supposed wards, thus confirming her gathering suspicion that the forgetfulness for which he was notorious was largely assumed. He called in Upper Wimpole Street to pick Charis up, and drove her round Hyde Park at the fashionable hour, several times reining in his grays to exchange greetings with his own friends, or to enable Charis to respond to the salutes of her many admirers. This she did very sweetly, and without a trace of coquetry. He had known many beauties, but never one as innocently unconcerned with her appearance as Charis. Nor did she seem to be at all aware of the signal honor he had conferred upon her, and the surprise and the conjectures which this gave rise to. She thanked him politely for inviting her to drive with him, but disclosed upon inquiry that she preferred Kensington Gardens to Hyde Park because the flowers were so pretty, and there were several walks where one could almost fancy oneself to be in the country. "You don't like London?" he asked. "Oh, yes," she replied tranquilly. "It is very pleasant and amusing, only not so comfortable as the country. It is generally thought to be more comfortable than the country." "Is it?" She wrinkled her brow. "I wonder why. Let us say that it has more to offer in the way of entertainment." "Oh," she pondered for a moment. "Yes, of course, there are theaters and concerts and reviews and a great many balls. Only London parties, though they are very splendid, aren't as enjoyable as country ones, are they?" "Aren't they? Why not?" "I don't know. I am very stupid at explaining things," she said apologetically. "I like best the parties where I know everyone, if you understand what I mean." After further pause for cogitation, she added, "I dare say it is because I'm not accustomed to town life, or the rude way people stare if one is a stranger." "Very disagreeable," he said gravely. "I perceive that I should have done better to have driven you out of town, to some sequestered spot inhabited only by yokels. But you would have to go a great way for that, wouldn't you?" He began to feel bored and replied somewhat dryly, "Very true." She relapsed into silence. After a moment, he exerted himself to open another topic of conversation, but as she had few opinions of her own to advance, merely agreeing with all he said, His boredom rapidly increased, and after taking one more turn about the park, he drove her back to Upper Wimpole Street, mentally apostrophizing himself for having so rashly promised to throw the mantle of his protection over her. In any ordinary circumstances, he would have banished all thought of her from his mind when he set her down, but the circumstances were not ordinary. He supposed he was in honor bound to invite her to drive out with him again. He did so, asking her where she would like to go. She replied impulsively, "Oh, how very kind. I should like of all things to go to Hampton Court, sir. We have been reading about it, Frederica and I, and we wish very much to visit it." Only, she hesitated, raising her big eyes deprecatingly to his face. "Only," he prompted, would you lend us your escort, Cousin Alverstoke? I mean all of us. Or would you liefer not do so? The thing is that there seems to be a famous maze there, and the boys would enjoy it so much." Thus it came about that the Marquis found himself, a few days later, conducting a family party to Hampton Court in the barouche which, with its high-stepping horses, was so very well known to the members of the Four-Horse Club, few of whom would have been able to believe their eyes had they seen the base use to which it was being put. His lordship was not wearing the insignia of the club, but Jessamy, who took it in turns with Felix to sit beside him on the box, assured his sisters that anyone privileged to watch his handling of the reins would recognize him, at a glance, as one of its members. In the opinion of the Merrivilles, the expedition was quite the most delightful they had yet experienced, even Felix considering that the joys of getting lost in the maze, and being afterwards regaled at the Star and Garter with what he described as a spanking dinner, raised it above his trip to Ramsgate. So many jam tarts did he consume that his brother, calling him a snatch pastry, said that anyone would suppose that he was starving. To which he replied cheerfully that as he hadn't had a bite to eat except for a couple of ices and a few cakes, as a light nuncheon, since a breakfast of eggs, muffins, toast, and preserves, he pretty well was starving. Owing to his forethought in having acquainted himself with the key to the maze, the Marquis spent the day far more agreeably than he had anticipated. For as soon as he had had enough of wandering about the maze, he guided Frederica out of it, leaving the three younger members of the party still trying to reach the center, all of them in high spirits, and thinking it an excellent joke every time they found themselves in a blind alley. The custodian, whose stand commanded a view of the whole labyrinth, and whose duty it was to direct exhausted persons out of it, several times offered his services, but these were unhesitatingly scorned, each of the three Merrivilles being convinced that he or she could discover the clue. Frederica, strolling along the alleys beside the Marquis, was inclined to think it a lucky chance that brought them to the center of the maze, but when he led her back to the entrance without a single mistake, she looked laughingly up at him and exclaimed, "You knew the secret. What a hoax! I was beginning to think you so clever, too." "Merely provident," he replied. "The prospect of spending the better part of the afternoon between high hedges I find singularly unattractive, don't you?" she smiled. "Well, I own I had liefer walk about the gardens and the wilderness, but the children think it famous sport. Thank you for bringing them. You are very kind, for I'm persuaded it must be a great bore to you." "By no means," he answered. "It has the charm of novelty." "Did you never take your nephews and nieces out with you?" she asked curiously. "Never, not even when they were children. How odd it seems." "It would seem very much odder if I had, I assure you." "Not to me." "It should." "I warned you, Frederica, that I am neither compliant nor good-natured." "Well, I must own that you are not at all good-natured to your sisters," she said frankly. "Not that I blame you for that, at least, not altogether. They seem positively to take delight in setting up your back. I wonder they shouldn't know that pinching at one's brothers is fatal. But whatever you may say, you are not a monster of selfishness. You wouldn't be so kind to Jessamy and Felix if that were so. Or if they bored me, he interpolated. It bored you excessively to inspect that foundry, she reminded him. Yes, that's why Charles is going to take Felix to the new mint, he responded coolly. But why didn't you send him to escort us today? She asked, in an innocent tone at variance with the mischief in her eyes. You cannot have supposed that such an expedition as this wouldn't bore you quite as much as the mint. He glanced down at her, half smiling, but with an oddly arrested expression in his face. She was puzzled by it, but after a moment she said quizzically, Are you wondering whether you can bamboozle me into believing that you won't entrust your team to Mr. Trevor? No, he replied slowly, though it would be true. I was thinking how well that bonnet becomes you. It was certainly a charming confection, with a soft pink plume curling over its poke of gathered silk, but she broke into a gurgle of laughter, exclaiming, Oh, cousin, you are the most complete hand. Why are you so determined to make me write you down as selfish and altogether detestable? Are you afraid I might trade upon your good nature? I promise you I shan't. No, I'm not afraid of that. To be sure, you could always floor me with one of your icy set-downs, couldn't you? She agreed, twinkling gaily. Unlikely, you'd come about again, he retorted, guiding her towards a conveniently situated bench. We will now sit down to await the children unless you consider it too chilly. She shook her head but said, as she disposed herself on the bench, Much you would care if I did. Unjust, Frederica, almost as unjust as your previous observation. When pray have I attempted to give you a set-down? Oh, when we first met, you were odiously starched up. Was I? Accept my most humble apologies and acknowledge that I haven't repeated the offense. No, indeed you haven't, she said warmly. That is, you haven't snubbed us. But I've twice heard you, however, that's no concern of mine. You don't like to be thanked, but pray let me tell you just once how truly grateful I am to you. You have done much more for us than I expected. Why, you even came to Luff's rescue, and if that wasn't kind, I should like to know what is. But you did expect that of me, he pointed out. I didn't precisely expect it. I was hopeful that you would. Oh, and you have never told me what it cost you to ransom him. I had quite forgotten. Pray will you? No, he interrupted. I neither know nor care what it cost me, and if you talk any more flummery to me, Frederica, I shall give you one of my, icy set-downs. It's very obliging of you, but when I asked for your help I didn't mean that I wished to hang on your sleeve, cousin. What's more, I won't do it. In that case I must strive to remember the exact sum I've disbursed on your behalf today, he said. I wonder why I didn't think to keep a tally. Now let me see. There were 4 tickets for the maze. Oh, we paid to enter the palace too, didn't we? Then that comes to, I wish you will be serious, she interrupted, biting a quivering lip. I am being very serious. Generous too, for I don't mean to charge you carriage hire. Oh, don't be absurd, she said indignantly. There is a great deal of difference between allowing you to discharge my debts and paying you for our entertainment when you have invited us to drive out with you to Hampton Court. Certainly, but I didn't do so, he said. My services were bespoken by Charis. She gave a gasp. Why, what a clanker, she exclaimed, most improperly. You know she would never have thought of such a thing if you hadn't asked her where she would like to go. Well, if you call that an invitation to drive out with me to Hampton Court, bringing her sister and both her brothers, odious, odious creature, she said, trying not to laugh. Very well, I'll say no more, not even thank you. Or should I beg your pardon for having foisted myself and my brothers upon you today? On the contrary, if you had cried off, I should have recalled a pressing engagement elsewhere. Charis is a most amiable girl, but not precisely needle-witted. I find it extremely difficult to converse with her, quite exhausting, in fact. She asks me what I mean, when I venture on a mild joke. She could not repress one of her involuntary gurgles, but she said, in swift defense of her sister, She may not be needle-witted, but she has a great deal of common sense, I assure you. Much more than I have, for she knows how to hold household besides sewing exquisitely and being able to dress a joint, and all manner of useful things. Unfortunately, none of these virtues is called for when driving in the park. She is certainly not a prattle-box, retorted Frederica. He laughed. No, indeed. I thought gentlemen did not care for females whose tongues ran on wheels, she said. True, but between gabble-mongering and casting the whole burden of maintaining conversation upon one's companion, there is a happy medium to be struck. No, no, don't rip up. I will allow Charis to be a beauty beyond compare, besides being amiable and virtuous. But he paused, a crease between his brows. Well, she demanded. He raised his eyes from frowning contemplation of the gloves he held in one hand and turned his head to look at her. He said with unwonted gentleness, "My child, does it never occur to you that the future you have planned for her is not what she would herself choose?" "No, how could that be?" "If I were scheming for what you would call a brilliant match, but I'm not. I promise you I'm not. I only wish to see her comfortably established, not to be obliged to make and scrape, but to be able to command the elegancies of life." She saw his brows lift and added, "You think such considerations don't signify, perhaps. Recollect that you have never known what it means to be purse-pinched." "I haven't," he admitted. "I must bow to your better knowledge of your sister, but from the little I have observed I should have said that she would find more happiness in holding household than in cutting a dash. She told me, you know, that she preferred country balls to London ones." "Good gracious, did she?" Frederica exclaimed, quite astonished. "She must have been funning. Only think of her success, the bouquets that are sent her, the way our knocker is never quiet. Oh, you must be mistaken, cousin." He saw she was looking distressed and replied lightly, "Very possibly. In any event, I see no reason why you should fall into dejection. But if she doesn't care for those things, doesn't wish to make a creditable marriage, I shall have done it all for nothing," she pointed out. "Nonsense. You at least are enjoying London life." "That doesn't signify," she said impatiently. "As though I should have dreamt of dragging the boys to London to gratify my own wishes. I dare say Jessamy would have preferred to have remained at home, but it won't hurt him to see something of the world. As for Felix, he's as happy as a grig. I'm a little curious, however, to know what it was that made you think that Charis shares your own tastes." She shook her head. "I didn't think that. Only that it was shameful to keep her hidden away, or to allow her to marry young Rushbury or any of the other men of our acquaintance before she had had a season." She hesitated and then said rather shyly, "The thing is, you see, that she is so very persuadable. She is much inclined to agree to whatever is suggested to her, and although her principles are firm, her disposition is so yielding that I own it does sometimes sink my spirits. I imagine it might, if she yields to the importunities of every callow youth who dangles after her. Does she fall in love with them?" "I don't think she falls in love with anyone," replied Frederica candidly. "I mean, not more with one than with another. She is a most affectionate girl and so kind-hearted that it is enough to cast anyone into high fidgets. Universally benevolent, eh, poor Frederica? You may well say so. It is such a responsibility, you see. She is bound to marry someone, and only think how shocking it would be if I allowed her to be snapped up by a callow youth, as you phrase it, who wouldn't know how to make her happy, or by some basket scrambler." His lips twitched, but he replied gravely, "Shocking indeed, but basket scrabblers are in general on the catch for heiresses." "Well, I didn't mean that precisely," she conceded. "And perhaps I ought not to say that Charis doesn't fall in love with people. I've never done so myself, so I can't judge. It doesn't seem to me that she does." He had been listening to her with idly appreciative amusement, but this startled him. "Never fallen in love," he repeated incredulously. "Never, Frederica." "No, that is, I don't think so. I did once feel a tender, but that was when I was young, and I recovered from it so quickly that I shouldn't think I was truly in love. In fact, I am much disposed to think that if I hadn't met him at a ball when he was wearing regimentals, I shouldn't have looked twice at him." She added earnestly, "Do you know, cousin, I am strongly of the opinion that gentlemen should not be permitted to attend balls and assemblies rigged out in smart dress uniforms. There is something about regimentals which is very deceiving. Fortunately, since I believe he was quite ineligible, I chanced to meet him the very next week when he was not wearing regimentals, so I never had time to fall in love with him. It was the most disillusioning thing imaginable. Who was this unfortunate? He asked, his eyes warm with laughter. I don't recall his name, it was so long ago. Ah, yes, he said sympathetically. Before you became so old cattish. Old cattish. She checked herself and then said with a rueful smile, "Oh dear, I suppose that is what I am." "Do you indeed? Then let me tell you, my child, that when you talk of when you were young you are being foolish beyond permission." "No, I'm not. I'm 24 and have been on the shelf for years," she retorted. "Alas," he mocked. "Nothing of the sort. Pray, what do you think would have become of them all if I were not on the shelf? I neither know nor care." "Well, I do know, and I care very much. What's more, I find it very agreeable to be an old maid, and rid of tiresome restrictions. If I were of marriageable age, I couldn't, for instance, be sitting here at this moment, talking to you without the vestige of a chaperone. Everyone would suppose me to be setting my cap at you, besides being fast. But if the Countess Leven, or even Mrs. Burrell, were to pass by at this moment, they wouldn't lift one of their detestably haughty eyebrows, any more than they would if I were Miss Barry." This comparison of herself with a lady who had some 56 years in her dish almost overset his lordship. He contrived to keep his countenance, but there was a distinct tremor in his voice when he said, "Very true, I wonder that that shouldn't have occurred to me." "I dare say you never gave it a thought," said Frederica kindly. "No," he acknowledged. "I didn't. Why should you? Gentlemen aren't troubled with chaperones," she said, somewhat wistfully contemplating this happy state. "I assure you I have frequently been troubled by them. Very irksome I have found them." The wistful look vanished in a twinkle. "What a shocking creature you are, cousin," she said affably. "Yes, an ugly customer. Didn't I warn you of it? Very likely, but you tell so many whiskers about yourself that I dare say I wasn't attending." She turned her head towards him and said, with a smile in her frank eyes, "A great many people have warned me that you are excessively dangerous. You have a sad reputation, cousin, but to us you have been more than kind, in spite of not in the least wishing to befriend us, so I don't give a button for what anyone says of you." He met her clear gaze, an expression hard to read in his own eyes. "Don't you? But that puts me on my mettle. I wish you will rid your mind of the notion that I am a wet goose," she said severely. "Instead of talking nonsense, tell me what you know of Sir Mark Lineham. What, is he another of Charis's suitors?" "My dear child, he won't see 30 again." "No, but something she said to me the other day made me wonder if perhaps she wouldn't be happier with an older man. Someone she could depend upon for guidance, and who would take care of her, and not come to cuffs with her if he chanced to be out of temper. From what I have seen, young husbands often fly into miffs, and that would never do for Charis. She has so much sensibility that even when the boys fall into a quarrel she is made miserable. And the mildest scold utterly sinks her spirits. Well, well, I think Sir Mark would be very gentle, don't you? Since I've no more than a nodding acquaintance with him, I can't say. Judging him by myself, I should think he would murder her or seek consolation elsewhere. I can think of few worse fates than to be married to a watering pot. She is not a watering pot, and Sir Mark would not seek consolation elsewhere. His reputation is spotless." "Ah. Well, I always did think he was a dull dog," said his lordship. "A man need not be dull merely because he is respectable," she retorted. "No, he need not, but he too often is. I am informed on good authority that Sir Mark suffered a disappointment in his youth, and he never until now looked at another female," said Frederica frostily. "Oh, my God!" ejaculated his lordship in accents of acute nausea. "No, no, don't tell me more. I haven't a strong enough stomach." "I shan't," said Frederica, eyeing him with hostility. "You don't seem to me to have any sense of propriety at all." "I haven't. Well, it's nothing to be proud of. "Oh, I'm not proud. Tell me, Frederica, is that the kind of milkiness you admire?" "Certainly," she replied. "Respectability must always command admiration." "Humbug," he remarked. "Trying it on rather too rare and thick, my child. I'm considerably more than 7, you know." "Well, one ought to admire it at any rate," she said defensively. "That's better," he approved. "I was beginning to think you had a tender for this paragon yourself, and that would never do. You wouldn't suit, believe me." "Readily," she said, laughing. "So perhaps I won't, after all, try to cut Charis out, as if I could." "I can think of more unlikely contingencies," he said. "Can you indeed? Then either you must be all about in your head or a bigger humbug than I am," she said roundly. 14. To the surprise of all, and the embarrassment of several, the Marquis, his wayward memory retaining a scrap of information let fall by Frederica, presented himself in Upper Wimpole Street on the following Sunday evening. Remembering also that these weekly at-home days had been described to him as informal, he came in morning dress, a blue coat of exquisite cut, a waistcoat of striped toilinette, pale buff pantaloons which appeared to have been molded to his legs, and tasseled hessians whose incomparable gloss was one of his valet's main preoccupations. His nephew, Lord Buxted, was very correctly attired in the white waistcoat, the black pantaloons, and the striped stockings of ordinary evening dress, and 2 very young gentlemen wore sporting ruffled shirts, highly starched collar points projecting to their cheekbones, neckcloths of awe-inspiring dimensions, and a nice array of fobs, seals, and rings. These budding dandies had expended much time and thought on their raiment, and until the Marquis was ushered into the drawing-room, they had been satisfied with the results of their labors. But when that tall, well-made figure appeared upon the threshold, horrid doubts assailed them. His lordship, being blessed with fine shoulders, had no need of buckram wadding for his coats, nor did he favor a nip-waisted style. His collar points were moderate, his neckcloth beautifully but discreetly tied, his jewelry consisted of a single fob and his heavy gold signet ring, and he was unquestionably the most elegant man in the room. He entered upon a babel of conversation, but when Buddle sonorously announced him, a startled silence fell, to be broken by Felix, who bounded up, exclaiming, "Oh, famous Cousin Alverstoke! How do you do, sir? I am glad you came. I am so very much obliged to you. Mr. Trevor says you have arranged it all just as I knew you would, and we are going to the New Mint this very week. Are you sure you don't wish to come too?" It struck Mr. Darcy Morton, curiously watching his friend, that he had rarely seen so softened an expression in his face as he responded to this greeting. Then Frederica went towards him, holding out her hand, and he raised his eyes from Felix's eager countenance and smiled at her, causing Mr. Morton to suffer a shock. It was not at all the sort of smile with which his lordship beguiled his flirts, but something warmer and more intimate. "Good God!" mentally ejaculated Mr. Morton. "Sits the wind in that quarter?" Meanwhile Frederica, shaking hands with the unexpected guest, said politely, "How do you do?" and in a lowered tone, "What in the world brings you here, cousin?" "A sense of duty," he responded, quizzing her. He added in a softly provocative tone, "In case you should be getting into the wrong company," she choked, but contented herself with a speaking glance before turning, and saying with a bright smile, "I fancy, cousin, that you are acquainted with most of our guests, but I should introduce you perhaps to Miss Upcott and Miss Pensby." She waited, while he bowed slightly to these damsels, and then presented the 2 young aspirants to fashion. He favored them with a nod, and as he took in their magnificence, a lifted eyebrow and a faint, disintegrating smile, before withdrawing his attention from them and surveying the rest of the assembled guests. Besides Darcy Morton and a quiet man whom he identified as Sir Mark Lineham, there were only 4 other guests, all very well known to him, and all regarding him in varying degrees of embarrassment. They were his nephew, Lord Buxted, his cousins, Endymion and Clyde Dauntry, and his secretary, Charles Trevor. Cly might be ill at ease from mere nervousness of one whom she had been taught from her cradle to regard as an omnipotent being who must on no account be offended. But the three gentlemen bore the appearance of persons detected in wrongdoing. Mr. Trevor offered no explanation of his presence, but Endymion, eyeing him with misgiving, said that Cly had asked him to escort her, and Lord Buxted said that he had dropped in to inquire how the ladies did. His lordship, however, showed no signs of disapproval, but smiled upon them all with perfect amiability, before making his way into the back drawing-room, where Miss Wincham sat, nodding a fringe, and occasionally directing a forbidding stare at the company. This, when she saw the Marquis bearing down upon her, became a glare, and she responded to his graceful salutation with unnerving brusqueness. Quite undaunted, he sat down beside her and engaged her in a somewhat one-sided conversation, exerting himself so adroitly to please her that she afterwards admitted to Frederica that at least he had good manners and talked like a sensible man. His visit was not of long duration, nor did he take part in a noisy game of speculation which was got up by the younger members, devoting himself largely to Miss Wincham. He paid little apparent heed to his relations, and none at all to the two dandies, but when he took his leave he had satisfied himself on several points. Endymion was besotted with Charis. Buxted seemed to be trying to fix his interest with Frederica, and Charles Trevor, for all his reserve, could not conceal from knowledgeable eyes the signs betokening a young man in love. Obviously his sentiments were reciprocated. Equally obviously, he was afraid that his noble employer would nip his pretensions in the bud. So, too, to judge by the wary expression in his eyes, was Endymion, very much on the defensive. Buxted's uneasiness was probably due merely to a fear that Alverstoke might betray him to his mother. He was his own master, and to give the pompous young Slowtop his due, had never showed any disposition to stand in his uncle's good graces. Had they but known it, neither he nor Endymion need have been alarmed. His lordship took only a tepid interest in the future of his heir, and none at all in that of his nephew. He preferred his secretary to either of them, and while he had no intention of thrusting a spoke into his affairs, he did disapprove of his evident desire to marry Miss Dauntry. He thought it would be an improvident match. Charles was a young man of parts but no fortune. His ambitions were political, and a marriage with a girl possessed of a modest dowry and no influence would scarcely advance him in his career. Maintaining a conversation with Miss Wincham, Alverstoke watched Cly under his lazy eyelids. Pretty enough, he thought dispassionately, but too newly emerged from the schoolroom to have unfurled her petals. Her ready blushes betrayed both her youth and her love, but she had a thoughtful brow, and an air of gravity which was oddly taking. His lordship began to see what Charles, a serious young man, had found in her to attract him. Well, if this infatuation lasted, he supposed that he would be obliged to lend the boy his support. Failing a rich and influential wife, he needed a patron, someone of sufficient standing to foster his early progress, not by monetary assistance, which Charles would certainly refuse, but by securing employment for him in government circles, where his zeal and his talents would win recognition and swift advancement. There would be no difficulty about that. The difficulty would be to find a secretary whom his lordship liked as well to take his place. But the matter did not seem to him to be pressing. He suspected that Cly was Charles's first serious love. He was very sure that he was hers, and in all probability the affair would come to nothing. It was harder to decide whether or not Charis felt a stronger partiality for Endymion than for any other of her suitors. She seemed to look upon them all with kindness, and if her eyes held warm admiration when they rested on him, there was nothing to be surprised at in that. A very handsome fellow, Endymion. As for Frederica's paragon, his lordship, who was impatient of melancholy romantics, thought him very milky indeed, with no more intention of offering for Charis's hand than if she had been a statue. He made no attempt to engage her attention, but seemed to be content to sit dreamily regarding her, a faint smile, which his lordship thought singularly fatuous, lingering about his mouth. He excused himself from joining the party bent on speculation, and was still sitting wrapped in contemplation when Alverstoke, taking leave of Miss Wincham, strolled over to him and said, in a drawl that held a hint of derision, "Lost in admiration of my ward, Lineham." Sir Mark started and looked up, and seeing who had roused him from his reverie, rose to his feet and bowed, saying simply, "Yes, my lord, she is a Botticelli, is she not? One is tempted to fancy that in another incarnation she must have sat for him when he painted his Birth of Venus. Alas, that one cannot set her in a frame to be a constant refreshment to one's eyes. One would wish that countenance to remain forever as it is today, pure and perfect," he sighed. "It cannot be, of course. The lovely innocence we see now, as she stands at the dawn of womanhood, will vanish all too soon. Age and experience will set their stamp upon her, carving furrows in her beauty, and her chin will be doubled," interpolated his lordship, who had no taste for whimsy. He left Sir Mark abruptly, and went to take his leave of Frederica. She was distributing fishes and counters amongst the players seated round the card table, but when she saw him coming towards her she gave the box into her sister's hands, and went with him to the head of the stairs. "I shan't beg you not to go away so soon," she said. "I am persuaded you were never more bored, but I do trust you are satisfied that we are not got into the wrong company." "Oh, yes, quite innocuous," he returned. "None more so than your paragon, whose only desire appears to be to set your sister in a frame, and hang her on the wall to provide his eyes with eternal refreshment." She exclaimed incredulously, "Set her in a frame? He can never have said so. Ask him." She looked disgusted. "Well, what a wet goose. I never thought he could be so spiritless." "No, no, a romantic with the soul of a poet and a high appreciation of the beautiful. I see nothing romantic in wishing to turn Charis into a picture. In fact, I am much inclined to think that you were right when you told me that he was a dull dog," she said with her usual candor. He laughed. "Why, yes, but deeply reverential, I assure you. He considers Charis's beauty to be pure and perfect and wishes it might remain so." She stared at him for a frowning moment and then said decidedly, "That proves he hasn't the smallest tender for her. How very vexatious. You know, he did seem to me to be so promising." His eyes gleamed, but he responded with perfect gravity, "You will be obliged to look about for another eligible party. Can I be of assistance? I recall that you have come to the conclusion that a young man won't do for Charis, and it occurs to me, tell me, would you object to a widower?" "Yes, I should," said Frederica. "Furthermore, cousin, I beg you won't concern yourself in our affairs. I never asked more of you than an introduction to the ton, and you gave us that, for which I am excessively grateful, and I don't expect or wish you to trouble yourself further. Indeed, there is not the least need." "Oh no, don't stir coals," he protested. "Just when you've provided me with an interest too, finding widowers for Charis." "That was a joke," he explained. "Not a funny one," she said severely. "I beg 1,000 pardons. I won't introduce my widower to your sister's notice, but you may believe me when I say that you may command my services or my advice at any time." She was surprised, and for a moment suspected him of mockery. But the familiar glint was absent from his eyes, and as she met their steady regard, he laid his hand over hers, which was resting on the banister, and clasped it strongly, saying, "Is it agreed? You don't want for sense or force of mind, but you're not yet up to snuff, my child." "No, no, no, I'm not," she said, stammering a little. "Thank you, You are very good. Indeed, I can't think whom else I could turn to if I needed guidance or got into a scrape. But I don't mean to embroil you in any more scrapes, I promise you." She would have drawn her hand away as she spoke, but he prevented her, lifting it from the banister and lightly kissing it. She had the oddest sensation of having suffered an electric shock. She even felt a trifle dizzy, and it was several moments after he had left her before she went back into the drawing room. It was no longer customary for gentlemen to kiss hands, and although old-fashioned persons frequently kissed the hands of married ladies, his lordship was not old-fashioned, and she was not married. She wondered what he meant by it, and was obliged to give herself a mental shake. Probably he meant nothing at all, or was trying to get up a flirtation. By all accounts, that was the sort of thing he might do, for idle amusement, because she had unwisely told him she had never been in love. This was a lowering thought, not that it signified, except that she had come to look upon him as a safe friend, and it would be very uncomfortable if she could no longer do so. If he thought she was going to figure as his latest flirt, he was sadly mistaken. For one thing, she had no taste for flirtation, and for another, no ambition to join the ranks of his discarded flirts. However, when she met him, 3 days later in Bond Street, he showed no sign of gallantry, but greeted her with a frown, and a demand to know why she was unaccompanied. "I was under the impression that I warned you that in London country ways will not do, Frederica." "You did," she retorted. "And although I can't say that I paid much heed to your advice, it so happens that I am accompanied today by my aunt, who adds invisibility to her other accomplishments." She could not help laughing, but said as coldly as she could, "She is making a purchase in that shop, and is to meet me in Hookham's library presently. I trust you are satisfied." "I am not at all satisfied. Unless you wish to appear as a fast female, you will not show yourself unattended in any of London's fashionable lounges, least of all in Bond Street. If that is your ambition, look for another sponsor, and don't nauseate me with fiddle-fiddle about your advanced years. You may pass in Herefordshire for a woman of sense, but here you are merely a very green girl, Frederica." These harsh words aroused conflicting emotions in her breast. Her first impulse was to give him a sharp set-down. Such arrogance certainly deserved a set-down. On the other hand, he was quite capable of withdrawing his patronage, which, if it did not ruin her plans, would be extremely inconvenient. The thought that with his friendship she would lose all her comfort she thrust to the back of her mind. She said, achieving a respectable compromise, "To be sure, I am very green, for until I saw you coming towards me I didn't know this was a fashionable lounge. I'm much obliged to you for telling me, and I can't think how I came to be so stupid. As though I had never heard of Bond Street Beau, which of course I have. Are you, what do you call it, on the strut?" "No, Vixen, I am not on the strut," he replied, an appreciative gleam in his eye. "Merely on my way to Jackson's boxing saloon." "How horrid!" "That," said his lordship, "from one who lately described to me the precise significance of good science, is coming it very much too brown, Frederica." She laughed. "Well, it is horrid for all that. How detestable of you to have encouraged me to make such a cake of myself, when I dare say you know much more about the sport than I do." "I shouldn't be surprised if I did," he agreed. "Also more about the conventions to be observed by young ladies of quality. That crow has been plucked already. How can you be so unhandsome as to go on scolding? Haven't I owned I was at fault?" "If to offer me a gratuitous insult is to own yourself at fault—" "No, no, not gratuitous, cousin," she interposed. "One of these days," said his lordship with careful restraint, "you will come by your just deserts, my girl, at least so I hope." "Oh, how unkind!" Her eyes twinkled up at him, but she became serious almost immediately and said contritely, "What a charge we are upon you! I beg your pardon, you have been very kind. I never meant, you know, to embroil you in our affairs, and I am determined you shan't be called upon again to rescue us from sudden dilemmas." "From which I deduce that your brothers are not, at the moment, engaged on any hazardous enterprise," he remarked. "Now that," she said indignantly, "is most unjust. You were not called upon to rescue Felix from the steam packet, and as for Jessamy, he at least doesn't get into scrapes." He acknowledged it, but it was Jessamy who plunged him, not many days later, into the affair of the pedestrian curricle. This ingenious machine was the very latest crack, and bidding fair to become the transient rage. Of simple construction, it consisted of 2 wheels, with a saddle hung between them, the foremost of which could be made to turn by means of a bar. It was propelled by the rider's feet on the road, and experts could achieve quite astonishing speeds, when, admirably balancing themselves, they would lift their feet from the ground and coast along at a great rate, and to the amazement of beholders. Jessamy had seen one of these experts riding his pedestrian curricle in the park, and had instantly become fired with the spirit of emulation. His adventurous nature, chafing as much under the loss of his horses as from his self-imposed regimen of rigorous study, flamed into revolt. Here, he perceived, was the means by which he could, without involving Frederica in extra expenditure, find an outlet for his restless energy, and demonstrate to the world that his odious little brother was not the only Merriville with bottom enough to engage in hazardous exploits. He discovered that there were several schools where the new art was taught, and which were willing to hire their machines to proficient pupils. It did not take him long to become one of these, or, when he ventured to sally forth from the school on a hired machine, to learn to guide it through such traffic as he encountered in the quieter streets. Luffra was his companion on these expeditions, a circumstance which led his sisters to assume, with satisfaction, that he had relaxed his stern rule on that faithful hound's behalf. "Which makes me glad, after all, that we did bring Luff to London," said Frederica, adding with a chuckle, "and also that he chased the cows in the Green Park, and made Jessamy think that a mere female was not to be trusted with him. Nothing else would have lured him away from his books." Boy enough to wish to startle his family with his unsuspected prowess, Jessamy had said nothing to them about his new hobby. Once he had perfected his balance, and could feel himself to be master of the pedestrian curricle, he meant to ride up to the door and call his sisters out to watch his skill. There was sometimes a little difficulty in mounting the machine, and it would never do to make a mull of that, particularly if Felix were to be one of his audience. So he spent several hours practicing this art, and then, as a final test before showing himself off to his family, boldly penetrated into the more populous part of the town. So well did he manage that he could not resist the temptation to coast down the long slope of Piccadilly, both feet daringly lifted from the flagway. This feat attracted a great deal of attention, some of it admiring, some of it scandalized, and in the end very much more attention than Jessamy desired. A rough-coated retriever was to blame for the disaster. Sedately walking at his master's heels, this animal no sooner saw the strange vehicle than he took the most violent exception to it, and raced beside it, barking and snapping. Jessamy was too well accustomed to dogs who bounced out to chase any passing carriage to be discomposed by this assault, but Luffra, who had lingered a little way behind to investigate a promising smell, saw that his master was being attacked, and hurled himself to the rescue. The result was inevitable. The dogs, embarking on a fight to the death, cannoned into the pedestrian curricle. Jessamy, trying to recover his balance, charged into a man mending chairs, lost control of his machine, and was flung on to the cobbled highway, almost under the hooves of a high-stepping pair harnessed to a landaulet. The coachman was able to swing his horses away, and Jessamy to scramble to his feet, bruised, cut, and considerably shaken, but with no bones broken. A little dazed and deeply humiliated, He found himself faced with a scene appalling enough to have daunted any 16-year-old less stiffly courageous than himself. The sudden swerve of the carriage horses had dislocated the traffic, and the air was rent by rude, loud voices, uttering accusations and counter-accusations, embellished by threats and strange oaths. The dowager in the landaulet was indulging in a fit of mild vapors. The chairmender, also picking himself up from the roadway, was claiming enormous damages for his personal injuries and the total wreckage of the chair. And the retriever's master was furiously shouting for help in separating the dogs. To this task Jessamy turned his attention, and once he had persuaded the irate gentleman to stop belaboring both animals, and to hold his own firmly, he speedily dragged Luffra off. He was just about to stammer an apology when the irate gentleman, stigmatizing Luffra as a savage brute, threw all the blame of the encounter upon that noble hound. That naturally made him bite back his apology and point out that all the blame attached to the retriever who had wantonly attacked him. "Would you give a souse for a dog that wouldn't protect his master, sir?" he demanded. "I would not." From then on the scene rose to nightmarish proportions, so many people claiming damages or threatening lawsuits that poor Jessamy's brain reeled. When his name and direction were demanded, he had a horrid vision of a stream of injured persons descending upon Frederica, bent on extorting huge sums from her, and of instinct he blurted out, "Berkeley Square. My guardian's house, the Marquis of Alverstoke." He had no thought in his head but to protect Frederica, but it was swiftly borne in upon him that he had uttered magical words. His assurances of redress, hitherto spurned, were accepted. The irate gentleman, saying that he hoped his guardian would make him smart, resumed his progress up the street, and the dowager, recovering from the vapors, read him a severe lecture, and said she would not fail to report what she called his naughtiness to the Marquis. Thus it came about that, for the second time, a Merriville arrived in Berkeley Square at an unseasonable hour, demanding instant speech with the Marquis. Unlike Frederica, however, Jessamy did not reject Charles Trevor's services, and he was impetuously, and rather incomprehensibly, pouring his story into Charles's ears when Alverstoke, wearing a long and lavishly caped driving coat of white drab over his elegant morning dress, strolled into the room, saying, "Now what? Wiccan informs me," he broke off, and raised his quizzing glass to his eye, the better to observe Jessamy's battered appearance. He let it fall and advanced. "Repellent boy, have you been in a mill? Why the devil haven't you patched him up, Charles?" "I haven't yet been allowed to, sir," responded Mr. Trevor. No, it's of no consequence," Jessamy said impatiently, wiping away a trickle of blood from a cut on his forehead. "I'm not hurt, nothing to signify. I didn't come here because of that, but because, oh, pray don't trouble yourself about it, sir." "Stand still," commanded Alverstoke, taking that dog chin in his hand and turning Jessamy's face to the light. "It wasn't a mill. I fell, and it serves me right," Jessamy said bitterly and with suppressed violence. "No doubt, but it doesn't serve me right to have you bleeding all over my house. Charles, I wish you will be good enough to know I'll attend to it myself. Come along, you young caulker. You can tell me all about it while I put some sticking plaster over this cut." Willy-nilly, Jessamy followed him out of the room and up the broad stairs, protesting all the way that his wounds and abrasions were of no consequence, and that he had come to his lordship's house merely to make a clean breast of his iniquity, to warn him that a number of persons of varying degree were probably following hard upon his heels, to demand compensation for the damage they had incurred at his hands, and to beg him to disburse whatever sums were required, under promise of repayment by the culprit. Presently, having washed the dirt and the bloodstains from his face and hands, relinquished his muddy coat into Nap's hands, submitted to having the more accessible of his many bruises anointed, and his brow adorned with a strip of plaster, and swallowed a judicious mixture of brandy and water. His jangled nerves grew quieter, and he was able to give the Marquis a fairly coherent account of his accident, speaking in a voice of rigid control, and betraying only by the clenching and unclenching of his thin hands the inward turmoil under which his spirit labored. He ended on a harsh note, meeting Alverstoke's cool, faintly amused eyes with a fierce look in his own. "I had no right to furnish them with your name, sir, or to lead them to suppose that I live here. I know it, and I beg your pardon. I want to explain. I only did it because I couldn't bear to have them coming down upon Frederica. I don't know what I may have to pay. A great deal, I dare say, because the machine was smashed as well as that chair, but whatever it is I will pay, and not my sister. With all the expense of caresses come out, and I was determined not to add to it." He ended on a note of anguish, but the Marquis applied an effective damper by saying in a prosaic and slightly bored voice, "Very proper. What is it you wish me to do for you?" Pulled up short on the verge of an emotional outburst, Jessamy flushed, biting his lip, and managed to reply with tolerable self-command, "To lend me whatever sum may be needed, if you would be so very obliging, sir, on the understanding that I pay it back to you out of my allowance. You see, I haven't very much left just at the moment. There were the lessons I had and the hire of the machine, so don't let it worry you," advised his lordship. "I shan't dun you." Jessamy's flush deepened. "I know that. Pray don't say I needn't pay you back at all, or tell me not to worry. Nothing would prevail upon me not to pay you back, and I ought to worry. At the first test I yielded to temptation. Vainglory, yes, and worse. I wanted to outshine Felix. Could anything be more contemptible or show how unfitted I am even to think of entering into holy orders?" "Yes, quite a number of things," replied Alverstoke. "Stop magnifying a trivial incident into a major sin. All you have done is to get into a scrape, through no particular fault of your own, and there is no need whatsoever for any soul-searching. I am glad to know you can fall into scrapes. You'll be a better parson if you have understanding of human frailty than if you were to be a saint at 16 years of age." Jessamy looked to be rather struck by this, but after frowning over it for a moment, he said, "Yes, but when one has made a resolution not to have the strength to resist temptation shows such weakness of character, doesn't it, sir? If your resolution was to behave like an ascetic, it shows that you stand in grave danger of becoming a prig," said his lordship brutally. "Well, you've applied to me for assistance, in which you've at least shown that you don't lose your wits in an emergency. I'll settle the reckoning, and you can repay me when you can do so without leaving yourself at a standstill. As for all the threats that were hurled at you, forget them. If any coachman, chairmender, or any other such person had the temerity to come here demanding your blood, you may depend upon it that Mr. Trevor would be fully capable